Chapter 3997. When Yichen Feng displayed the high-grade soul divine sword, Machi Wuming knew that no one in the Machi clan was a match for Yichen Feng. The reason he asked Machi Yuning for help was because Machi Yuning was the strongest person in the Machi clan. He had the highest seniority in the Machi clan. Secondly, even though Machi Yuning was no match for Yichen Feng, he had a high seniority after all. Moreover, he had a good reputation and was highly respected. Therefore, Yichen Feng might give him some face. Under Machi Wuming's gaze, Machi Yuning, who had been silent all this while, finally looked at Yichen Feng and spoke. Yichen Feng, Machi Ju's death was his own fault. The Machi clan will not pursue the matter any further. The high-grade soul divine weapon that was lost is lost. The Machi clan is willing to accept the loss. When Machi Yuning said this, although many people in the Machi clan were unwilling to accept it, they knew that this was the only way. If they really did accept it, their Machi clan would probably shed a river of blood today. The current Yichen Feng was no longer someone the Machi clan could deal with. However, Machi Yuning was not done yet. He continued, Machi Wuming, as an accomplice, you'll be grounded in the Machi clan for 10,000 years. Otherwise, you'll be at your mercy. Machi Wuming's expression turned ugly when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, he did not say anything because this was better than death. As an apology, 200 limited king-grade divine pills will be sent to the hidden sword faction of the Chunying school within 100 years. Machi Yuning paused for a moment before he asked, are you satisfied with this arrangement? It had to be said that Machi Yuning's 3 points could be said to have made a very big concession. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a compromise. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Yichen Feng, could not help but be surprised. The strongest person in the Machi clan was so easy to talk to. At the same time, he also realized that today's matter would most likely come to an end after Machi Yuning said this. This time, the Machi clan could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The Machi clan's previous actions can't be considered wrong. However, they didn't expect Elder Yichen Feng from our Chunying school to have a high-grade full soul divine sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If Yichen Feng had not nurtured the upper-grade divine sword with a complete soul and still possessed the same strength as before, he would not have been able to intimidate the Machi family into making such a concession. Perhaps, he might not even be able to retrieve Machi Ju's high-grade half-soul artifact. The strong are respected. On Elder Ye's body, it can be said to be vividly displayed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's yearning for the path of the strong grew even more fervent under the influence of Yichen Feng's actions. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian had expected. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Yichen Feng smiled faintly. Since Elder Yuning has said so, I, Yichen Feng, am not an unreasonable person. As soon as Yichen Feng's words left his mouth, it was not only the people from the Machi clan whose mouths twitched. Even Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan could not help but look at each other in tacit understanding. They could see a strange smile in each other's eyes. If Yichen Feng was reasonable, would he be able to directly suppress the Machi clan's protective grand array and kill the Machi clan's disciples who were below the divine emperor realm? If Yichen Feng was reasonable, would he be able to kill Machi Ju without giving him any chance to retaliate? Let's do as Elder Yuning says. Yichen Feng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out his celestial emperor-grade spaceship. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan with him and left without saying another word to the people from the Machi clan. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, although there were many people in the sky above the Machi clan's estate, it was dead silent. Machi Yuning let out a long sigh. All of you should have informed me before making a move. Don't tell me all of you think that I, Machi Yuning, am someone who can't see the big picture. I don't have much time left. It's impossible for me to bring that half-soul prominent divine weapon with me. It's fine if I leave it to Machi Ju. Machi Yuning only learned about this matter after Machi Ju and Machi Wuming snatched the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Jinping Fan right under Jin Yunfeng's nose when he returned to the Machi clan. Due to this reason, although he felt helpless, he could not say anything. After all, he had already offended the Chunying school. It would be pointless for him to say anything more. Moreover, even if he had a choice in the beginning, he might have chosen to snatch the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Jinping Fan after some hesitation, even if it meant offending the Chunying school. After all, nobody knew that Yi Chen-feng already possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword. Even if he had a half-soul prominent divine weapon, he would not be able to take it away after he died. However, who would not be selfish? In a situation where the Machi aristocrat family was not threatened, he also wanted to leave his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for his grandson, who was only a low-level god emperor. Moreover, he still had a chance to break through and become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces Grand Banquet. For this reason, he was, naturally, unwilling to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, if he had known that Yi Chen-feng possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword and knew that he would not be able to become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces Grand Banquet, he would have been more than willing to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, there were no such things as knowing in this world. It's too late to say anything now. Machi Liusu sighed. The most unexpected thing is that Yi Chen-feng actually has a full-soul upper-grade godly sword. How did he do it? No matter how Yi Chen-feng did it, the Machi clan had no choice but to admit defeat this time. No one would have thought that the #1 expert of the Chunying school would possess a half-soul prominent divine sword. His strength was no weaker than some higher god emperors. Wuming. Machi Yuning looked at Machi Wuming and said with a solemn expression, "I said those things just now to protect you. I hope you can understand." Uncle Yuning, I can understand. Machi Wuming nodded solemnly. To me, it's already a great blessing that I didn't die under Yi Chen-feng's sword. It's also good that I don't leave the clan. From today onwards, I'll focus all my attention on cultivation and strive to become a higher god emperor. Machi Yuning nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. Ancestor. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared not far in front of Machi Yuning and the others. Machi Hong? The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Machi Ju's great-great-grandson, Machi Hong. He was also the #1 expert of the Machi clan's younger generation. Machi Hong was the pride of the Machi clan. Even when Machi Hong lost Machi Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon, not many blamed him. After all, who hadn't been young and frivolous? What they blamed was Machi Ju for not taking good care of his half-soul prominent divine weapon. Little Hong, you saw it all? Although Machi Hong's expression was calm as if nothing had happened, Machi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Machi clan, could still feel the murderous aura in his body. However, Machi Hong was currently looking at Machi Lu Su and Machi Yuning with a solemn expression. Two old ancestors, if I enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet this time around, I'll be able to obtain 3 spots. But now, Ancestor Wuming is under house arrest and can't leave. Therefore, he won't be able to obtain one of the quotas. Therefore, if I enter the top 3, apart from the 2 quotas that will be given to the 2 ancestors, I hope that the remaining quota will be given to someone who can help me kill Yi Chen-feng. Of course, 2 ancestors, you can also make the other party swear a heart demon blood oath that if they make a breakthrough and become a upper god emperor, not only will they have to kill Yi Chen-feng, but they will also have to be worshipped by our Machi clan for 1,000 years. Earlier, Machi Hong had clearly seen the scene of his ancestor's death. In the beginning, he was extremely sorrowful and angry. However, after a while, he calmed down and began to think about how to avenge his ancestor. What a good child. Machi Yuning sighed. Child, let go of this hatred. At least, let it go for now. We know of your filial piety. However, that Yi Chen-feng isn't that easy to kill. After the 7 Mansions feast, the possibility of him entering the upper god emperor realm is much higher than me and Patriarch. Even if we can find someone and make him swear a heart demon blood oath, even if he enters the upper god emperor realm, he might not necessarily be a match for Yi Chen-feng. Machi Yuning said. Ancestor, I've thought about this matter. Machi Hong said with certainty. If Yi Chen-feng also enters the upper god emperor realm, the heart demon blood oath will be dropped. When that time comes, I will avenge myself. On the way back to Chunying School, Jinping Fan was asking Yi Chenfeng all sorts of questions in the God Emperor grade flying ship. He even asked Yi Chenfeng to summon his upper god sword soul and look around it. He looked very much like a mountain child going out of the city for the first time. Everything was new to him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at the side. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he could understand Jinping Fan's feelings. "You brat," Yi Chenfeng said helplessly. "You're already so old. Why aren't you as calm as Duan Lingtian?" When Jinping Fan heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Duan Lingtian is too shy to go up and watch. In my opinion, he must be very curious about the upper god sword soul. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What's there to be curious about? It's just a upper god sword. I have one too. In fact, even before this elder Yi in front of him had a high-grade divine sword, he already had one. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, Elder Ye's upper god sword soul shouldn't be able to sense your existence, right? Chapter 3998. Master, he won't be able to sense it. Quickly replied to Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. He's just a newly born sword soul. His abilities are limited. Of course, if you don't enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to sense my existence. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huang Er's words. However, he ignored the rest of Huang Er's words. With his current cultivation base, if he was still unable to enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might as well kill himself. Junior Uncle Yi. Suddenly, Jinping Fan seemed to have thought of something, and he asked Yi Chenfeng, "Before I met Machi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, I didn't think of him at all. Since he doesn't have long to live, can't he lend or entrust his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju?" "Of course he can." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly when he heard Jinping Fan's words. "However, do you think he would do that in the beginning? Before he knew I possessed a high-soul divine weapon, would he have thought I would come knocking on your door to take back your high-soul divine weapon and kill Machi Ju?" Jinping Fan pondered for a moment before he nodded in realization. "That's true. I was mistaken. I forgot they didn't know you had such strength, Junior Uncle Yi." The high-soul divine weapon had allowed his junior Uncle Ye's strength to rise to another level. He now possessed the strength to intimidate the Machi clan and make them lower their heads. Moreover, do you think Machi Yuning had no selfish motives? Yi Chenfeng continued, "He has a son and a grandson. Although his son failed to enter the God Emperor realm and died a long time ago, he still has a grandson who's already a lesser God Emperor. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have given his high-soul divine weapon to Machi Ju." Jinping Fan nodded repeatedly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. "I didn't think too much about it. It's just that when I saw Machi Ju die, I felt his death wasn't worth it." The resentful woman refused to admit defeat and took back her high-soul divine weapon. However, before she could even use it, she lost her life again. Jinping Fan shook his head as he spoke. "That's his fate," Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Machi Ju was just an ant in his eyes. Even before he possessed a high-soul divine weapon, Machi Ju had been killed by him to kill Machi Ju. His cultivation base to Machi Ju T his comprehensions S to origin to his as TS to clones to kill Machi Ju. Apart from that, he had also mastered the sword Dao. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Pure Sun sect, but many people in the East Mountain Prefecture also called him the #1 expert in the East Mountain Prefecture. However, he wasn't interested in sparring with the experts from the other top Emperor God-level factions in the East Mountain Prefecture and defeating them. Hence, this title wasn't considered legitimate. That was before he had successfully nurtured his high-soul divine weapon with his high-soul divine weapon. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng was very confident. He was confident no one in Tung Leng province would be able to withstand a sword strike from him. After Yi Chenfeng and Jin Pingfan ended their conversation, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the corner of the flying ship, and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, does your master plan to come to the Mystic Gangland? Duan Lingtian had already guessed Yi Chenfeng would ask this question, but he did not expect Yi Chenfeng to ask at this moment. He could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for the realms of gods. He said if he arrived at the Mystic Gangland, he would consider coming to Chunying School. However, in the end, he didn't arrive at the Mystic Gangland. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng frowned slightly. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Perhaps, I'm being too rash. How can someone who has mastered the sword Dao to such an extent in the Devata realm be restrained by Chunying School? When Yi Chenfeng spoke up to this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although you're younger than your master and your cultivation base has already surpassed him, you're still inferior to him in terms of foundation. When he arrives at the realms of gods, he'll have a huge breakthrough. In fact, the most difficult thing in the realms of gods is not to raise one's cultivation base, but to raise one's profundities as well. The most difficult thing is the four Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, your master's sword Dao has reached the critical point of breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, he'll be able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor. An envious expression appeared on Yi Chenfeng's face when he finished speaking. A hint of passion could be seen in his eyes as well. That was the stage he wanted to reach as well. However, he was still far from that cultivation level, and would not reach it so quickly. Duan Lingtian did not know about this earlier. When he heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He knew that perhaps even his master didn't know about this. He's able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor? Even with my current strength, I don't have such strength. Even after I've stabilized my cultivation base as a medium divine emperor, I still don't have such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chenfeng had met his master before, so he knew his master's mastery of the law of time. Since Yi Chenfeng had said so, it meant he had considered the profundities his master had comprehended as well. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Jin Pingfan, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Junior Uncle Yi, do you mean Duan Lingtian's master's comprehension of the sword Dao is higher than yours? Jin Pingfan could clearly see the envy on Yi Chenfeng's face. Why was he envious? It was not difficult to figure out. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng had said Duan Lingtian's master was able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he became a divine emperor. After all, Yi Chenfeng was not one to speak without thinking. He's much stronger than me. In response to Jin Pingfan's question, Yi Chenfeng gave him an affirmative answer. This naturally caused Jin Pingfan to be shocked, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng continued to say, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same as his master's. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was taught to him by his master. This is what I admire the most about him. Although I've passed down my comprehension of the sword Dao, none of my disciples have been able to comprehend it, not even the embryonic form. Yi Chenfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. When Jin Pingfan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked anxiously, Duan Lingtian, does your master still need more disciples? As soon as Jin Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Why didn't he see that Elder Zhen had such a shameless side before? How old are you? You're almost 10,000 years older than my master. Become his disciple? Yi Chenfeng couldn't help but glare at Jin Pingfan. You little brat, aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? Your master is your father. Jin Pingfan chuckled. Be that as it may, I believe my father understands me. Moreover, if I really master the sword Dao, he'll definitely praise me. Jin Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, why don't you ask your master if he's still accepting disciples? I can be your junior brother. Of course, if you're embarrassed, I'll be your senior brother. I'll take care of you in the future. What do you think? Jinping Fan said with a fervent look in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless when he heard Jinping Fan's words, but he still mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Elder Zhen, the reason I can walk the path of the sword Dao that my master has mastered is because I've been walking his path since I was in the mundane plane. It's also because of this that I was able to successfully walk the path of the sword Dao, and even use it as a foundation to walk my own path of the sword Dao. I'm afraid you won't be able to. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Jinping Fan's face was filled with disappointment, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. Yichen Feng, on the other hand, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. So if I want a disciple who can walk the path of the sword Dao, I still have to go to the mundane plane to find one? That makes sense. A little fellow in the mundane plane is like an unpolished jade. I just have to add a few strokes on it, and it'll naturally become the jade I want. Why didn't I think of this before? Yichen Feng fell into deep thought. Based on his muttering, it was clear he really wanted to find another disciple in the mundane plane. Upon hearing Yichen Feng's words, Jinping Fan was speechless. He said, "Junior Uncle Yi, you're being too whimsical. Even if someone from the mundane plane can walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to go to the realms of gods from the mundane plane. Do you think everyone is like you and Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it's not like you didn't have any disciples in the mundane plane in the past. They also walked the path of the sword Dao. Later on, a few of them even came to the profound gangland and became gods. However, did they walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken?" Upon hearing Jinping Fan's words, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, when you obtained your master's legacy in the mundane plane, did the legacy he left behind contain any comprehension of the sword Dao?" "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head confidently. Master left it behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, he hadn't mastered the sword Dao yet. In fact, he hadn't even mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao yet. Upon hearing this, Yichen Feng's expression was filled with disappointment. "I thought he left behind the legacy in the mundane plane after mastering the sword Dao. In that case, I don't think there's a chance. In the past, I also left behind my legacy in the mundane plane. Moreover, the sword Dao I mastered later on is also based on that legacy. Many of my disciples in the mundane plane have outstanding innate talent and comprehension skills. However, none of them managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of my sword Dao. Perhaps, my sword Dao is only suitable for me and not others." Chapter 3999. While Yichen Feng was sighing with emotion, Jinping Fan said helplessly, "Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. It's fine if you're a monster yourself, but you want to nurture another one?" Jinping Fan shook his head as he spoke. Yichen Feng glared at Jinping Fan. How can this be called greedy? If that's the case, what did Duan Lingtian and his master say? Just wait and see. If Brother Qingyang doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a figure that will shock all the planes of gods in the future. I'm not sure about other aspects, but in terms of sword principle, it'll be very difficult for Duan Lingtian to surpass his master. It might even be impossible. No one understood Feng Qingyang's sword principle better than Yichen Feng. Even Duan Lingtian did not understand it as well as he did. Feng Qingyang's sword principle was at a level that was beyond his reach. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's sword principle was not bad, but it was not profound or heaven-defying. Even he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's sword principle. At least, that was what he thought Duan Lingtian had shown earlier. Unless Duan Lingtian was holding back. However, he did not think that was possible. In the past, when Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Ma Qi family, in the Seven Kills Valley, many people in Chunying School had recorded the battle using the floating image pearl. Therefore, Yichen Feng had watched the battle through the floating image pearl. He hasn't even reached the Divine Emperor realm, but his sword principle is already so strong? Jinping Fan could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. At the same time, a yearning look appeared in his eyes. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he to be so monstrous? Even you, junior Uncle Yi, feel inferior to him in terms of sword principle. At the same time, Jinping Fan seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Chenfeng, junior Uncle Yi, as far as I know, sword principle can also make one an omnipotent expert. Moreover, it requires a lot of sword principle. Will Duan Lingtian's master become a supreme master in the future? Jinping Fan knew very well how difficult it was to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the realms of gods, ultimate gods who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth were considered potential supreme experts. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but make such a connection with Duan Lingtian's master who had an astonishing way of the sword. Upon hearing Jinping Fan's words, Yi Chenfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No one knows. Even if you ask me, I don't know. To be honest, you, Jinping Fan, also have the potential to become an omnipotent master. However, compared to you, Jinping Fan, compared to me, I think that brother Qin Yang has a better chance of becoming an omnipotent expert. Then, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, even Duan Lingtian has a better chance than you and me. Although Yi Chenfeng felt Duan Lingtian's way of the sword was not as good as his master, Feng Qingyang. However, how old was Duan Lingtian? He was not even 1,000 years old. Previously, when Yi Chenfeng followed Duan Lingtian back to the Devata realm, he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian's legendary experiences in the lower realms. Most importantly, Yi Chenfeng was only 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was only 700 years old. What 2,700 years old? That was nonsense. Duan Lingtian had used a divine pill that could conceal one's bone age. Naturally, although he already knew about this matter, he did not point it out because he felt Duan Lingtian must have his own reasons for doing this. There was no need to point it out. Comparisons are odious indeed. Jinping Fan glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head helplessly. I've always dreamed of mastering any one of the heaven and earth Tao, even if it's just a rudimentary form. However, up until now, I haven't made any progress after more than 10,000 years. Boy, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already mastered the sword Tao. After the Seven Mansions banquet, I'm afraid even those godly venerables' forces will pay attention to you. In the past, Jinping Fan had heard from others that Duan Lingtian had told many people on the Chunying School's island of versatility that his ambition was not in the Chunying School. However, Yi Chenfeng did not take it seriously. He thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant because of his achievements. However, when he learned Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Tao, he changed his mind. Duan Lingtian's current strength was enough for those godly venerables' forces to rope him in. It's just luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing that, Jinping Fan immediately glared at him. Boy, even if you want to be humble, can't you be humble in another way? If you say that again, I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you. It's fine if you say that the rudimentary form of the sword Tao is just luck. Do you think the sword Tao can be mastered just because of luck? For the rest of the journey, Jinping Fan was still speculating. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian's sword Tao could be replicated. He was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the sword Tao was too tempting. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. My master is currently in another realm of gods. Why don't I introduce you to him in the future? It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian finally managed to shut Jinping Fan up. He no longer mentioned the sword Tao. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yi Chenfeng said to Duan Lingtian, if it's possible, you should fight for the first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet. If you can win, Chunying School will be able to obtain 4 places to enter that place. At that time, I can take the lead and ask Chunying School to devote all its resources to nurturing you and providing you with everything you need. Chunying School will also do its best. Even if you don't plan to stay in Chunying School forever. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Chunying School was not an ordinary sect. As one of the strongest emperor god forces in Tongleng province, the resources it could mobilize were enormous. There was no lack of things that could help him. If Chunying's school was willing to contribute so much, he could say that he had profited greatly. Elder Yi, I'll do my best. Although he had defeated Machi Hong of the Machi clan, who was known as the #1 genius under 10,000 years old in Tungleng province, and might even replace him soon to obtain the honor of being the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tungleng province, Duan Lingtian did not think that he would definitely win the 7 prefectures banquet. In fact, he did not even dare to say that he would be able to get into the top 3. The 7 prefectures banquet was a banquet jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. Tungleng province was only one of the prefectures. Who could say that the other 6 prefectures did not have any monstrous geniuses? Half a month after Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, and Zhen Pingfan returned to Chunying school, news of Yi Chenfeng killing the Machi clan's golden seat elder Machi Ju and taking back the half-soul high-quality divine weapon spread throughout Tungleng province. When the news spread, the entire Tungleng province was shaken. Even Chunying school was in an uproar. Elder Yi Chenfeng actually managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? He killed the Golden Throne elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju, with just one sword strike. It's said that Elder Yi Chenfeng's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. I really did not expect that our Chunying school would produce such a person. All over Chunying school disciples were talking about the same thing. As for the higher-ups of Chunying school, they were talking about another matter. With Elder Yi Chenfeng's strength, after the 7 prefectures banquet, as long as he has a quota to enter that place, I'm afraid that he will definitely become a upper god emperor, right? I also think it's a done deal. If that's the case, our Chunying school will also have a upper god emperor. Elder Ye's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. Once he enters the upper god emperor realm, he will definitely be one of the best among the upper god emperors. Unlike the surprise of Chunying school, the 7 Kills Valley, Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other top powers of Tungleng province were all feeling pressured. They did not expect that Chunying school's Yi Chenfeng would suddenly nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. That Yi Chenfeng, how did he do it? He's only a middle god emperor, yet he managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Isn't a full-soul high-quality divine weapon something that only upper god emperors can nurture? It's not like there haven't been similar cases. However, those middle god emperors who managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, which one of them did not have a fortuitous encounter? Yi Chenfeng definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 powers of Tungleng province, because of Yi Chenfeng's existence, Chunying school was originally the most powerful. Now that Yi Chenfeng's strength had reached a new level, he immediately suppressed the other 4 powers to the point that they could not breathe. However, at the same time, they also paid more attention to the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. In the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later, even if Duan Lingtian is able to get a spot for Yi Chenfeng might not be able to break through and become a upper god emperor. If we get the chance, we might be able to give birth to 1 or 2 upper god emperors. In the following time, we will do our best to nurture the most outstanding young disciples. Even if we have to rush the seedlings to help them grow, we will not hesitate to pay a price. If we don't grasp this opportunity, I'm afraid that in Tungleng province, only Chunying school will be able to reign supreme. At this moment, the 4 powers of Tungleng province were working hard to prepare for the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. Almost at the same time, in a secluded canyon in the eastern mountain prefecture, behind the void crack, in a small independent dimension, there was a person who was suffering from unprecedented pain. In the 7 prefectures banquet, I must make it into the top 10. My goal is to kill Duan Lingtian and Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong. Kill. 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 In the small independent space, under the raging storm, a youth was bathed in blood and fighting as if he had gone mad. His tenacity was unimaginable to ordinary people. He fell down again and stood up again and again. He did not know how many times, but he did not die. Inside the valley, outside the spatial crack, an old man stood there, his eyes abnormally bright. I didn't expect his tenacity to be so strong. Looks like he really has a chance of succeeding. If he succeeds, his strength will probably rise to a whole new level. At that time, perhaps he will be able to compete with Duan Lingtian? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's astonishing performance in the Seven Kills Valley, the old man's expression became somewhat heavy. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian to have grasped the way of the sword. Chapter 4000. Machi Clan. After a few years, Machi Hong finally received the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir that the Machi clan had purchased for him. It was a godly emperor-grade divine elixir that could help him consolidate his cultivation base. With this divine elixir, I'll definitely be able to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Prefectures feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Machi Hong did not slack off on his cultivation even when he was waiting for the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir. In fact, he worked even harder because of Machi Ju's death. Currently, Duan Lingtian was his current target. His ultimate target was Yi Chen-feng. He did not know if there was anyone in the Machi clan who could avenge Yi Chen-feng. Even if there was, he did not intend to place all his hopes on the Machi clan. After all, the Machi clan had to prioritize the clan. He might not fall out with Yi Chen-feng and the Chunying school just because of the death of his ancestor. Therefore, he felt that he had to rely on himself. However, it was still too far away for him to kill Yi Chen-feng and avenge his ancestor. However, although it was far away, he did not despair. I'll surpass Duan Lingtian first. After surpassing Duan Lingtian, I'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the surrounding areas. Then, I'll work hard and strive to catch up to Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng is 10,000 years older than me. I might be able to catch up with him after 10,000 years. I remember that when he was my age, he wasn't as good as me. The current Machi Hong was working harder than ever when it came to cultivation. State capital of Qing. It was a prefecture adjacent to Tungleng province. The young geniuses of the state capital of Qing would also participate in the Seven Prefectures feast. The puppet villa was one of the top 3 forces in the state capital of Qing. There were many experts in the villa, including a few intermediate god emperors. Duan Lingtian has mastered the sword principle. He defeated Machi Hong, who has been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, with the strength of a middle-level divine emperor for 2 years. A young man who had just come out of seclusion in the puppet villa was shocked when he heard the news. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like it's almost impossible to surpass him in the Seven Prefectures feast. My next goal is to be in the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast. The young man sighed and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At this moment, there were no disciples from the Taoist sect who had fought with the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, they would have recognized the young man at first glance. The young man was the former monstrous disciple of Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. The Feast of Seven Prefectures feast was getting closer. Not only were the young disciples from the 5 Emperor Gods forces in East Ridge Prefecture cultivating diligently, but even the young disciples from the other 6 prefectures, including State Prefecture of Qing, were also cultivating diligently to improve themselves. The 7 Prefectures feast was significant to them. That was because it was opened in the secret to Cultivation City. The secret to Cultivation City was jointly discovered by the 7 prefectures, or it could be said that they discovered it together and opened it together. Zhenping Fan said to Duan Lingtian in the Chunying school's encampment on Yinfeng Island. Zhenping Fan came to Duan Lingtian to ask about the way of the sword. Duan Lingtian mentioned the 7 prefectures feast and Zhenping Fan told him about it. After all, it was not a secret. Secret to Cultivation City? There's a chance to become a high-level god emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian felt that the secret to Cultivation City was a bit vulgar, but when he thought about how it could help a mid-level god emperor become a high-level god emperor, he felt that it was not an ordinary place. Yes. Zhenping Fan nodded. There's an opportunity for a mid-level god emperor to become a high-level god emperor. Moreover, there have been many high-level god emperors in the history of the secret to Cultivation City. What kind of place is the secret to Cultivation City? How was it formed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Was it left behind by an expert? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally confused. What did he mean by, you can say yes, but you can also say no? Elder Zhen, please tell me more about it. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction of the secret to Cultivation City. I wonder, what do you think of the omnipotent experts? Zhen Pingfan asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He said bluntly, I don't know much about the ultimate experts. I only know that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Also, the 18 realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 ultimate experts. Apart from these 18 ultimate experts, there are other ultimate experts as well. However, those ultimate experts are not as powerful as the 18 ultimate experts who occupy the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian said. It's rare for you to know all this. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, it's said that only 18 realms of gods can exist in this world. If one of the 18 realms of gods can't be destroyed, the other ultimate experts won't be able to occupy a realm of gods and turn their little worlds into realms of gods. Apart from those who left early or were sent away by the ultimate experts, the rest of the living beings in the realms of gods that have been destroyed are basically annihilated. The realms of gods that have been destroyed are reduced to ruins. They will enter the spatial turbulence and wander around until they reach a place where even the other ultimate experts can't find them. After destroying a realm of gods and killing an ultimate expert, the ultimate expert who killed the ultimate expert will be able to turn his little world into a new realm of gods. Do you know about this? Zhen Pingfan asked. I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan continued, when another supreme expert kills another supreme expert who occupies a seat in a realm of gods and destroys the minor world in his opponent's body, although he can't plunder the entire realm of gods, he can still use his strength to obtain fragments from the minor world in his opponent's realm of gods. The fragments of the realm of gods are compressed into a small realm of gods by the ultimate experts. The small realm of gods has absorbed the essence of the realm of gods and the ultimate experts have set up many formations in it. Therefore, it has become a holy land for cultivation. In the end, these small dimensions will be casually thrown into the small world within the body of the strongest, waiting for the fated to discover and obtain them. When Zhen Fan reached this part of his sentence, he did not continue to speak. He merely smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, understood what Zhen Pingfan was trying to say. Elder Zhen, you're saying the Saint Land's secret zone discovered by the top God Emperor forces in the 7 mansions, including our Eastern Ridge mansion, is actually a fragment of a realm that a supreme powerhouse casually tossed into the Mystic Handle land that he modified? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. That's right. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Yes, they are fragments of the realm of gods. Furthermore, not only did the utmost powerful ones modify these fragments to form an independent space within them, but they also spent a lot of effort on them so that after the resources within were depleted, they could spend a period of time to be reborn. As for whether there is a limit to this rebirth, I'm not sure yet. However, under normal circumstances, there is definitely a limit. As for the secret realms in the 7 prefectures, including our Tungleng province, they discovered and opened it together. Because it has only been opened for a few 100,000 years, the environment inside has not shown any signs of decay. The secret realms in the secret realms need about 10,000 years to recover once it is depleted. Therefore, the 7 prefectures, including our Tungleng province, made a 10,000-year promise to open the secret realms in the secret realms once every 10,000 years. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realms in the secret realms. After many years of exploration, it is most suitable for 24 people to enter at once. If only 3 people enter, there will be some surplus resources inside. However, if only 25 people enter, it will be a little tight. In the beginning, the 7 prefectures divided the 24 people according to their top fighting strength. However, after tens of thousands of years, many people realized that because some of the forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor the last time they entered, the next time the Upper God Emperor made a move, they could easily snatch the quota for their forces. Therefore, in accordance with the principle of majority rule, they changed the rule of dividing the quota according to their top fighting strength. It was changed to the younger generation under 10,000 years old fighting for the quota to show absolute fairness. Moreover, by doing so, it also allowed the major forces to take the initiative to nurture the younger generation. After that, many forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor without entering the secret realms in the secret realms. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder the younger generation had to decide the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. It turned out that they were worried that some forces would have Upper God Emperors first and have an advantage in the next competition for the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. This was like a snowball rolling, getting bigger and bigger. As for those forces who had obtained the quota but did not have any Upper God Emperors, they would definitely not be able to compete in the future. The first place of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet can fight for 4 quotas for the forces behind them. The second and third place can fight for 3 quotas for the forces behind them. The 4th to 10th place can fight for 2 quotas for the forces behind them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and could not help but ask curiously, Elder Zhen, what if 2 or more monstrous young geniuses are born in a force at the same time and 2 or more of them enter the top 10 at the same time? If the number of quotas they snatch exceeds the number of middle god emperors in the force behind them, what about the remaining quotas? Give them to the lower god emperors in the force behind them? Duan Lingtian had just thought of this question. Of course. Zhen Pingfan nodded. However, giving the lower god emperors a chance to enter is actually a bit of a waste. Of course, if there are extra quotas, they can choose to give them to others. They can even auction them. Chapter 4001. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the 7 prefectures' feast's purpose. Everything was for the sake of the secret territory in the Saint Land. The secret territory in the Saint Land was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. It contained an opportunity for an intermediate god emperor to become an upper god emperor. It was enough to make those who had little hope of becoming an upper god emperor go crazy. No wonder Chunying School was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I can make it into the top 10, it'll be a huge gain compared to what they invested in me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he really made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast, Chunying School would not mistreat him. Moreover, after returning from the 7 Kills Valley, he had received another batch of cultivation resources from Chunying School. They were even more generous than the last time. Duan Lingtian knew that Chunying School was so generous because he had displayed strength that surpassed Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi clan in the 7 Kills Valley. Previously, Chunying School had only expected him to make it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast. Now, he wanted to make it into the top 3. Of course, even if he did not make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures' feast, Chunying School would not blame him. After all, Chunying School only wanted Duan Lingtian to make it into the top 3 of the 10. Cultivate well and try your best to become stronger. As far as I know, the other 2 prefectures should have some trump cards up their sleeves for the 7 prefectures' feast this time. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He was not worried that Duan Lingtian would be complacent. Instead, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be mentally prepared. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan naturally realized that although Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely mature. As expected of a genius who had fought his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the geniuses from the other 6 prefectures. Even in Tonglang province, he didn't dare to say that the geniuses from the other forces were inferior to Ma Qihong. Who knew whether or not they had hidden trump cards, all for the sake of winning by surprise at the 7 prefectures' feast when others were careless. This was not impossible. If he hid himself and kept a low profile, he might be able to strike at the critical moment. If he wanted to trick him, the other party was destined to waste his efforts. He had experienced too much since he came from the mundane realms. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could cost him his life. In the past, the number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The date of the 7 Prefectures feast was getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly as the young geniuses of the 7 prefectures worked hard to cultivate and improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, the various top emperor god forces in the 7 prefectures began to make their moves. Most of them were preparing to depart for the 7 prefectures feast. The 7 prefectures feast was held once every 10,000 years. It was held in Tungleng Province, Qing State Prefecture, and the other prefectures. This time, it was the turn of a prefecture called Mystic Jade Prefecture. There were a total of 6 top emperor god forces in Mystic Jade Prefecture. One of the emperor god forces even had an upper-level emperor god. He had broken through after the 7 prefectures feast 2 years ago. He had broken through in the Holy Land's secret realm. However, this upper-level emperor god was old and did not have many years left to live. It was said that he had been severely injured during the previous heavenly tribulation. He broke through to the upper-level emperor realm 20,000 years ago and was severely injured during the most recent heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this from Jinping Fan. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even if a middle-level emperor god would definitely die during the next heavenly tribulation, as long as he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm before the heavenly tribulation arrived, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 20,000 years, right? Could it be that he was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm and left behind some hidden injuries? That's why he was dragged down by his old injuries after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. That's not the case. Jinping Fan shook his head. Before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he was indeed injured. However, a few thousand years after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his injuries completely healed. At that time, it was still easy for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next few thousand years, because his cultivation did not improve, it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. 8,000 years ago, he was injured for the first time. Although it was only a light injury, it was still an injury. After that, the injuries he suffered became more and more serious. After listening to Jinping Fan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized the reason. It turned out that after that person broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his strength increased very slowly. In fact, there was even a period of time when he did not improve at all. 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, each time stronger than the last. Although he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he did not manage to catch up with the growth rate of the heavenly tribulation. Sooner or later, he would not be able to escape death. Jinping Fan sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his gaze also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, he thought of his family members. In the future, should he let his family members break through to the Divine King realm? If they broke through, they would have to start fighting against the heavens. If they did not break through, although their strength would be slightly weaker, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. It's better to let them choose for themselves. When he thought of his family members, including his own children, who were already adults, Duan Lingtian shook his head for a moment. He felt that there was no need for him to care too much. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps, for some people, instead of suppressing their cultivation base and not raising it, it would be better for them to indulge themselves. Even if they died in the end, they would not regret it. Elder Zhen, I only know that we'll be leaving in a month. May I know when exactly we'll be leaving? The reason Duan Lingtian was with Jinping Fan was because the Chunying school was about to head to the Profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet. The 7 Mansions banquet would not wait for everyone to arrive before it began. It had a fixed date, and usually, one would have to arrive at the destination in advance. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had been awakened by the news that he would be leaving the sect in a month's time to head to the 7 Mansions banquet. 9 days later. Duan Lingtian did not know the exact time, but that did not mean that Jinping Fan did not know. It was precisely because the departure time was getting closer and closer that he came to chat with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not want to delay Duan Lingtian's cultivation. 9 days? That's soon. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Master, how's your main body doing? Recently, not only was Duan Lingtian in closed-door cultivation, but his clone in the lower secondary realms was also in closed-door cultivation to focus on his cultivation. Although his main body would not be affected if his main body was in closed-door cultivation, his main body was in closed-door cultivation. However, if his main body was not in closed-door cultivation with his main body, the effect of his main body's closed-door cultivation would be greatly reduced. After his main body came out of closed-door cultivation, his main body came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Then, he looked for his master, Feng Qingyang's main body, and asked about his master's situation in the realms of gods. Not bad. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and did not say much. Duan Lingtian did not press the matter. After all, he had asked his master many times about his main body's situation in the realms of gods. However, his master did not tell him the details each time. Naturally, he knew his master was only acting this way because he did not want to worry him. At the same time, he did not want to make up lies to deceive him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian gave up on asking his master. The 7 Mansions banquet is about to begin, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's only half a year left before the 7 Mansions banquet begins. The Chunying school will depart in 9 days and head to the profound Jade Mansion where the 7 Mansions banquet will be held. Are you confident? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for top 3 or even first place, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if the other 6 mansions and the 3 Grand God Emperor forces in Tungleng province have any trump cards up their sleeves. Sometimes, what's exposed might not be the best. 9 days later, 2 spaceships appeared outside the Chunying school's estate. This time, the 2 people leading the Pure Sun sect to participate in the 7 prefectures feast were both middle god emperors. One of them was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny, Yi Qianfeng. The other person was the old ancestor of the tyrant saber progeny, Lu Fenggu. Although Lu Fenggu was not as strong as Yi Qianfeng, he was still slightly stronger than the other intermediate god emperors in the Chunying school. 2 flying ships, one on the left and one on the right, were flying side by side. They were both flying at the speed of a high-level god emperor. One of the spaceships belonged to Yi Qianfeng. The other was Lu Fenggu's spaceship. Duan Lingtian, Jinping Fan, and the people from the Yun Feng progeny who were heading to the 7 Mansions banquet were all in Yi Qianfeng's spaceship. Lan Shilin's righteous progeny was also there. This time, the leader of the righteous progeny was the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, Lan Jingming. I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like Lan Shilin would have such a sensible great-grandfather like Elder Righteous. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian and Lan Jingming, the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, had met each other. However, Lan Jingming's enthusiasm made him feel as if they had known each other for many years. Moreover, Lan Jingming had brought Lan Shilin to Duan Lingtian and told him that if Lan Shilin dared to provoke Duan Lingtian in the future, Lan Jingming could directly kill him and the righteous progeny would not hold him accountable. Lan Shilin's face turned green when he heard Lan Jingming's words. If Duan Lingtian went crazy and killed him for no reason, then accused him of causing trouble first, wouldn't he die unjustly? Of course, what Lan Shilin did not know was that the reason Lan Jingming dared to say this was because he now understood Duan Lingtian and was sure that Duan Lingtian was not that kind of person. Chapter 4002. He's Duan Lingtian? He's really young. Hee hee. Not only does Duan Lingtian look young, but he's also really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian, who was in the airship, was the center of attention of the people from the other lineages for a long time after they departed. In the past, he only had a reputation from the outside world. Now, he truly had the ability to convince people in Chunying school. He gave people a feeling that he deserved his reputation and was no longer doubted by many people like before. Now, many of the young disciples in the spaceship had gone to the Seven Kills Valley with Duan Lingtian and had seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes. Because of this, with their confirmation, the others completely believed in Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, the mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl at that time was enough to let people know more about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At some point, a young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. At the same time, there seemed to be a sense of coldness around him at all times. Previously, he stood to the side and did not smile. But now, after coming to Duan Lingtian's side, he forced a smile on his face. Just as Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him in confusion, Jinping Fan, who was standing a distance away, happened to see the situation here. When he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face, he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian through telepathy. Duan Lingtian, this is the last disciple of my senior brother Yi Tong. Yi Tong. Upon hearing Jinping Fan's words, an old figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the Hidden Sword Branch's elder Jingshu, Yi Tong, who had led a few young prodigies of the Hidden Sword Branch to the Seven Kills Valley with him last time. However, since Yi Chenfeng was leading the team this time, Yi Tong did not go with him. As for the Yun Feng bloodline, the forefather, Jinping Fan didn't personally take action. The one leading the group was still Jinping Fan, and it could only be Jinping Fan. After all, excluding the headmaster of Chunying School, Yun Peak only had 2 emperor gods. As for the headmaster of Chunying School, he usually wouldn't personally lead a team to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. It had always been like this, because he controlled the sect-protecting formation of Chunying School's encampment. If something unexpected happened, he might not be able to make it back in time even if he went to the 7 prefectures feast. I'm Yi Inkai, a disciple of Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword Sect, Yi Tong. Although the young man in white had a cold temperament, he was very polite. Due to Yi Chenfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of the Hidden Sword progeny. He quickly responded with a smile, I've heard of your name before, but I can't believe you're actually Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Master Yi Tong is very lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you. Duan Lingtian said. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Yi Inkai a long time ago. Before he came to Chunying School, there were a few names in Chunying School that symbolized the strongest battle prowess of the Chunying School's younger generation. One of them was Yi Inkai. However, before today, Duan Lingtian only knew that Yi Inkai was the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng of the Hidden Sword Sect. He didn't know that he was Yi Tong's disciple. After all, Yi Chenfeng had many disciples in the Hidden Sword Sect. He even had 2 lesser god emperors. Yi Inkai shook his head, it's not that master is lucky. It's I, Yi Inkai, who was lucky enough to become master's disciple. That's why I am where I am today. When he said this, Yi Inkai's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he realized that Yi Inkai respected Yi Tong from the bottom of his heart. His evaluation of Yi Inkai improved imperceptibly. Yi Inkai comes from a god-emperor clan. At this time, Jinping Fan's voice transmission reached Duan Lingtian's ears. However, that god-emperor clan was destroyed by a god-emperor of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Back then, Uncle Master Yi happened to pass by and saw him in his swaddling clothes. She felt compassion for him and wanted to save him. When the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Emperor God expert saw Uncle Master Yi's appearance, he didn't continue to eliminate him. However, after Master Yi returned, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness quickly came to find Master Yi. They wanted Master Yi to promise that the infant wouldn't know the truth. They didn't want anyone in Chunying School to become an enemy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Because of this, very few people know about Yi Inkai's background. I'm afraid only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and a few people from the Yun Peak faction know about it. Now, there's you. Duan Lingtian, I'm telling you this because I trust that you'll keep your mouth shut. Yi Yingkai mustn't know about this. Otherwise, it won't be good for him. Zhen Pingfan reminded him as he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. Yi Yingkai found out about his background. He's an orphan. Master Yi brought him back to the sect and he became Yi Tong's disciple. Zhen Pingfan said. At the same time, the serious expression on Yi Yingcai's face gradually faded. He chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer and asked him about cultivation before he left. During this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingcai's attitude toward him had changed significantly. When Yi Yingcai first approached him, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, at this moment, his arrogance was completely gone. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that when he asked about cultivation, Duan Lingtian's answers made him ponder deeply. It made him realize the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. In fact, the reason Duan Lingtian had so many tricks up his sleeves was because he had cultivated many cultivation methods from the mundane realms to the Devata realms and the realms of gods. He had come into contact with many cultivation methods from the mundane realms, the Devata realms, and the realms of gods. Based on his past experiences, he could often use some of the tricks he had learned in the past. Although it was not very helpful, it was still much better than cultivating in a serious manner. Perhaps it was because Yi Yingkai took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Many young disciples from the Chunying school also stepped forward to greet Duan Lingtian. Among them, there was no lack of outgoing and enthusiastic people. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not put on airs just because he was famous in the Chunying school. Everyone had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, you're amazing. You actually defeated Ma Qihong. You'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 prefectures banquet ends, I'll treat you to a drink. I have some good wine brewed from my family's precious treasures. We'll celebrate with you at that time. We won't leave until we're drunk. Senior brother Duan, my innate talent and comprehension ability are not as good as yours. However, a genius like you definitely needs to spend all his time cultivating. In the future, if you have any trivial matters, just send me a message. As long as it's within my ability, I'll solve it for you immediately. When the group of young disciples saw Duan Lingtian did not put on airs and had a good temper, they were happy to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, most importantly, the natural talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian revealed so far caused them to feel inferior. It was even to the extent that it was difficult for them to even arouse feelings of jealousy. All they could feel was envy. Moreover, in their opinion, befriending Duan Lingtian now would only bring them benefits and no harm. Otherwise, when Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, it would definitely be a different situation if they tried to befriend Duan Lingtian again. While Duan Lingtian was dealing with the group of young disciples, the leaders of the other branches who were heading to the 7 prefectures banquet this time were either the ancestors of their respective branches or the god emperors of their respective branches. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. High innate talent and comprehension ability, but not the slightest bit of arrogance. If Duan Lingtian is willing to stay in Chunying school in the future, he'll be able to take over the position of sect leader. That's enough to convince everyone. I'm afraid that's not very likely. In the past, Duan Lingtian was strongly wooed by the Jade Sun branch, so he expressed that he would not stay in Chunying school. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Chunying school. Speaking of that matter, this Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. If it were an ordinary person with bad intentions, I'm afraid that they would pretend to agree to the Jade Sun branch, gain benefits, and then leave Chunying school after they've grown up. This Duan Lingtian's character is indeed unquestionable. Even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he had unknowingly received so much praise. Unlike the spaceship controlled by Yi Chenfeng, where most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, the other spaceship controlled by the tyrannical Blade Branch's ancestor, Lu Fenggu, was filled with people chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Among them, there were a few people who were constantly glancing at each other. These people were among the stronger members of Chunying School's younger generation. They were existences on par with the hidden sword branch's prodigy, Yi Yingkai. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged as if he had been forgotten. Senior brother, what's wrong with Xianxia? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person after going out with you and coming back? A middle-aged man asked the old man beside him in confusion. The old man was the leader of the Pingxing branch in Chunying school this time. He was the son of the Pingxing branch's ancestor, Yuan Hanjin, and also young Xianxia's master. As for the middle-aged man, he was his junior brother, another Jade Void elder of the Pingxing branch. He probably still hasn't recovered from what happened to his father. Faced with his junior brother's question, Yuan Hanjin glanced at the cold figure sitting cross-legged in the corner and shook his head. Senior brother. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Yuan Hanjin. I've also heard about his father. The person who killed his father is the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong. You really don't plan to help him? Although I can't do anything to him in the Sky Dragon sect, and I can't do anything to him in the open. Did he not leave the Sky Dragon sect? As long as we're willing, it won't be difficult to find a good opportunity. Chapter 4003. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at his junior brother and said, You don't have to care about this anymore. You don't have to say anything. It's best for Xianxia to avenge his father himself. Don't tell Xianxia this. Otherwise, you'll be misleading him and telling him that I don't want to avenge him. Yuan Hanjin's eyes turned cold as he spoke. His junior brother nodded. Senior brother, I understand. I won't interfere in this anymore. Senior brother is right. It's best for Xianxia to avenge his father himself. Looking at how hard he's working now, it's obvious that he's motivated by hatred. He looked at young Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He was cultivating diligently, ignoring everything around him. It's good that you know. Yuan Hanjin retracted his cold gaze. His originally solemn expression eased up in an instant. At the same time, he said to his junior brother through voice transmission, There's one more thing that I can tell you in advance. My disciple has already broken through to the medium-level godly emperor layer. He has consolidated his medium-level godly emperor cultivation. Also, his mastery of the laws has increased by a lot. Now, in Chunying school, apart from Duan Lingtian, no one under 10,000 years old can compete with him. As Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, there was a hint of pride in his tone. What? Yuan Hanjin's junior brother was shocked when he heard Yuan Hanjin's voice transmission. Xianxia is so strong now. How is this possible? He was well aware of young Xianxia's strength. In the past, young Xianxia was only slightly stronger than his most outstanding disciple. However, his master said young Xianxia's strength was only second to Duan Ling Tian among the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Sun sect. You'll know whether it's possible or not after the 7 prefectures feast. Yuan Hanjin did not mind his junior brother's suspicion. Also, think about it carefully. Have I, your senior brother, ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. Senior brother, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that this is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while. The middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. It was impossible for his senior brother to lie. However, young Xianxia's improvement in the past few decades had truly shocked him. A person who had just consolidated his cultivation as a low-level divine emperor had not only stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm in a few short decades, but had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws had improved as well. Could it be that his father's death provoked him and caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds? He knew what kind of talent young Xianxia had. Young Xianxia's improvement in the past few decades was really abnormal. That was the only explanation he could think of. If the father of one of my disciples was also killed, would they also be able to advance by leaps and bounds like Xianxia? As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the middle-aged man. No, this won't work. If they find out about this in the future, I'll become their father's murderer. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man recalled another matter. He looked at his senior brother Yuan Hanjin again, and his heart trembled. I've investigated it before. Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, isn't a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, although the Myriad Devils sect has done some stupid things in the past, they've also paid a huge price. Long Qingchong doesn't have any motive to kill Lan Qing. However, the floating image pearl's image can't be fake. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Lan Qing, but he still did it. What could make him do such a thing? Or is it possible that it was someone who made Long Qing rush out to kill the other party? The middle-aged man shuddered when he thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. No. It couldn't be. Senior brother couldn't be that kind of person. Absolutely not. The two Emperor-grade spaceships of the Chunying School left the Chunying School at the speed of an Emperor-grade god. After some time, they left the Tungleng province. However, after leaving the Tungleng province, the spaceship slowed down to the speed of a lesser Emperor-grade god. At this speed, even the young disciples of the Divine Emperor realm could vaguely see the scenery outside through the surrounding scenery. We've entered the state capital of Qing. The voice of Patriarch Lan Jingming of the righteous lineage was heard from the spaceship. His voice wasn't loud, so those who were cultivating wouldn't be affected. However, those who weren't cultivating would be able to hear him. It was only then that they realized they had left the Tungleng province. State capital of Qing. This is the state capital of Qing. This is the first time I've walked out of the Tungleng province. The scenery of the state capital of Qing doesn't look much different from the Tungleng province. This is the state capital of Qing, adjacent to the Tungleng province. It's the same mountain range. How different can it be? After Lan Jingming informed them that they had left the Tungleng province and entered the state capital of Qing, most of them were young, so many of them started to become active. Even Duan Lingtian was looking outside. This was also his first time leaving the Tungleng province after coming to the Xiangang land. There are only 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing, which is one less than the Tungleng province. Lan Jingming continued to introduce the state capital of Qing. The 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing are the Heaven's Roar sect, the Puppet Villa, the Frigid Ice sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fort. The first 3 of them exist in the form of sects, which is similar to the Chunying School. As for the 10,000 Swords Fort, it's a family, the Sword Deity family. In the current generation of the 10,000 Swords Fort, there are 3 people who have mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle. It is said that one of them is expected to master the sword principle soon. Of course, this news came from the 10,000 Swords Fort, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Lan Jingming's introduction piqued the interest of the young disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard of the state capital of Qing before, they did not know much about it. Now that Lan Jingming was telling them these things that they did not know, they were naturally very interested. Currently, the most powerful force in the state capital of Qing is the Heaven's Roar sect. In the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago, a young disciple from the Heaven's Roar sect made it to the top 10 and won 2 places for the Heaven's Roar sect to enter the secret land of the Holy Land. This time, one of the disciples from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully broke through to the Senior Emperor realm and became the first Senior Emperor realm in the state capital of Qing in the past 20,000 years. As Lan Jingming spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Emperor Realm Elder in the 7 Kills Valley in Heping City in the Emperor Battle Realm seemed to have mentioned this as well. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet from the Puppet Villa was also present, and he was also an Emperor Realm expert. The 2 of them had a battle of words, from individuals to sects behind them, and neither of them gave in to the other. As Lan Jingming continued, Duan Lingtian and the rest gained a deeper understanding of the state capital of Qing. At the same time, they also knew that there were many young experts in the state capital of Qing. There is a young genius from the Heaven's Roar sect in the state capital of Qing. 1,000 years ago, he fought with Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family, but he was slightly inferior. Now, he might have already defeated Ma Qihong. When they heard Lan Jingming's words, someone immediately questioned, "Ancestor, that person was defeated by Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. How could he defeat Ma Qihong now?" Ma Qihong has already entered the upper divine emperor realm. Ma Qihong was only a middle divine emperor 1,000 years ago, and he was defeated by him. How could he surpass him now? How could this be possible? When Lan Jingming heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "What if I told you that the genius from the Heaven's Roar sect just turned 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Now, 1,000 years have passed. Although the Heaven's Roar sect has kept this information secret, I still think that he has most likely entered the upper divine emperor realm, and he might have entered the upper divine emperor realm earlier than Ma Qihong." When Lan Jingming said this, the people who were still doubting him immediately fell silent at this moment. 1,000 years ago, a genius from the Heaven's Roar sect who had just turned 5,000 years old was slightly inferior to Ma Qihong. 1,000 years later, Ma Qihong had entered the upper divine emperor realm, so how could that person have stayed the same? That person was a few thousand years younger than Ma Qihong, but he was still slightly inferior to Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. This meant that his talent and comprehension were stronger than Ma Qihong's. Now, 1,000 years had passed, and Ma Qihong had already broken through to the upper divine emperor realm for more than 100 years. I didn't expect the Heaven's Roar sect to have such a genius. I've never heard of him before. Many people sighed. Yes, I know that there are a few outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Heaven's Roar sect, but they are all 8 or 9,000 years old. I've never heard of anyone who is only 6,000 years old. Now, it seems like the Heaven's Roar sect has hidden him. The Heaven's Roar sect must have done this to catch Ma Qihong off guard during the Seven Mansions banquet. That person is probably stronger than Ma Qihong. Perhaps, he can even stand shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. As the crowd chatted, their eyes unconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lan Jingming also looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you encounter that person from the Heaven's Roar sect, you must not be careless." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful." Duan Lingtian thanked Lan Jingming repeatedly. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the other 6 mansions would not reveal their trump cards. It was all for the sake of unexpectedly using this trump card at the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, even though Duan Lingtian felt that his strength was not bad, he still felt slightly pressured. Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tungleng province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that 1 or 2 forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other 3 forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tungleng province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other 4 forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the Machi clan, Ma Qihong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Machi clan. However, later on, Jinping Fan told him that the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other 4 forces in Tungleng province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunying school, which was as famous as them in Tungleng province. At the very least, according to Jinping Fan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Machi Lu Su, the head of the Machi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunying school must have planted many spies in the 4 forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other 4 forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunying school. However, according to Jinping Fan, the other 4 forces were definitely not as good as the Chunying school. This was because among the 5 forces in Tungleng province, the Chunying school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunying school had planted spies in the other 4 forces in Tungleng province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tungleng province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Zhen, how long will it take to reach the location of the Seven Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunying school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Jingming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Jingming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingxiu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunying school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long. Zhen Pingfan said, however, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or two on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunying school in the Seven Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chenfeng who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the Seven Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunying school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunying school had the same results as me in the 9 Seven Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10? What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chenfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunying school's number one person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunying school's number one expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old, actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Was the Seven Manners banquet so exaggerated? In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10? Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and Martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, actually, whether it's me or Martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years. Especially Martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the Seven Manners banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, Martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the Seven Manners banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to Martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the Seven Manners banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God-Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant. At this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young, before 10,000 years old? Researching multiple laws at the same time? In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this elder Zhen actually went to research this? Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by Elder Zhen. He could only say that Elder Zhen was too naive when he was young. As for Junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the mystic gangland, his foundation was weak and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunying school that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate God-Emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate God-Emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned Yi Qinfeng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Qinfeng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Qinfeng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Qinfeng. However, after a while, he was defeated by Yi Qinfeng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Qinfeng was not even as strong as him. After the Seven Mansions banquet, Yi Qinfeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhen Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhen Yinfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhen Yinfeng. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, Yi Qinfeng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Ye's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Ye's level and surpass him. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tungleng province in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Zhen, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last Seven Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower god emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower god emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher god emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower god emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tungleng province. It is the person from the Heavens Roar sect of the state capital of Qing who fought for an opportunity for the higher god emperor of the Heavens Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet and has not broken through to the lower god emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then, and this was now. Perhaps it was referring to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 years ago, the two of them represented Tungleng province's Chunying school and the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. how many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the 7 prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Jinping Fan and Yi Qianfeng. Especially Yi Qianfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Jinping Fan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Qianfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Jinping Fan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Qianfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Jinping Fan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Jingming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface, so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunying School would participate in the 7 prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Qianfeng's voice fell, Yi Qianfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then, he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Qianfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course, our Chunying School doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunying School, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Qianfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact, he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunying School entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunying School entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a God Emperor level force. However, this God Emperor level force was just an ordinary God Emperor level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God Emperor level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunying School disembarked from the God Emperor level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Qianfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunying School. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunying School was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tungleng province that Chunying School's Yi Qianfeng had a full soul superior divine sword and his strength was comparable to a higher Emperor God. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunying School was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Qianfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and look down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunying School's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Qianfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunying School, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunying School, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunying School disciples coming out. Duan Lingtian, shall we go for a walk? Yi Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, he might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunying School disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yi Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yi Yingkai's indifference made them stop. Yi Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he is very amiable. A Chunying School disciple said. If you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yi Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yi Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us, even the disciples of the hidden sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people. Another Chunying School disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunying School disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster. Yi Yingkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Amazing. Yi Yingkai sighed. The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place. Yi Yingkai paused for a moment before he continued, now, there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingtian. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me. Yi Yingkai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly. Yi Yingkai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yingkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Yingkai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Yingkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Yingcai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingcai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally, they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Yingcai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yi Yingcai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. Brother Fu Qi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you. When Yi Yingcai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yi Yingcai and said to the young man beside him as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yi Yingcai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yi Yingcai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Jin say that Yi Yingcai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yi Yingcai. Yi Yingcai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yi Yingcai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "Fu Qi." At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yi Yingcai also regained his senses and immediately responded to Yi Yingcai's question. The reason why Fu Qi responded to Yi Yingcai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yi Yingcai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yi Yingcai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. "Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fu Qi? Look! This white-robed youth looks exactly like Fu Qi. Oh my God! They really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then, when Fu Qi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son. 2 sons? Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yi Yingcai and Fu Qi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Qi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women like to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yi Yingcai was still looking at Fu Qi. "I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter." Duan Lingtian knew about Yi Yingcai's past from Jinping Fan. Jinping Fan had also reminded him not to tell Yi Yingcai about his background. This was also because Chunying's school had promised the alliance of benevolence and justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chenfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chenfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yi Yingcai and Fu Qi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for two people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife, Ker, had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. Elder Yi, if this is really Yi Yingcai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly said, let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met? Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later. Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chenfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chenfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chenfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. Why do I feel that? Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Yingkai will find out about his background? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Yingcai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Yingkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Zhen was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Zhen Pingfan and told him what had happened. Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now, it seems like this is a trap. A trap to let Yi Qicai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Qicai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chenfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chenfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Xianxia from the Pingxing clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Yingkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I, and even the Chunying school, did not tell Yingkai about his background. In the future, even if the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunying school. All of this was indeed Yi Chenfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Chenfeng had brought Yi Qicai back to the Pure Sun sect, he had deliberately investigated the family Yi Qicai belonged to, as well as Yi Qicai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yi Qicai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a god emperor rank family. A god emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this, because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yi Qicai the truth. He even ordered his disciple, Yi Tong, not to tell Yi Yingkai the truth. Until the last time, when he saw Yang Xianxia's improvement, by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunying school, a god emperor rank sect in Tungleng province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a god emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year, on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. You have a twin brother? Yi Qicai was shocked. Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother? Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Yingkai to meet his mother. Yi Yingkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. Hey! I still don't know your name. Yi Yingkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. How should I address you, miss? I'm Fu Yi. Brother Fu Qi, this is my cousin. Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin, Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Yi was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Yingkai and him first and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss, Young Master Fu Qi. As a god-emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of snow forest city. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Yi and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Yi that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the God Emperor family, the Shui family. It could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Yi's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yi Yizai and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Yingkai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, her beautiful face turned pale. Hello, madam. Yi Yingkai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Yingcai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. Chapter 4007. Yi Yingcai's arrival at the Fu family was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. He found out about his identity and confirmed that he was Fu Qi's twin brother. Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Their mother was called Fu Xiaofeng. She was an elder of the Fu family and the younger sister of the current head of the Fu family. She was also the only daughter of the head of the Fu family. A long time ago, Fu Xiaofeng had married into another God King clan in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture. However, because that God King clan was in trouble, Fu Xiaofeng's husband broke off their relationship and sent her away in order to protect her. No one knew that Fu Xiaofeng's husband, who was Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi's father, did not have a son but a pair of twins with Fu Xiaofeng. To avoid suspicion from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, their father left Yi Yingkai behind. Fu Qi was taken away by Fu Xiaofeng and returned to the Fu family in the state capital of Qing. All these years, I thought that you had gone with your father. I really regret leaving you behind. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaofeng cried in front of Yi Yingkai. Fu Xiaofeng had never dreamt that she would be able to see her other child one day, the child who should have died thousands of years ago. Now, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed from Yi Chenfeng that he was saved by Yi Chenfeng after his family was destroyed. However, Yi Chenfeng did not tell him who destroyed his family. He only told him where he was saved. The place was exactly the same as what Fu Xiaofeng had told him. Mother, unlike Fu Xiaofeng, Yi Yingcai's eyes were red but his body was stiff. He did not know how to comfort his mother who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Mother, it's not your fault. Fu Qi spoke. Given the situation back then, only one of us could survive. Even now, if I were to go back in time, I would be willing to be the one who stayed. I believe that my little brother is not an unreasonable person. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. He also did not expect that this was actually his twin brother, the twin brother who should have died several thousand years ago. Child, what happened to you? How are you still alive? Did those bastards from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness adopt you? Fu Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this and her expression changed. No. Yi Yingkai shook his head. When he heard his mother mention the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Yi Yingkai. Hearing Yi Yingkai's words, Fu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask about Yi Yingkai's situation over the years. When she found out that Yi Yingkai was saved by Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the Chunying school's hidden sword lineage, and that he had entered the Chunying school's hidden sword lineage, Fu Xiaofeng was both shocked and happy for her son. Beside him, Fu Qi and Fu Ya were also shocked at this moment. Especially Fu Ya. Fu Ya stared at Yi Yingkai with her mouth agape. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you are also a disciple of the Chunying school? You are Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Fu Xiaofeng looked at Duan Lingtian. This young man in purple who came with her son whom she thought had died many years ago was actually the prodigy of the Chunying school, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only known in Tungleng province. Even in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tungleng province, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, including Fu Xiaofeng, the elder of the Fu family in Snow Forest City. Fu Xiaofeng heard about Duan Lingtian from her elder brother, who was the head of the family, by chance. She found out that Duan Lingtian had defeated the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province, Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family. Greetings, madam. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Fu Xiaofeng in greeting. Auntie, you know Duan Lingtian? Is he very famous? Fu Ya was a little surprised. Fu Qi, who was beside her, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled. Have you heard of the prodigy of the Ma Qi family, Ma Qihong of the Tungleng province? In terms of reputation in the state capital of Qing, Ma Qihong, who used to be the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province, was more famous than Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, it had only happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the state capital of Qing was not as good as Ma Qihong's. I've heard of him. Fu Ya nodded. Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family was the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. He was very famous a long time ago. Fu Qi nodded. Obviously, he knew Ma Qihong as well. Fu Xiaofeng continued, 10 years ago, in the Seven Kills Valley of Tungleng province, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old defeated Ma Qihong and became the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. Fu Ya and Fu Qi were naturally shocked when they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. Fu Ya in particular, had a look of disbelief on her face. Auntie, is this news true? Someone defeated Ma Qihong? Moreover, it was someone who was not even 3,000 years old? The prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province has changed? Why didn't I know about it? Fu Ya obviously could not accept this fact at that moment. Fu Qi, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew his mother very well. If it was not related to the matter in front of them, his mother would not have suddenly brought up this matter at this time. However, Fu Qi guessed something, but Fu Ya didn't. She continued to ask Fu Xiaofeng. You can ask your uncle and you'll know. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fu Ya dotingly and said with a smile, instead of worrying about this, why don't you pay attention to why I suddenly brought this up at this time? And Fu Ya wasn't a stupid person. She was too shocked to react earlier. Now that her auntie had reminded her, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and widened her eyes. Auntie, you mean? Duan Lingtian is the person who defeated Ma Qihong 10 years ago. He is not even 3,000 years old, but he is already the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. Fuya Er's eyes widened as if she had just met Duan Lingtian. Yes. Fu Xiaofeng nodded. I heard that Duan Lingtian was the prodigy of Chunyang School. Now, my son is traveling with him as a disciple of Chunyang School. His name is Duan Lingtian, so it's obvious that they are the same person. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Yi Yingkai as she spoke. It's him. Yi Yingkai nodded. After his identity was exposed, Fuya and Fu Xiaofeng did not dare to treat Duan Lingtian as they did before. They treated Duan Lingtian as a guest of honor. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not take it anymore. He found an excuse and left the Fu family, leaving Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have an enemy from Chunyang School's hidden sword branch. Although this enemy is not strong, he has a powerful backer. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought of Yi Chenfeng. He had a feeling that this matter was related to Yi Chenfeng. Perhaps Yi Chenfeng was behind this. As for the purpose, perhaps it was to reunite Yi Yingkai with his family, or perhaps it was to give Yi Yingkai some pressure when he faced the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, who had killed his father. But if it's the latter, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great, right? Although Yi Yingkai looked calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not calm on the inside. It was a good thing that he had found his family. But it was not a good thing to know that there was such a powerful enemy who had killed his father. After leaving the Fu family, Duan Lingtian walked around Snow Forest City, bought some things, and prepared to go back. Near the entrance of the inn, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing on the side of the road. After he returned, the person walked toward him. When the person walked over, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Yang Qinya, whom he had met once at the Tianlong clan. Back then, people from the Chunyang School had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. Yang Qinya had led the team. At that time, there were a few other spirit void elders from the Chunyang School who had come with Yang Qinya. Qin Weiyang from the Yun Peak branch was one of them. That was also the first time Duan Lingtian had met Yang Qinya. As for the rumors, he had heard about Yang Qinya when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. What's the matter? Seeing Yang Qinya walking toward him, Duan Lingtian paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Yang Qinya was with him. When he was at the Chunyang School, he had seen Yang Qinya before he left. However, Yang Qinya was not in the same spaceship as him. Instead, Yang Qinya had boarded the spaceship controlled by the patriarch of the tyrannical saber branch, Lu Fenggu. The Pingxing branch that Yang Qinya belonged to was closer to the tyrannical saber branch. The patriarch of the Pingxing branch and Lu Fenggu of the tyrannical saber branch came from the same master, Duan Lingtian. Yang Qinya walked up to Duan Lingtian and said in a cold voice, "Tell Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, for me. One day, I will avenge my father with my own hands." Your father? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yang Qinya's words. He remembered that Yang Qinya's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect. Although they did not share the same surname, it was rumored that Lan Qing had given his only son the surname of his deceased wife to commemorate her death. Also, one day, I will defeat you. Yang Qinya looked at Duan Lingtian again. His deep gaze made Duan Lingtian feel that Yang Qinya was completely different from before. Even before they left, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Yang Qinya was very different from before. Now that Yang Qinya was standing in front of him, the feeling was even stronger. Chapter 4008. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Yang Qinya returned to the inn. What was going on with Yang Qinya? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qinya's figure disappearing at the entrance of the inn, he sent out a message as he walked into the inn. "Clan leader, is it convenient now?" Duan Lingtian sent a message to Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. "It's convenient." Long Qingchong quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. "What's the matter?" Is something the matter? Now, according to the time, you should be heading to the mysterious Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, right? Although the Tianlong clan was not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, they knew that it would be held in the mysterious Jade Mansion. I'm already on my way. Duan Lingtian said. On your way? In the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong's eyes lit up when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast. Clan leader, have you heard about what happened 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but he still asked out of politeness. After all, even an elder of a divine emperor clan in the Qingzhou prefecture knew about what he did in the Seven Kills Valley 10 years ago. How could Long Qingchong not know about it, as the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, a divine emperor clan in Tungleng province? Of course, there was another possibility that Long Qingchong might not know about. That was, Long Qingchong had been in the emperor battle dimension for the past 10 years and had only come out today. In this case, Long Qingchong might not know. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, even in the emperor battle dimension, there were peace zones, such as Sky Dragon City and Peace City, where Long Qingchong could receive news of the outside world. Unless Long Qingchong only came out of the quasi-emperor battlefield in the emperor battle dimension today. I've heard. Long Qingchong laughed and said, if I haven't heard of this, then I, as the clan head of the Tianlong clan, would be too ignorant. At this moment, Long Qingchong had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was not ordinary and that he was an outstanding prodigy even in Xunying School and had a chance to represent Xunying School in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures and take one of the top 10 places, he was still a genius. Of course, it was only a possibility and not absolute. What he didn't expect was that not long after Duan Lingtian went to Xunying School, with the support of Xunying School, he became a medium divine emperor. 2 years after he had broken through to become a mid-level god emperor, he had defeated Ma Qihong in the Seven Kills Valley. Ma Qihong was no stranger to Long Qingchong. He was the most talented person in the history of the Ma Qi family, one of the top 5 forces in Tungleng province. He was also the pride of the Ma Qi family and the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tungleng province. The number 1 person under 10,000 years old. However, such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The prodigy from the Tianlong clan had defeated Ma Qihong. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard that. Then, he got to the point. Sect leader, have you been paying attention to the Million Demons sect recently? Did something happen to the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Duan Lingtian did not directly mention the message that Yang Qinya had asked him to pass on. Instead, he made a guess. You've heard about it too. Long Qingchong's tone suddenly changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me this. The sect leader of the Million Demons sect, Lan Qing, is dead. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard Long Qingchong's words. Could it be the death of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Devil sect, that caused such a drastic change in Yang Qinya? Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Long Qingchong asked. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he heard that. He told Long Qingchong what had happened earlier. Yang Qinya came to you and asked you to tell me that he'll avenge his father with his own hands one day? Long Qingchong repeated when he heard that. Then, he smiled faintly. It seems like he also thinks that I killed his father. Sect leader, what's going on? Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. Lan Qing was killed. The Million Demons sect is saying that I killed Lan Qing. Long Qingchong said. If I tell you that it wasn't me, would you believe me? Long Qingchong asked. Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the Million Demons sect say that you killed their sect leader? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. It said that there's a floating image pearl that recorded the scene of me killing Lan Qing. However, the problem is that the person in the floating image pearl didn't reveal his true appearance. He only revealed his figure under his robe and the power of the law he used to attack. Long Qingchong said. If it was an ordinary person who saw the floating image pearl's reflection of me in the past, they might think that it was me because the person's attack was very similar to mine in the past. However, only those who know me well know that I'm no longer as ostentatious as before when I attack. The profundities that I've comprehended are from ostentatious to reserved. However, since that person did that, it's obvious that he wanted to pretend to be me to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. As for his motive, I've been investigating it recently, but I couldn't find anything. What's the point of slandering me for killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Could it be that he wanted Yang Qinya to hold a grudge and avenge his father? Or perhaps, he wanted the powerhouse from Chunying school behind Yang Qinya to kill me for him to avenge his father? Although Long Qingchong's tone was calm, Duan Ling Tian could hear the anger in his voice. When Duan Ling Tian finished listening to his words, he, naturally, could understand his feelings. It's not that I, Long Qingchong, am boasting. If I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect, I wouldn't have to hide. Moreover, if I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, do you think I would act so ostentatiously? Would everyone be able to guess that I was the culprit? Recently, I've been investigating who's pretending to be me. However, until now, I haven't found any useful clues. There's also the so-called floating image pearl that recorded me killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. Actually, if I think about it carefully, there's a problem. Since there's no third party present, why would there be such a floating image pearl? Did Lan Qing leave it behind himself? He knew he was going to die, so he used the floating image pearl to record everything? If Lan Qing left it behind, why wouldn't the other party discover it? If the other party was hiding, why would he leave behind a floating image pearl that recorded him killing Lan Qing? In any case, if I really was that person, I wouldn't have left behind such a floating image pearl. Of course, it's impossible that I didn't discover it. Speaking up to this point, Long Qingchong paused for a moment before continuing, and if that floating image pearl wasn't left behind by Lan Qing, could it have been left behind by the person who killed him? That person is hiding his head and tail. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Under such circumstances, why would he leave such a floating image pearl and let others guess his identity? There are too many loopholes in this matter. As long as you calm down and think about it, it won't be hard to figure it out. Duan Ling Tian, help me pass a message to Yang Qinya. I, Long Qingchong, said I didn't kill his father, so I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can come to the Tianlong clan to find me. In his eyes, I can make a move in front of him and dispel the doubts in his heart. Also, tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I, Long Qingchong, am not a big shot in Tongleng province, I won't take the blame for someone else for no reason. Long Qingchong paused again before continuing. Of course, if he doesn't believe me and insists on avenging his father, he can do as he pleases. I, Long Qingchong, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Ling Tian agreed without hesitation. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian stopped walking toward the courtyard where he was staying. He was going to look for Yang Qinya and tell him the message that Long Qingchong had asked him to. However, as he was walking back, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered that he did not know which guest room Yang Qinya was staying in. He only knew that the group of Chunying school disciples who had followed Yi Chenfeng were staying on the right side of the inn's backyard. On the other hand, the group of disciples who had followed Lu Fenggu were staying on the left side of the inn's backyard. Now that he had come to the left side, he did not know what to do next. He did not know where Yang Qinya was staying. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a person walking out of the courtyard in front of him. He quickly walked up to the person. Duan Lingtian? The person was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Naturally, as soon as he finished speaking, he thought it was impossible. He did not know Duan Lingtian. Why would Duan Lingtian look for him? Senior brother. Duan Lingtian greeted the person with a smile. Do you know which guest room Yang Qinya from Pingxing's branch is staying in? Duan Lingtian, don't call me senior brother. I don't deserve it. The Chunyang school disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian was a young man. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him senior brother, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. In Chunyang school, the strong are respected. If we are not from the same branch, even if we are of the same generation, I should call you senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pointed the way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, Yang Xianxia is staying in that room. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him again and again. Then, under the young man's gaze, he walked over to the courtyard. Duan Lingtian is going to look for Yang Xianxia? The young man was puzzled. Didn't Duan Lingtian not get along with Yang Xianxia when he was in the Tianlong clan? They can't be friends, right? On the other side, Yang Xianxia was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's visit, but his attitude was still cold. What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for Yang Xianxia, after frowning, he opened the door of the courtyard and walked in first. He didn't have any awareness of welcoming guests. Of course, he did not treat Duan Lingtian as a guest. Chapter 4009. If you have something to say, just say it. You've interrupted my cultivation. In the past, Yang Xianxia was extremely hostile to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that after his childhood friends, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun, died one after another because of Duan Lingtian, he even thought of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge them. However, there was an even greater hatred in his heart now. He wanted to avenge his father. The enemy he was currently targeting was Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. In front of Long Qingchong, who had killed his father, Duan Lingtian seemed insignificant. I've just communicated with Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Did you pass on my message? Yang Xianxia's eyes were slightly cold. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good, Yang Xianxia replied indifferently. Yang Xianxia faintly replied, if you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. He won't wait for long. Based on his words, it was clear he was very confident in his strength. Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Xianxia's cold gaze and said, Clan leader Long Qingchong asked me to tell you that he didn't kill your father. If he really wanted to kill your father and hide his identity, he wouldn't have left such obvious traces behind. Moreover, he said his profundities from the law are no longer comparable to the profundities he had in the past. The profundities of the law that the person who killed your father used to be similar to the profundities he had when he attacked many years ago. He asked me to tell you that you can verify it yourself. Also, the floating image pearl that recorded him killing your father, as well as the fact that he hid his identity and intentionally exposed himself. Based on what he said, don't you have any doubts? Lastly, he asked me to tell you that if you still think he killed your father and want to seek revenge, he'll be waiting for you at any time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said indifferently, Yang Xianxia, I don't have to say anything. However, I want to tell you something. It's best if you investigate the truth before you make a decision. Otherwise, even if you kill sect leader Long Qingchong in the future and think that you've avenged your father, what if the truth isn't so? Do you want to let the real culprit go unpunished? After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Yang Xianxia's response. He felt that he had said enough. As for what Yang Xianxia wanted to think, it was his own business. Duan Lingtian left just like that. Naturally, Yang Xianxia didn't send him off. However, after Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Xianxia's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he strangely discovered that his heart, which could only calm down when he was cultivating, had strangely calmed down. The memories that he didn't want to recall in the past began to surface in his mind. Due to Duan Lingtian's reminder, he began to think about the process of his father's death. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that there were indeed many suspicious points. If it's not Long Qingchong, who could it be? Although Yang Xianxia was eager to seek revenge, it did not mean that he was crazy. Previously, he was so focused on revenge because he valued his father's death too much. However, Duan Lingtian's words finally calmed him down. Duan Lingtian did not care about what would happen to Yang Qinya in the future. This was because he knew that he could not change anything. The decision was in Yang Qinya's hands. However, based on the fact that Yang Qinya had been able to cultivate until now, it was clear that he was not a fool and knew what to do. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the inn. He stayed in the inn and cultivated until the people from the Chunying school left Snow Forest City and set off for the Seven Mansions banquet, the mysterious Jade Mansion. From now on, there will be no rest. Yi Qinfeng's words reverberated in everyone's ears. Focus, especially those who are going to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. You will soon be competing with the geniuses of the Seven Mansions. I don't expect all of you to make it into the top 10 or top 30. However, as long as you can make it into the top 100, you will be rewarded handsomely. This time, there were a total of 66 young disciples from the Chunying school. Divided among each branch, there were more than 3 people. These 66 people were all celestial emperors under the age of 10,000 in the Chunying school. 66 celestial emperors under the age of 10,000. If this was in the Tongleng province, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary celestial emperor sect. For example, the heavenly dragon sect that Duan Lingtian had been in previously did not have many divine emperors below the age of 10,000 years old. They could be counted with one's fingers. However, in the Chunying school, which was also a celestial emperor sect, there were more than 60 of them. Of course, most of the 66 people were only lower celestial emperors. They were participating in the Seven Mansions banquet because they wanted to participate. They wanted to show off the strength of the younger generation in the Chunying school. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions banquet was only for the geniuses of the various celestial emperor sects to compete for the slots. However, in the end, other than the slots, the Seven Mansions banquet was also a way to show off the strength of the younger generation. A powerful force could only prosper if the younger generation was strong enough. Otherwise, even if a high-level god emperor was born, it would only be able to protect the force it belonged to for a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. If no new high-level god emperor was born during this period of time, that force would also decline. Duan Lingtian, Yi Qizai, is this really related to the Fu family? Zhen Pingfan walked over to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yi Qizai. Yi Qizai was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He did not close his eyes to rest. Instead, he was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Compared to the state he was in when he was with the Fu family and Duan Lingtian, he was in a much worse state. Yi Qizai has found his biological mother. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. At that time, his twin brother showed up and stopped us on the streets of Snow Forest City. Does he know the truth? Zhen Pingfan raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course he knows. Duan Lingtian said. This matter should be arranged by Junior Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said, I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Why did Junior Uncle Yi ask me to remind him to go to Snow Forest City to rest? I even suspect that Junior Uncle Yi is secretly adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qizai to reunite with his mother and brother. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Zhen Pingfan's words. However, he did not say anything because it was inappropriate. However, Junior Uncle Ye's move is quite amazing. In the future, even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out that Yi Qizai knows the truth, they can't blame Junior Uncle Yi or Chunying School. Even if they suspect that Junior Uncle Yi did it on purpose. Zhen Pingfan paused and frowned. But why did Junior Uncle Yi reveal Yi Qizai's identity at this time? Isn't this to put pressure on him? Duan Lingtian, can you figure it out? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was actually talking to himself. Maybe it's to put pressure on him so that he can improve himself? Duan Lingtian guessed. This was also his previous guess. If that's the case, isn't the pressure too great? Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The other party is the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and even the sect would definitely not stand up for him. After all, he hadn't even entered Chunying school when the accident happened. The alliance of benevolence and righteousness spared his life back then because they were giving face to Junior Uncle Yi and Chunying school. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought of Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, I think that if you're really curious, you should ask Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's eyes were rolling, Zhen Pingfan said grumpily, I think you're very curious too, aren't you? But I'm really curious too. I'll ask him. After a while, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng. After about 10 breaths, Zhen Pingfan's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at him all this time. Duan Lingtian also asked subconsciously, what do you think? Zhen Pingfan's gaze was a little strange at this time, but he did not hide it. According to Junior Uncle Ye's words, it was Yi Tong's idea. Of course, Yi Tong came up with the idea, and Junior Uncle Yi agreed. That's why today's incident happened. The reason why Yi Tong came up with this idea is related to a person. You know that person too? Zhen Pingfan said. Who? Duan Lingtian asked subconsciously. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Yang Qinya from Ping Xing's faction. Yang Qinya. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. What does it have to do with him? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him. Yang Qinya worked hard to improve himself after his father was killed, and not long ago, he successfully broke through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Although I saw Yang Qinya before, I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Speaking of which, in our generation of Chunying school, including Junior Uncle Yi and me, no one can surpass you and him in breaking through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's too fast. If it weren't for you, he would be the fastest person in Chunying school to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was also stunned. Yang Qinya had broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm? No wonder he felt that Yang Qinya had changed a lot when they met. Not only had his temperament changed, but he had also changed mysteriously. He did not expect that he had broken through. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, and avenge his father. Yang Qinya's comprehension of the profound law is not weak. He has broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm, and I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than Yi Qizai's. After saying this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still absent-minded. Chapter 40:10. Duan Lingtian really didn't know that Yang Qinya had broken through to the Middle God Emperor realm. Now that he knew, he was still amazed. It turned out that a person could stimulate such amazing potential under the spur of hatred. Duan Lingtian had heard of Yang Qinya's talent when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, breaking through to the Middle God Emperor realm was not something that could be done with the talent he had shown before. What he didn't expect was that Elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction saw that Yang Qinya's amazing potential had been stimulated and entered the Middle God Emperor realm in advance. Therefore, he wanted to let his disciple, Yi Qizai, know about his background. More importantly, Yi Tong looked for his master, Yi Chenfeng, and Yi Chenfeng cooperated with him to make arrangements. Now, Yi Qizai knew about his background. He also knew that he had killed his father and his clan. Moreover, his enemy was the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. I hope he can bear it. If he can bear it, he might be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he can't bear it, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On second thought, he remembered that he had also been spurred on all this time. Rescuing Kerr from the world of divine offering was the biggest spur for him. Now that he knew that Kerr was trapped in the world of divine offering, he had to be strong enough to find Kerr. Now, even if he entered the world of divine offering, although it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time he came to the profound Handle land, it would still be difficult for him. In the world of divine emperors, there were as many divine kings as dogs. Even god emperors could be found everywhere in the world of divine offering. If he was unlucky, he might even encounter a godly venerable. But I can't even take care of my own business. Why should I care about other people's business? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the spaceship, although the cultivation environment was not as good, he could definitely immerse himself in cultivation. Therefore, before this cultivation, Duan Lingtian also told Jinping Fan not to let anyone disturb his cultivation until they reached their destination. When Jinping Fan heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a hard-working kid. At least, Yi Yingkai really can't compare to him. If he has the time to daydream, he might as well spend it on cultivation. As long as he has sufficient strength, he might be able to avenge his father and family. Can he avenge his father by being in a daze? Thinking of this, Jinping Fan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still in a daze, and shook his head. The journey that he borrowed was calm and peaceful. In fact, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, as long as Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu displayed their strength, no one would dare to stop them. Right now, they were still walking in the 7 prefectures. In the 7 prefectures, there was no news of an ultimate god expert. Even if there was an ultimate god expert, it was basically impossible for them to stay in the 7 prefectures. On the other hand, there were some hidden upper god emperors. However, those hidden experts, without exception, were all trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. How would they have the time to go out and cause trouble? It was meaningless to them. Generally, those who would intercept passers-by were relatively ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a lower god emperor in a group, which was already very shocking. This middle god emperor cultivation base is still a little bit away from completely stabilizing. Hopefully, it will be smoothly stabilized before the 7 prefectures feast. The middle god emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Sister Water? You've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world-cleansing divine water. It was the world-cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Xiangang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God Emperor to discover anything about him. Unless a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God Emperor. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him. A trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. And today, it had finally come. Since the world-cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right? I've recovered a little for now. The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you. I didn't expect you to become a medium god emperor in such a short time. Amazing. The world-cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right? He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world-cleansing divine water's praise. However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Duan Ling Tian sighed. After a period of time, there'll be a martial competition called the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Lingtian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world-cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Lingtian's meridians. During this process, Duan Lingtian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment, his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the world-cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you. The world-cleansing divine water said, I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the 7 Mansions Banquet. After all, I don't know when the 7 Mansions Banquet will be held. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world-cleansing divine water when the 7 Mansions Banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world-cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine. The world-cleansing divine water said, it's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world-cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the 7 Mansions Banquet will be held? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water the date of the 7 Mansions Banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 40:11. More or less. The world-cleansing divine water pondered for a moment before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world-cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world-cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world-cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Shen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Shen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seated candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chuning School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tungleng Province. Machi Clan. Whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Machi family. Within the spaceship, a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Machi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master who had a good relationship with their ancestor to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Machi clan's 2 great gold seat elders, Machi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seat elders. The reason for that was because the Machi clan's golden seat elder, Machi Ju, had died some time ago. Machi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Machi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Machi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Machi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Machi clan's ancestor had not only met Machi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. When the old ancestor was facing Machi Hong, he still had a smile on his face. However, when they boarded the spaceship and saw Machi Hong sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship with his eyes closed, the old ancestor's complexion instantly turned gloomy. The old ancestor must have thought of old ancestor Machi Ju. An elder of the Machi family sent a voice transmission to an acquaintance of his who was also an elder of the Machi family. That's normal. The latter nodded. The death of old ancestor Machi Ju is not only a huge blow to our Machi family, but it's also a huge blow to the old ancestor. I'm afraid the old ancestor is also worried that after the 7 prefectures feast, even if Machi Hong gets the opportunity, he still won't be able to make a breakthrough to the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm. You also know that if he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm will reach the end of his lifespan. In the entire spaceship, the members of the Machi aristocrat clan, from the few lower-level god emperors of the Machi aristocrat clan to the outstanding younger generation of the Machi aristocrat clan, were all chatting through voice transmissions. The silence in the spaceship was broken when the old man standing at the front, who was also the leader of the group, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning, opened his mouth. Little Hong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you completely consolidated your cultivation base? Machi Yuning turned around and looked at the young man sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship. The young man was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. When he heard Machi Yuning's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, he stood up and said respectfully, "Old ancestor, I didn't disappoint your expectations." Machi Yuning immediately smiled when he heard Machi Hong's words. Good. Very good. Good. Great. Now that you've consolidated your cultivation base as an upper-level celestial emperor, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. Perhaps you can even defeat Duan Lingtian and avenge your humiliation. Machi Yuning smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian has only been a middle-level celestial emperor for about 10 years. It's no different from wishful thinking for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. Even if the Chunying school is willing to do everything to help him, and his talent is not weak, the time is too short after all. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. With his strength, if he can't consolidate his cultivation base, he won't be able to improve much. Last time, you were defeated by him. This time, you defeated him, in front of Yi Chenfeng. This time, there are 2 leaders from the Chunying school, and one of them is Yi Chenfeng. When Machi Yuning mentioned Yi Chenfeng, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The moment Yi Chenfeng used the upper-level divine sword, he knew that he, who could barely fight against Yi Chenfeng in the past, was no longer Yi Chenfeng's opponent. If they fought, he might lose within 10 moves. Yi Chenfeng. Hearing Machi Yuning's words, raging flames of hatred burst forth from Machi Hong's eyes. He was unable to restrain himself. Work hard, and you might be able to avenge your ancestor in the future. Machi Yuning said these words to Machi Hong through sound transmission. He couldn't encourage Yi Chenfeng openly. If there were people from the Pure Sun sect present, and Yi Chenfeng knew about this, he might choose to eliminate them completely. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Machi family. Now, unless a high-level god emperor was born from the older generation of the Machi family, there was nothing else they could do. They could see the path ahead of them. However, the younger generation had to completely rely on Machi Hong. Otherwise, the Machi family would fall into a situation where there was a shortage of young people. Ancestor. Machi Hong asked in a deep voice, "Can we kill during the 7 mansions banquet?" When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he looked at Machi Hong deeply and said, "Normally, we can't kill. However, if the opponent is willing to fight to the death, we can. However, we need to obtain the approval of the organizer of the 7 mansions banquet." When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he knew that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I don't agree with you looking for Duan Lingtian to fight to the death. It's not that I look down on your strength, but that Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. Even now, I feel that you should be able to defeat him and get into the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquet. However, if we really fight to the death, I'm worried about you. Therefore, I don't agree with it, nor do I support it. Machi Yuning said, "It's best that you don't think about it. Even if Duan Lingtian wants to fight to the death with you, I will still refuse. I hope you can understand, ancestor. The Machi family can no longer take risks. You are the hope of the Machi family." The words of Machi Yuning could not be said to not be heavy. Machi Hong fell silent when he heard these words. "I understand, ancestor." At the border of the profound Jade Mansion, 2 flying ships flew side by side. In one of the flying ships, a few young men were chatting in the corner of the flying ship. "Do you think that Duan Lingtian from Tungleng province is really that monstrous? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he actually defeated Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family. I also think that the rumors might not be true. I know that Ma Qihong is very strong. At the very least, I'm far from being a match for him. However, I don't really believe that he was defeated by a young man who's not even 3,000 years old. Won't we know if Duan Lingtian is really that strong when the Seven Mansions banquet begins? This time, there are also high-level divine emperors participating in the Seven Mansions banquet on our side. We should be able to get into the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Ma Qihong, he's still a high-level divine emperor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. I remember that during the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there were only 6 high-level divine emperors participating in the Seven Mansions banquet, right? All 6 of them managed to get into the top 10. It's too difficult to become a high-level divine emperor before 10,000 years old. In my opinion, I don't think I'll be able to become a high-level divine emperor before I'm 12,000 years old. At this moment, this flying ship and the flying ship next to it did not come from Tungleng province or the state mansion of Qing. Instead, they came from another mansion of the Seven Mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Lingtian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the Seven Mansions were talking about Duan Lingtian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Lingtian was that Duan Lingtian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Ma Qihong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tungleng province. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 40:12. The Seven Mansions banquet was being held in Profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the 4 Peak God Emperor forces of Profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the 4 forces, but in another place, a vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of Profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there were many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. It could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the past, the Seven Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were 2 stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate 2 people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. They're here. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man, escorted by 2 middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Lingtian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the 2 people leading Duan Lingtian's group, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever. The old man smiled and greeted the 2. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Chenfeng, his gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of Profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qiyuan. He had once defeated Yi Chenfeng within 10 moves during the Feast of the Seven Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course, he was a god emperor. Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Chenfeng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qiyuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Chenfeng looked at Huang Qiyuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Chenfeng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Chenfeng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then, I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters," Huang Qiyuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qiyuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. "Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything." Yi Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying." Then, Yi Chenfeng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qiyuan. He was Huang Qiyuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Chenfeng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the Seven Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Chenfeng was just a defeated opponent. But now, 10,000 years had passed. Not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm, even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Chenfeng and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Tongling province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Chenfeng was the strongest person in Tongling province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Chenfeng had made a powerful move in the Machi clan. He had relied on his full soul prominent grade divine sword to instantly kill Machi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Machi clan. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please." Huang Long sighed inwardly and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man leading the way to the group of Chunying school disciples behind him. "This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qiyuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple." When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long and the other two, Duan Lingtian also learned from Jinping Fan why Huang Qiyuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Chenfeng in the past. During the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Chenfeng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Chenfeng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qiyuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qiyuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Chenfeng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qiyuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. "You took the initiative to talk to me and even said that we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I was stronger than you 10,000 years ago?" At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Chenfeng was deliberately reminding Huang Qiyuan that he had lost to him 10,000 years ago. Now, he could not be compared to him at all. "I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side to him." Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, he also felt that it was not a big deal. However, this also shows that, being strong for a while does not mean that you will always be strong. don't bully the young. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang in his ears. This time, Elder Huang Long and his son actually came to pick us up. In my opinion, this must be arranged by the people in the Rui sect who oppose them. It's the Seven Mansions feast again. Moreover, Huang Qiyuan once defeated Martial Uncle Yi. Why would he be so kind when he sees Martial Uncle Yi again? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, if it was voluntary, Huang Qiyuan would definitely not be willing to see Elder Yi, who he had defeated in the past, under such circumstances. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's a monstrous genius in Chunying school called Duan Lingtian. Even Ma Qihong from the Machi clan was defeated by him. May I know who he is? Huang Long and the other two brought Duan Lingtian and his group to the resting place arranged for them. At first, he was just leading the way, but halfway there, he could not help but turn around and ask Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu curiously as they walked. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu looked back at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In the past, the tyrannical Saber clan had also invited Duan Lingtian, but they were all rejected by Duan Lingtian. Of course, in his opinion, it was also because the conditions offered by the tyrannical Saber clan were not good enough. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might not have rejected them. He felt sorry for missing out on such a monstrous genius. If he had accepted such a monstrous genius, he might have had a chance to become the master of an ultimate god in the future. That was right. An ultimate god. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, the upper divine emperor realm that was difficult for them to reach would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian. At least, that was the case based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements. Duan Lingtian had the potential to become an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Huang. Since Lu Fenggu had spoken, Duan Lingtian naturally did not want to reject him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists slightly to salute Huang Long. At this moment, Huang Long was not the only one sizing up Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Long's son, Huang Qiyuan, and another disciple behind Huang Long were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that the three of them were very curious about Duan Lingtian. Huang Long was the first to regain his senses. He sighed and said, "He is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. A middle divine emperor less than 3,000 years old. A monstrous genius." Huang Long exclaimed. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he also humbly replied. The rest of the journey was quiet again. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. It was a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was the place that the profound Jade Mansion had arranged for the people from Chunying School to stay. There were still a few months before the Seven Mansions feast began. Duan Lingtian and the others had to wait here until the feast began. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunying School to the valley, the 3 people from Tungleng province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 40:13. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the Seven Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the Seven Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunying School settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunying School to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunying School found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that, they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, they were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The Seven Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duan Ling Tian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Ling Tian did not feel proud of himself even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the Seven Mansions banquet. Although Ma Qihong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tonglang province, he only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Ma Qihong only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. In fact, Duan Lingtian's strength was not much stronger than Ma Qihong's. The reason he was able to defeat Ma Qihong so quickly was because Ma Qihong had underestimated him. If Ma Qihong had not underestimated Duan Lingtian due to his underestimation of Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian did not have a banquet. Duan Lingtian's was Lingtian's Lingtian. This was the last thought Duan Lingtian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtian's, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the 7 prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang school's Lingtian was Lingtian's Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duan Lingtian was cultivating. On the other side, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were drinking tea. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, "I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years, yet you still remember Huangqi Yuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think, he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you?" Zhen Pingfan said while shaking his head. "You brat." Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. "Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say. I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable." Zhen Pingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Chenfeng's words. "You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him. You're really ruthless." Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Chenfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Zhen Pingfan mocked Yi Chenfeng a few more times before changing the topic. "Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duan Lingtian earlier. It seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the 7 prefectures banquet?" Zhen Pingfan asked. Hearing this, Yi Chenfeng shook his head to Zhen Pingfan's surprise. "Can I say that I have confidence in him?" I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult. As soon as Yi Qianfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's pupils constricted. What? Is there a situation in the 7 prefectures banquet this time? Yes. Yi Qianfeng nodded. I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Consonance Mansion? Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Which force is it from? Heavens equals sect. Yi Qianfeng said, Heavens equals sect. Last year, a young disciple that many people in Heavens equals sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in Heavens equals sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in Heavens equals sect's younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Even if the strongest person among them isn't as strong as Ma Qihong, he's not too far off. He's still very confident that he'll be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Hearing Yi Qianfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face darkened. That Heavens equals sect has really hidden themselves well. It seems like they've hidden that monster so that he can show off in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Besides Heavens equals sect of Consonance Mansion, is there anything else? Zhen Pingfan asked after calming down. Yi Qianfeng nodded. There's also Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. This time, there seems to be more than one youngster who hasn't shown up before. Rumor has it that they've been secretly nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion in order to get into the top 3 and win a lot of spots to be divided among the other forces. Both Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 3 forces each. If they can get into the top 3, even if they don't get first place, they'll still get enough spots. Hearing Yi Qianfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned. Both Underworld Prefecture and Heavenly Star Prefecture are so shameless this time. You still have the nerve to say that. Yi Qianfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, when no one from their 2 manors could get into the top 20, you were the one who nagged them, saying that they should give up on the 7 prefectures banquet or join forces to nurture their youngsters. Only then will they have a chance to get a spot. In my opinion, they heard what you said and decided to cooperate on the spur of the moment. Hearing Yi Qianfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face froze. Did I say that? You didn't, right? Zhen Pingfan's face was obviously unnatural. He seemed to vaguely remember that he did say that. However, it was just a casual remark. Did you guys take it seriously? I was just kidding. The youngsters they've nurtured haven't shown themselves publicly, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family. From Yi Qianfeng's words, it was obvious that he attached great importance to the youngsters nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. If this news is true, the 6 sects from Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion are really daring to use the resources of 3 sects to nurture one youngster. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Indeed, they are really daring. Yi Qianfeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, more and more people from the other 6 prefectures arrived at the location where the 7 prefectures banquet was held by the profound Jade Mansion. The people from each force were arranged to rest in different places. As for the young people from the various forces, they didn't run around after arriving. Instead, they stayed in their rooms and cultivated. Of course, only the people involved would know whether or not everyone was cultivating. Time passed by quietly. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye for everyone. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was awakened by Zhen Pingfan on the morning of the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. It's time to go. Today is the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his temperament changed. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the wooden house to meet up with Zhen Pingfan. Then, he followed Jin Pingfan to meet up with the rest of the Chunying school. Chapter 4014. It was the same place he had been to when he first arrived. There were small islands floating in the air around the arena. These islands were meant for the upper echelons of the various top forces in the 7 prefectures to watch the battles. As for the younger generation, they could only stand in the void. Duan Lingtian, why don't you come down and take a seat as well? Marshal Uncle Yi won't mind, and I'm sure Marshal Uncle Lu won't mind either. Jin Pingfan sat in front of the stone table on the small floating island that the mysterious Jade Mansion had arranged for the upper echelons of the Chunying school. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to join him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian declined politely, "Elder Zhen, I'm fine here." Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. The Chunying school had arrived early. Other than the Chunying school, there were only 3 other forces that had arrived. None of the younger generation from the 3 forces had entered the small floating island that served as the spectator seats. Of course, some of the younger generation who looked old and senile were sitting there. However, Duan Lingtian did not see them. At the very least, he did not see any of the younger generation. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was inappropriate for him to join them. Moreover, the other young disciples of the Chunying school were also standing on one side of the floating island where the upper echelons of the Chunying school were seated. He felt that it was appropriate for him to stand with them. "The people from the Machi family are here." Yi Chenfeng's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly. With just a glance, he saw a group of people under the lead of an old man approaching in a grandiose manner from afar. Duan Lingtian recognized this old man. He was the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning. It was said that he was the strongest expert in the Machi family, a middle god emperor with extraordinary strength. He's actually leading the Machi family this time. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at first, but when he thought of the Machi family's current situation, he felt relieved. Even in the past, the Machi aristocratic family only had 4 middle god emperors. The patriarch of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Lu Su, was one of them. The other 3 were the 3 great golden throne elders of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Yuning, Machi Wuming and Machi Ju. Machi Ju was dead. Machi Wuming was grounded. Only 2 people from the Machi family could lead the team this time. The Machi family's patriarch, Machi Lu Su, would definitely be in charge of the Machi family. Therefore, only Machi Yuning could come in person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a sharp gaze that was directed at him from behind Machi Yuning. Moreover, there was a hint of hostility in that sharp gaze. Machi Hong? Before seeing the other party's face clearly, Duan Lingtian subconsciously guessed who the owner of the gaze was. In the Machi clan, probably only Machi Hong alone would be so hostile towards him. Even if Machi Ju's death was somewhat related to him, no matter how strange the Machi aristocratic family was, they could not blame him. The other people in the Machi aristocratic family would not hate him because of this. If they wanted to hate someone, they should hate Yi Chenfeng and Jin Pingfan first. Machi Hong was the only one who would target him. This was because Machi Hong could only hate him. He only had the ability to hate him. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw Machi Hong. He just so happened to see Machi Hong staring at him with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Machi Hong's voice rang in his ears. "Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll kill you and avenge my ancestor Xian." Machi Hong's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission, "Machi Hong, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't kill your ancestor Xian, right? Even if you want to take revenge, you shouldn't look for me, right? At the very least, you shouldn't be the first one to look for me, right?" Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Machi Hong, naturally, understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed for a moment before he snorted coldly and no longer said anything. However, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When Ma Qihong stared at Duan Lingtian, Ma Qiyunning, who was the leader of the Machi aristocratic family, followed his gaze and saw Duan Lingtian. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the small floating island next to Duan Lingtian and the others. When he saw the light golden figure on the island, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The person he saw was none other than Yichen Feng. Elder Machi, this way, please. It was unknown if the profound Jade Mansion had done this intentionally, but the floating island where the Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups were watching the battle was right next to the floating island where the Chunying school's higher-ups were watching the battle. The two floating islands looked at each other from afar. To ordinary people, they were not far away. Ha! Elder Machi. When Machi Yuning and the other higher-ups of the Machi clan had just taken their seats, Ma Qihong and the other younger generation of the Machi clan were standing in midair at the side of the floating island. When they had just stopped moving, a carefree voice resounded, and then a robust middle-aged man and a group of people behind him appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly middle-aged man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was majestic and tall. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Alliance leader Ren. When they saw the other party, even Machi Yunning had no choice but to stand up with the group of Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups and nod at him. The person who had just arrived was none other than the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance in Tungleng Province. The Machi aristocratic family was not surprised that the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance had come personally. This was because the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was different from ordinary sects and families. There were many powerhouses who managed the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Instead, the title of alliance leader was an honorary title. Of course, in order to become the alliance leader, one must first convince the masses. The alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was also the most powerful person in the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. It was said that he did not usually manage the affairs of the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Most of the time, he was in closed-door cultivation. Of course, if the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance encountered something that required his help, he would come out of closed-door cultivation. After the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance greeted Machi Yunning of the Machi aristocratic family, he looked at the Chunying school from afar. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Alliance leader Ren. Lu Fenggu stood up and nodded at the other party in greeting. On the other hand, Yichen Feng only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond to him. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Machi aristocratic family felt that Yichen Feng was ignoring the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance because he was powerful. Even Duan Lingtian thought so at first. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that Yichen Feng was not that kind of person. He suddenly realized that there might be more to this than met the eye. Elder Zhen, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission. Soon, he received an answer from Zhen Pingfan. When the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness first met Marshal Uncle Yi, he didn't think highly of him. Therefore, in an occasion where he could make the decision, he gave something that should have belonged to Marshal Uncle Yi to a genius from the Seven Kills sect. Of course, he did not give up. In his eyes, both Junior Uncle Yi and that person were outsiders. It was the same no matter who he gave it to. It was just that he thought highly of the other party. That thing was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan added another sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. At the same time, he realized that Elder Yi of the Chunying school was indeed very vengeful. Of course, he was also famous for being protective of his own people. Duan Lingtian had heard about Elder Yi not long after he entered Chunying school. Because of this, he had heard that both the people outside and inside Chunying school had a one-sided evaluation of Elder Yi. While the people outside Chunying school were criticizing Elder Yi, the people inside Chunying school were praising Elder Yi. It could be said that Elder Yi was famous in Tungleng province for not being praised or criticized. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance found a place to sit and stand, another group of people arrived. Some of them landed on a small floating island next to Chunying School under the guidance of the people from the mysterious Jade Mansion. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces and guessed that they were from the Seven Kills Valley. The few familiar faces included Yu Chanlian, the God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley who had received Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan back then. There was also another God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan's Emperor Battle Realm, Hong Yunxiao. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Elder Hong Yunxiao the last time he went to the Seven Kills Valley, he still had a deep impression of him. He knew that Hong Yunxiao possessed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon. In addition to the two of them, there was another familiar face Duan Lingtian. It was Yu Chanlian's disciple, Dao Wei, who was ranked at the top of the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Dao Wei was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Presently, Dao Wei's gaze towards Duan Lingtian was no longer filled with contempt, and there was only fear left. However, the group of people from the Seven Kills Valley, whether it was Yu Chanlian whom Duan Lingtian knew or Hong Yunxiao, were not the ones leading the group this time. The person leading the group was a skinny old man. Although he looked old, his eyes were sharp and spirited. When Duan Lingtian saw his face, he could not help but glance at Hong Yunxiao a few times. This was because he realized that Hong Yunxiao looked very similar to this old man. I heard from Elder Zhen that the Seven Kills Valley's God Emperor Elder Hong Yunxiao's grandfather was a middle God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley. Could this be him? Hong Yunxiao was similar to Jinping Fan. Both of them were lower God Emperors. Moreover, both of them had middle God Emperors in their respective sections. Moreover, both of them were close relatives. In the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunying School, both of them were recognized as princes. Elder Hong. This time, Lu Fenggu was not the only one who stood up. Even Yi Chenfeng stood up and greeted the old man with a smile. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Jinping Fan. I'm sure this Elder Hong doesn't have any enmity with Elder Yi, right? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Jinping Fan. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian, don't misunderstand Junior Uncle Yi. He's really not someone who holds grudges. Chapter 40:15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Jin Fan's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qiyuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tongling Province? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Chenfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Chenfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the Seven Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man leading the Seven Kills Valley's group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunying School. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw two familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the Seven Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tongling Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tongling Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunying School, they were still slightly stronger than the Machi clan. Elder Xiao. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Xiao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not need to ask Jinping Fan to know Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Chenfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Lingtian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Lingtians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunying school, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Chenfeng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Chenfeng killing the Machi family's golden seat elder Machi Ju with a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Zhenping Fan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jean Shi from the Flame Howl sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the number 1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. Elder Ding. It seems like he's about to master the sword principle. As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle. In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Chenfeng from the Chunying school? Elder Yi Chenfeng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle." As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunying school. All eyes were focused on Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Chenfeng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye. After the banquet of the 7 manners is over, I would like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Sun sect to stay at my Rui sect for a while. My Rui sect will treat your people as esteemed guests and will not neglect them. Of course, most importantly, there are some questions I'd like to ask Elder Yi." As soon as Ding Jianshu finished speaking, Lin Donglai and the other two old men beside him were slightly stunned. Although they knew that Ding Jianshu was very accomplished in the sword principle and had mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle a long time ago, they didn't expect him to be so close to mastering the sword principle. He took the initiative to invite Yi Chen-feng and even said that he would entertain the dozens of people from the Chunying school. It was obvious that he was going to put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he wanted to smoothly master the sword principle with Yi Chen-feng's help. "It's my honor." Yi Chen-feng looked at Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, before he looked at Ding Jianshu with a smile on his face. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, even if Ding Jianshu had really mastered the sword Dao, not to mention the fact that he had just comprehended the sword Dao, it was not a big threat to him. Even if it was a threat, it would not threaten him. The profound nether mansion was still far away from the Tungleng province. Ding Jianshu's smile widened when he heard Yi Chen-feng's reply. However, he didn't say anything since this was not the time for idle chatter. At this moment, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Flame Howl sect, continued to introduce the other two people beside him. "The two people beside me are Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the Tungleng province." When Duanmu Yunfeng nodded to the people around him, Lin Donglai continued to introduce the last person. "The person beside Elder Duanmu is the deputy villa master of the Dark Saber Villa in the East Ridge Mansion, Ling Shiyu." Ling Shiyu was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe with a cold expression on his face. He only nodded slightly when he heard Lin Donglai's introduction. "The four of us will personally supervise the Seven Mansions banquet this time. We won't allow any unnecessary harm to befall the prodigies from the various mansions. The purpose of the Seven Mansions banquet is just to spar and learn from each other. Apart from that, I, Lin Donglai, will be the host of the Seven Mansions banquet this time. As for the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, they'll still be the same as before. If you still don't know the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, you can ask your seniors now." As soon as he finished speaking, except for Lin Donglai, who was still standing in the middle of the field, Ding Jianshu and the other two returned to where their respective forces were. The Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as she recalled the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet that Jinping Fan had told her earlier. The first round was to draw lots to determine their opponents. Naturally, as the host, the Mystic Jade Mansion could cheat during the drawing of lots. However, even if they cheated, it would only allow some people to stay in the arena for a little longer. Those who were not strong enough to enter through the back door would still be eliminated in the end. Due to this reason, although it was possible to cheat, it was meaningless. In the past Seven Mansions banquets, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet had never cheated. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. It could even be said that it was a thankless task. The opponents of the first round will be decided by drawing lots, and the person that defeats the opponent and obtains victory will enter the rookie group. Whereas, if someone doubts the strength of a person in the rookie group, then the person can issue a challenge and replace the person. Everyone who enters the rookie group can only be challenged once. Those who are not in the rookie group will have 3 chances to challenge others. Half of the people in the rookie group will advance. As for the other half, even if they don't enter the rookie group in the end, it doesn't mean that they'll be sentenced to death. They still have a chance to be resurrected in the next round. Chapter 40:16. A quarter of an hour passed by very quickly. "It's about time." Lin Donglai, the elder of the Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, announced with a smile on his face. "Next, please pay attention to the lots that I'm throwing out. You may draw lots from afar. The words on the sticks will only appear when they reach your hands and you infuse them with your divine power. There are hundreds of different words in the lots, and there are 2 lots for each word. The 2 people who draw the same lot will become opponents, and the winner will enter the rookie group." Lin Donglai announced loudly, "Next, please pay attention to the lots. I will throw them out in 10 breaths. More than 1,000? At first, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people present, but they were scattered all over the place. He could not tell that there were more than 1,000 young prodigies. However, on second thought, there were nearly 30 forces in the 7 prefectures, including the 5 major forces in Tonglang province. Even if there were only 40 people from each force, there would still be more than 1,000 people. The 7 prefectures were Tonglang province, State Prefecture of Qing, Mysterious Jade Prefecture, Lingxi Prefecture, Underworld Prefecture, Tianshan Prefecture, and Daming Prefecture. Among them, there were 5 major forces in Tonglang province. State Prefecture of Qing had 4 major forces. Mysterious Jade Prefecture was one of the 4 major forces. Lingxi Prefecture, like Tonglang province, had 5 major forces. Underworld Prefecture and Tianshan Prefecture each had 3 major forces. Daming Prefecture had 4 major forces. In total, there were 28 forces. In other words, there were a total of 28 forces and young prodigies present at the 7 prefectures banquet. Pay attention. When there were only 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other Chunying school prodigies, reminding them to pay attention. Even Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting, could not help but pay attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Finally, Lin Donglai made his move. With a casual toss of his hand, over 1,000 tokens scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, appearing before everyone's eyes. Of course, he didn't. Even though these tokens were free falling, he still used his own divine force to support them. A large number of tokens floated in the void. Almost at the same time, the tokens stopped moving. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of invisible energy swept out from the bodies of over 1,000 young geniuses at the scene, and each of them took a token. Because the tokens all looked the same, no one fought over them. Normally, it would depend on which token someone had taken. The person who was a step late would give up on that token. This group of people was very well-mannered. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths' time, over 1,000 badges were collected and distributed to over 1,000 young geniuses. Inject godly power? Duan Lingtian held the token in his hand and subconsciously injected godly power into it. Suddenly, a layer of light flashed on the token, and then dimmed. A word appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw this word, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the disciples of Chunying school who were standing beside Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's strange movement. They subconsciously stole a glance at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand. When they saw it, they could not help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was very bright. In an instant, more and more people were alarmed. Duan Lingtian's reaction was swift, and he put away the command token. Instantly, the people who didn't have time to see the words on the command token were greatly disappointed, whereas, some people who saw the words on the command token in time started to laugh. Duan Lingtian, what is the word? Tell us and share it with us. Because Duan Lingtian was amiable, he was quite popular. As a matter of fact, a disciple of Chunying school could not help but ask with a smile, I think everyone wants to know what word you got. Seeing a group of people looking over and staring at him curiously, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again, but he ignored him. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, yet these people quickly found out what words were inscribed on the command token Duan Lingtian obtained from the mouths of those with sharp eyes earlier. They were transmitting their voices, so even if the word spread, Duan Lingtian would not know who spread it. None of them were worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge against them. Of course, based on their interactions with Duan Lingtian during this period of time, they could see that Duan Lingtian would not hold a grudge against them over such a small matter. Ha 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 ha, when the crowd learned about the word on Duan Lingtian's token, they could not help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were alarmed. More than 60 prodigies of Chunying school, including Duan Lingtian, were laughing, except for a few people. What word did Duan Lingtian get? Is it that funny? This time, even Jin Pingfan was curious. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, on the other hand, got the answer from their disciples immediately. The two of them looked at each other and saw a smirk on each other's face. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Jin Fan laughed out loud. It was obvious he knew about it as well. Duanling Tian, you're really lucky. You actually managed to obtain such a good piece of calligraphy. It seems that even God thinks you deserve that word. Zhenping Fan was laughing so hard that tears almost flew out of his eyes. Duanling Tian's expression became more and more awkward. Then, he said helplessly, "It's just the word ugly. Elder Zhen, do you have to laugh so hard? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word ugly." That was right. Duanling Tian got the word ugly. Duanling Tian? In the distance, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, also turned his attention to the Chunying school when he heard the commotion. With his sharp ears, he naturally heard what was going on. He got the word ugly? Lin Donglai laughed. He did not cheat in this lottery, and there was no need to. It was his idea to add the word ugly. He did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into the hands of the Chunying school's prodigy, Duanling Tian. He had heard of Duanling Tian a long time ago. He had even heard of Duanling Tian's existence before Duanling Tian defeated Machi Hong of the Machi family. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill 2 medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Howl sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly that was originally in the middle to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce, "Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 prefectures banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunying School stopped attacking Duanling Tian. Lin Donglai continued to announce, "Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group." The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? Ha! I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then, each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. Duanling Tian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose. Zhenping Fan said to Duanling Tian with a smile, "Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the god emperors there." Zhenping Fan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duanling Tian did not respond to Zhenping Fan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line? Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 prefectures banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. He's here. He's not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duanling Tian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duanling Tian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duanling Tian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Ling Tian obtained the word ugly? On the other side of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunshao, the two God Emperor elders from the Seven Kills Valley who recognized Duan Ling Tian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the two of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Ling Tian, did not laugh. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. In the face of the pressure that Duan Ling Tian gave him, how could he be in the mood to laugh? Heavenly Stellar Prefecture, Flowing Cloud Sect, Xia Yingying. When Duan Ling Tian flew into the air and faced the woman, she had already introduced herself. Chapter 40:17. At this moment, with the appearance of Duan Ling Tian and Xia Yingying, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, most of the people present immediately forgot about the word ugly. Of course, there were still a few people who looked at them meaningfully. These two are really lucky. They actually obtained the ugly token. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? That's hard to say. I've never heard of the girl who introduced herself. I think she's just an ordinary young prodigy in Tianshan Prefecture's Cloudflow sect. Let's see if this young man is a familiar figure. After all, although there are many famous young prodigies in various prefectures, and we've heard of them, we've never seen them before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian finally nodded at the girl in front of him. Tungleng Province, Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian. Tungleng Province. Chunyang School. Duan Ling Tian. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if this name had a special magic power. When the girl who was standing opposite Duan Ling Tian heard Duan Ling Tian's self-introduction, her beautiful face changed instantly. At the same time, she felt bitter. Why am I so unlucky to meet him first? Although she did not feel that her strength was among the best among the young prodigies who came to participate in the Seven Prefectures feast this time, she should be able to enter the upper middle tier. At the very least, as her master had said, she would definitely be able to enter the rookie group. However, now, her first opponent was the person she had often heard people talking about recently. The prodigy of Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian. Just as the woman's expression changed, the surroundings, which had originally fallen into a deathly silence, suddenly burst into an uproar as if they were retaliating. He's Duan Ling Tian? Is that Duan Ling Tian from Chunyang School? Nonsense, didn't you hear his self-introduction? Are there two Duan Ling Tian in Chunyang School? I didn't expect it to be him. I've long since heard of his great name. He's an existence that defeated the former number one person in the younger generation of Tungleng Province, Ma Qihong. It's said that Ma Qihong had the potential to kill his way into the top 3 of the Seven Prefectures banquet, yet he was defeated by him. With Ma Qihong's strength, the top 10 in the Seven Prefectures banquet is a given. This time, the top 10 in Tungleng Province should be Duan Ling Tian and Ma Qihong. Everyone's gazes locked onto the purple figure in the void ahead. This young man was no stranger to them. Even though he had never met the other party before, he had long heard of the other party's name. At this moment, on the side of Tianshan Estate's Flowing Cloud sect, on a small floating island, an old woman wearing a dark green robe and holding a walking stick frowned. This girl, why is her luck so bad? Her first battle is against the monster from Tungleng Province's Chunyang School. If you're worried, just ask her to admit defeat. An old woman next to her smiled. Humph. The old woman snorted. Why would she admit defeat? In any case, with Elder Lin Donglai keeping an eye on him, how could Duan Ling Tian do anything to my disciple? It's just as well. Let my disciple test him and see if he's as strong as the rumors say. The old woman was Duan Ling Tian's current opponent, Xia Yingying's master. She was also a lesser god emperor elder in Tianshan Estate's Flowing Cloud sect. Xia Yingying was her last disciple. Although she was young and her strength was average, she was doted on by her. At this moment, in the void, Elder Lin Donglai of Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at the man and woman facing each other and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Xia Yingying made her move. Her body swayed, and a gust of wind blew around her. In the next instant, she seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing toward Duan Lingtian. She was obviously good at the law of wind. Moreover, because her opponent was Duan Lingtian, she took out her upper-grade divine weapon as soon as she made her move. It was a sword. The sword moved with the wind, and the killing sword radiance was like stars scattered all over the sky, sprinkling toward Duan Lingtian. This genius disciple of Flowing Cloud sect is quite strong. Her strength should be above average among the younger generation of divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Flowing Cloud sect. As Xia Yingying made her move, many higher-ups of other forces nodded slightly, expressing their appreciation of her strength. Even the old woman on the floating island, who was Xia Yingying's master, smiled at this moment. She felt restrained by the praises of the people around her. However, in the next instant, the smile on her face completely froze. "Excuse me." In the void far away, the young man in purple said these 3 words. Then, a spatial storm swept up around him. The storm was like a tornado, sweeping out. Not only did it destroy Xia Yingying's fierce attack, but it also sent her flying. Pfft! Xia Yingying's body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after flying for a short while, she stopped again. "Senior brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Xia Yingying's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be badly injured, but only she knew that her opponent had withdrawn his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would have been seriously injured. If her opponent had wanted to kill her, that attack would have been enough to send her to the next world. Of course, she knew that even if her opponent really wanted to kill her, it would not be so easy. There was a middle-level emperor god at the side acting as the host, watching them. If the situation was not right, the middle-level emperor god would save her immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xia Yingying, then turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he was as calm as the wind, as if he was an expert beyond the world. At this moment, Xia Yingying, who was usually sought after by many young talents in the Flowing Cloud sect, suddenly felt that she did not seem to be that attractive. At least, this man had completely ignored her. Perhaps it is because he is so undistracted that he can have the strength he has today. Xia Yingying thought to herself, he reminded me. I, Xia Yingying, cannot be infatuated with love in the future. Look at my master, isn't he still single now? Only by being single will he have a higher chance of entering the Emperor God realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference, he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Xia Yingying had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. Take this jade slip. You have 1 chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has 1 chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent. Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Xia Yingying, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 prefectures feast. A moment later, Xia Yingying left the arena as well. At this moment, Xia Yingying was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word Cho was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunying's school, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xia Yingying. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course. Even though Xia Yingying is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, She is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan in Tungleng province. At that time, Ma Qihong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves. When they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong, their gazes instinctively fell on the Ma Qi clan. Some of the people who knew Ma Qihong were staring at him. This made Ma Qihong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, many Chunying school disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon, the second battle began. This time, the participants were not from Tungleng province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family, while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures' grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were about 100 people in total, less than 150. Looking at the situation today, I don't think the rookie group will be finished in 10 days. When it was time to leave, Duan Lingtian also stopped cultivating and left with the rest of the Chunying school. Chapter 40:18. After a full 12 days, the first round of the 7 prefectures feast, the first round of the rookie group competition, finally came to an end. However, that was only the end of the first round. After the first round, there was still the second round, the challenge round. Every person who was defeated in the first round could choose to challenge their opponent in this round. Each person only had one chance to challenge. Until yesterday, after 12 days, the first round of the rookie group finally came to an end. Starting today, the second round of the rookie group will begin. In the air, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect announced with a solemn expression, in the second round, those who lost in the first round will have one chance to challenge their opponent. You can think of it as the Battle of Resurrection. Next up, those who have lost the first round but still wish to challenge again, raise the jade slip that I gave you earlier above your head. If you don't wish to challenge again, you can choose to infuse your divine energy into the jade slip and destroy it. This will also be considered as you giving up on your right to challenge this round. As Lin Donglai spoke, a group of people raised their jade scrolls. As for those who destroyed their jade scrolls, very few of them did so. Now, I will hand out the numbered tokens and challenge you according to the number on it. In the next instant, as Lin Donglai spoke again, the tokens were thrown into the air one by one. Then, as if they were attracted by the jade scrolls in everyone's hands, they flew directly over. Everyone who raised their jade scrolls received a token. Now, those who received the number 1 token, come up and choose your opponent. I've reminded you before that if there's an opponent in the first round, remember the words on the token in their hand. When you challenge in the second round, you can directly report the words on their token. In the first round, 2 people who received the same engraved words would fight against each other. The winner would leave behind their token. The loser would hand over their token. Those who received the number 1 token are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian stood among the people from the Chunying school. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked into the distance. However, he did not cultivate as hard as he did a few days ago. In this round, the person who went up first would definitely have an advantage. After all, he could choose his opponent at will. As for the later contestants, they were limited in their choice of opponents. The last person to enter the arena had very few opponents to choose from. This was because a small number of people had given up. If no one gave up, the last person to enter the arena would have no choice but to challenge the person who was left behind. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan sent him a sound transmission. A few days ago, even though you were at the 7 prefectures feast, you were still working hard to cultivate, but starting from a few days ago, you stopped cultivating. It seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was no wonder that Zhen Pingfan made such a guess. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian was really too serious. Even though he was at the 7 prefectures feast, he was still working hard to cultivate and did not even watch a few matches. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he could not help but sigh at Zhen Pingfan's sharp eyes. Then, he smiled and sent a sound transmission. It's just a small improvement. If you want to improve further, it's not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Therefore, it's better to relax appropriately. After all, there's a way to relax. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan gave him a deep look. Are you sure it's just a small improvement? When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Mochi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 prefectures feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the underworld mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. It could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Mochi Hong, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Mochi family. He was the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tongleng province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Mochi Hong and met his eyes, Mochi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then, I would challenge you and defeat you so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Mochi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yichen Feng, and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Mochi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission, based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years. However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Mochi family don't dare to take the risk, right? Duan Lingtian's words exposed Mochi Hong's situation, causing Mochi Hong's expression to turn grim. He did not say anything else after he said some harsh words. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely defeat you in the top 10 ranking battle. Ma Qihong's voice was extremely cold. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, he wondered how much Ma Qihong's strength had improved. How could he be so confident? However, even if Ma Qihong had improved, he was not afraid. After all, Ma Qihong's improvement might not be as great as his. Even if Ma Qihong's improvement was greater than his, it would be impossible for him to defeat him. At the same time, the challenges in the field were also in full swing. After number 1's challenge was successful, number 2's challenge was also successful. Number 3's challenge was also successful. When number 7 went up and chose an opponent, both of them were evenly matched. However, he was still defeated after exchanging more than 100 moves. He was also the first person to fail in his challenge. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many Chunying school's disciples talking. Number 7 has tried his best. He's not strong to begin with. Although the opponent he chose is not strong, he's obviously weaker. I suddenly thought of something. If the weaker person was challenged by an even weaker person, wouldn't this round be a sure thing? That makes sense. In this round, there will definitely be people with decent strength who have a chance to enter the rookie group. However, because of this situation, they will not be able to enter the rookie group. That's not very fair, right? There's nothing unfair about it. Luck is actually considered a part of strength. Just like us, even if our natural talent and comprehension are similar, would our results be the same? That might not be the case. Indeed. Moreover, those with strong strength will definitely be able to enter the rookie group this time. There's no doubt about it. Those who have strength but can't enter are those who are slightly stronger than the average person but have bad luck. The second segment of the rookie group, which was the challenge segment and the revival segment, lasted for an entire 7 days. After 7 days, the rookie group's name list was completely confirmed. There were a total of 816 people. In other words, there were a total of 1,600 people participating in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Half of them were currently on the rookie group's name list. There are still many people who are not convinced. Just like what Duan Lingtian had heard from the group of Pure Sun Sect's disciples 7 days ago, when the final list of the rookie group was announced, many people were not convinced. They felt that some people who were weaker than them had been challenged before, and the people who challenged them were even weaker, to the extent that they did not even have the chance to challenge them. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to replace them. Because many people were not convinced, they gathered together. The number of people was not small, more than 100 people. Moreover, these people gathered together to look for the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai. However, Lin Donglai only had one sentence for these people: if any of you have the confidence to enter the top 30, I'll give you a spot on the rookie list. However, if I give you a spot and you still don't enter the top 30, then destroy your own cultivation. What do you think? As soon as Lin Donglai said this, he immediately persuaded everyone to back down. Of course, among these people, there were still some who were not convinced and wanted to seek help from their elders. However, their elders did not pay any attention to them. The rules of the 7 prefectures feast were not something that happened in a day or two. They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore, this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. Chapter 40-19. The battle for the rookie group lasted for 19 days. After the final list was decided, everyone rested for 3 days before continuing with the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. The first round was the rookie group battle. The second round was the elite group battle. The rules for the elite group battle were the same as the rookie group battle. They followed the same pattern and eliminated half of the participants. Duan Lingtian, you won't get the word ugly this time, right? Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile when everyone was present, including Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast. He did not send a telepathic message and said it directly. Instantly, the group from Chunying School looked at Duan Lingtian and either laughed or tried to hold back their laughter. Duan Lingtian could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Elder Zhen, the word is not important. The most important thing is to advance. At this moment, Lin Donglai announced that the battle for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin and that it was time to distribute the engraved tokens. All 816 prodigies are ready, Lin Donglai announced loudly. Lin Donglai said in a clear voice, take out the token from the rookie competition. Extend your god power through the token, and you can use the new token to send it over. The second round of the elite group battle will be based on the new token. This token has 816 words. It will not be the same as the previous one. With that, Lin Donglai gave the 816 prodigies a few breaths' time to prepare. Then, he threw out a bunch of tokens. There were 816 prodigies in total, which corresponded to 816 tokens. Of course, no words could be seen on the tokens this time. The words would only appear when the prodigies infused their divine power into them. As for making the words appear in the air, this situation would not happen because Lin Donglai was there. He could completely control this and prevent the people from revealing the words on the token in advance. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai threw out the token, Duan Lingtian and the others moved. They extended their divine power through the token in their hands and pulled one of the many tokens toward them. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate like before, and he directly snatched a command token and brought it back. I hesitated for a moment earlier, and in the end, a token with the word ugly appeared. Now that I've done it decisively, the words on the token should be more normal, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the token entered Duan Lingtian's hand, he noticed that many of the Pure Sun sect's disciples were looking at him. Even Zhen Pingfan was looking at him as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Duan Lingtian, what are the words on the token this time? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. The others also looked a little curious. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, this time, I don't plan to reveal the words before it's my turn. In any case, when a word is called, if only one person goes up and no one goes up after a long time, it'll definitely be my turn. It doesn't matter if the words on the token don't appear. Even if they appear, I can confirm it when the time comes. With the previous experience, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal the words on the token this time. Although he didn't think there would be a problem with the words on the token this time, he still didn't intend to reveal them. Don't you all want to see it? I won't give you a chance. Didn't you laugh so hard just now? This time, if I don't let you see it, let's see how you laugh. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the crowd was naturally disappointed. Zhen Pingfan said unhappily, can't you satisfy everyone's curiosity? When you were in the rookie group, you were unlucky and got the word ugly. This time, it might not be a special word. Zhen Pingfan emphasized the word special. However, Duan Lingtian just ignored him. He remembered that when he got the word ugly earlier, Elder Zhen was the one who smiled the brightest. Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian again, but he could only give up when he saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. You rascal, if you do this, you might get another strange word. I'll wait and see what kind of word you get. Zhen Pingfan snorted. After he said that, he stopped trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. His eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked ahead. There were already 2 people fighting in the arena. One of them was from Tungleng province. He was a prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. This prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had a strong performance in the rookie group. He defeated his opponent within 10 moves. His opponent wasn't weak either. The reason for that was because the opponent that he had eliminated had challenged others later on and also obtained victory, entering the rookie list. These two will have no problem entering the elite group. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that the two of them were evenly matched after exchanging more than 10 moves. In the end, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the martial dragon heavenly sect managed to defeat his opponent with a strategy based on his combat experience. Naturally, his opponent had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Despicable. Although the prodigy from the martial dragon heavenly sect was cursing, the others did not think that the prodigy from the martial dragon heavenly sect had gone overboard. After all, he did not use any methods that violated the rules. Then, Lin Donglai spoke again, and 2 more people went into the arena. This time, the disparity was too great. They finished their battle within 20 moves. When it came to the 12th battle, the prodigy from the Chunying school who had not made a move until now finally moved. Whoosh! The prodigy from the Chunying school's hidden sword faction, Yi Chizai, stepped forward. Yi Chizai's performance in the rookie group was stunning. He defeated his opponent within 2 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not an ordinary prodigy. When he was revived in the rookie group, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves and regained his position. Now, Yi Chizai had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not affected by his background. Tungleng Province, Wang Yishan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Yi Chizai's opponent was the first to announce his background. At the same time, he grinned at Yi Chizai. Brother, I see that you're from the Chunying school. Speaking of which, we're both from Tungleng Province. I've seen you fight before. I'm no match for you. However, I don't want to embarrass the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, so I hope that you'll show me some mercy. Yi Chizai's opponent was a young man. He was looking at Yi Chizai with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of helplessness. He had seen Yi Chizai's strength. He was no match for him. Moreover, long before the 7 prefectures feast, he had heard of Yi Chizai, the prodigy from the Chunying school. He was comparable to the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Chunying school, Tungleng Province, Yi Chizai said indifferently. Yi Chizai said indifferently. His face looked calm, but deep inside his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. They're both from Tungleng Province. This is going to be interesting. Every time, as long as people from the same prefectures faced each other, many people from other prefectures would be happy to watch. It would be even more interesting if people from the same power met each other. People from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yi Chizai. He probably didn't know that Yi Chizai had a blood feud with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Otherwise, he would have admitted defeat. Uncle Yi, will you be okay? Zhen Pingfan asked Yi Chenfeng in a low voice. His expression was serious. I'm fine. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said calmly, Lin Donglai isn't very strong, but it's not difficult for him to deal with a sudden situation between 2 juniors. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded. No matter what, Lin Donglai is still a medium emperor god. What's wrong? Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, heard their conversation. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him and smiled. Senior brother Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this grand disciple of mine already knows who killed his father and his family. Back then, when Yi Chenfeng brought Yi Chizai back to Chunying school, all the higher-ups of Chunying school, including Lu Fenggu, knew about Yi Chizai's background. Yi Chizai's family was killed by the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Didn't you promise not to tell him the truth back then? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out. I'm not the one who told him. Yi Chenfeng shook his head. He found out himself. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. His surviving relatives were still in the city where we stopped. His mother, and his twin brother. Yi Chenfeng's face was filled with emotion. When Lu Fenggu heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but look deeply at Yi Chenfeng. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been arranged by Yi Chenfeng in advance. However, when he thought about Yi Chenfeng's current strength, he did not say anything more. Even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this, there was nothing they could do to Yi Chenfeng. If they forced Yi Chenfeng into a corner, he could just go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill a few god emperors. Moreover, judging from Yi Chenfeng's words, it was obvious that he had already thought of a backup plan. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Why bother? He's still young. What if he's destroyed by such a big grudge? Lu Fenggu sighed. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Although it was my disciple, Yi Tong's idea, I still agree with it. Senior brother Lu, you must have noticed Yang Qinya from Ping Xing's branch, right? Yi Chenfeng asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't expect Yang Qinya to be so talented. He has already become a middle-level god emperor. Moreover, it seems like he has already consolidated his cultivation base. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, this was a little unbelievable. Senior brother Lu, do you know why Yang Qinya was able to rise so quickly in such a short time? It's because his father died. He wants to avenge his father, so he urgently needs to become stronger? Yi Chenfeng asked again. Chapter 40-20. There's such a thing? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. No wonder. However, even so, it shouldn't be enough to provoke him to this extent, right? Of course. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. There must be another reason behind this. You should know who his master is, right? His master had a few disciples in the past, but they suddenly disappeared and died for some reason. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. You're saying Yang Qinya's improvement has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed. Yes. Yi Chenfeng nodded. Apart from that, the death of Yang Qinya's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Devils sect, is most likely related to Yuan Hanjin as well. I've checked. Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect when the sect leader of the Thousand Devils sect died. I've used the sect's mirror image formation to take a look. At that time, Yuan Hanjin intentionally concealed himself when he left. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as soon as he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Isn't he afraid of being bitten to death by the wolf? Perhaps, he thinks Yang Qinya will never know the truth. Yi Chenfeng shrugged. Naturally, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were communicating through voice transmission. Therefore, the people around them could not hear them at all. Moreover, this was a sensitive matter. They had to be careful. They were not afraid of Yuan Hanjin since they were not afraid of him. However, Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing, was a figure of their generation. Moreover, he was also a middle god emperor. They had a good relationship with Yuan Pingxing. Even if it was for Yuan Pingxing's sake, they would not easily reveal this matter. Moreover, they did not have any conclusive evidence. Even if they said Yuan Hanjin was a suspect, he could only remain a suspect. Without sufficient evidence, Yuan Hanjin could say it was a coincidence. It was difficult to say for sure. Moreover, since Yuan Hanjin had done it, he must have done it cleanly without leaving any traces behind. Even if that's the case, what does it have to do with Yi Yingkai? Lu Fenggu asked. I plan to wait until the 7 prefectures feast is over, then I'll look for senior apprentice brother Ping Xing to discuss whether or not Yuan Hanjin can help Yingkai and follow Yang Qinya's path. Yi Yingkai said, before Yang Qinya, he should have tested several disciples, but they all failed, until Yang Qinya, he should have succeeded. My guess is that it should be some place that has some miraculous effect on the younger generation, and Yuan Hanjin happens to know that place. Yi Yingkai guessed. Hearing you say that, I think of a possibility. Lu Fenggu exchanged a glance with Yi Yingkai, then both of them simultaneously sent a voice transmission to each other. The most powerful divine palace. The two of them spoke at the same time. You want to throw Yi Yingkai into the divine abode as well? Aren't you afraid that he won't make it? Lu Fenggu said with a solemn expression. I don't know him as well as my disciple, Yi Tong. But according to Yi Tong, once he walks on the path of vengeance, his willpower is as strong as Yang Qinye's. Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother Lu. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said through voice transmission, do you have any suitable seedlings in the tyrannical saber progeny? If you need them, I can discuss it with senior brother Ping Sheng and give you a spot. I don't need it. Lu Fenggu retorted, none of my disciples have ever held a grudge against anyone. However, if Yang Qinya's father is really Yuan Hanjin's doing, we can't let this evil trend continue. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Yi Chenfeng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then, he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lu, why don't you kill him for the sake of the sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chenfeng. Do you want junior brother Ping Sheng to fight me to the death? Isn't that enough? Yi Chenfeng said lazily, senior brother Ping Sheng can just give him some pointers. If he does it again, we won't let him off so easily. This time, consider it as giving senior brother Ping Sheng a chance to turn over a new leaf, Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew very well that this was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, his junior brother Ping Sheng might not let him off so easily. Yuan Hanjin was his only son. While Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were talking through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian thought Yi Yingkai would not show any mercy. In fact, he might even be ruthless. However, Yi Yingcai's attack proved Duan Lingtian right. Yi Yingcai's strength was already stronger than the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his prodigy was instantly overwhelmed. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness was sent flying backward with blood gushing out of his mouth. During this process, an invisible energy swept past and destroyed more than half of Yi Yingcai's strength. Otherwise, Yi Yingcai's earlier attack would have been enough to kill the prodigy. Yi Yingkai, do you have a grudge against him? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked through voice transmission. After all, Yi Yingkai was a prodigy from Chunying School. Moreover, he seemed to be the disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the prodigy of Hidden Sword in Chunying School. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not say it out loud. Grudge. Yi Yingkai only replied to Lin Donglai with one sentence. Then, he turned around and left the arena. Clearly, he knew that he could not kill the prodigy with Lin Donglai around. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finally caught his breath. His face was pale and he stared at Yi Yingkai from afar. He asked in a deep voice, Yi Yingkai, why did you try to kill me? This is the first time I've seen you. There can't be a grudge between us, right? Just now, he had escaped from a life-and-death situation, leaving him with a lingering fear. However, he was also incomparably furious and felt that it was ridiculous. However, Yi Yingkai did not respond to his question. On his way back, Yi Yingkai glanced at the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness were also paying attention to Yi Chenfeng. When Yi Yingkai tried to kill their prodigy, their expressions changed. Some of them even stood up with ugly expressions and cold gazes. At this moment, when they saw the cold light in Yi Yingcai's eyes, other than a few of the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, they were also confused. The rest of the prodigies who knew something looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this Yi Yingkai the bastard who survived back then? Yes. At that time, it was Yi Chenfeng from Chunying School who protected him. Could it be that he knows something? Otherwise, why would he do such a thing to someone he met for the first time? He didn't seem to be that ruthless when he attacked earlier. Could it be that Yi Chenfeng told him about his background? If that's the case, Chunying School has to take responsibility for this. I don't think so, let's find out what happened first. When Yi Yingkai returned to Chunying School, the prodigies from Chunying School, except for Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Jinping Fan, were all looking at him in shock. They didn't know why he was so ruthless. Yi Chenfeng did attack earlier, but he was very gentle and stopped in time. He didn't even injure the prodigy. However, he killed the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. They could all see that. If Lin Donglai hadn't intervened, the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would have died without a doubt. Even the most powerful leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness couldn't save him in time. Elder Yi. A deep voice entered Yi Chenfeng's ears. It was the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Ren Tietio, didn't look very good at this moment. Did you tell him about Yi Yingcai's background? Back then, you promised that you wouldn't let him know about it, and Chunying School wouldn't nurture an enemy for the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Hearing Ren Tietio's voice transmission and seeing Ren Tietio's ugly expression, Yi Chenfeng looked up and glanced at him indifferently. He replied through voice transmission, "I didn't tell him. However, I can tell you clearly that he does know the truth back then. He ran into his twin brother when he was outside. Then, he saw his mother and learned the truth. I'm telling you this and explaining this not because I'm afraid of you or the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, but because I'm responsible for the promise I made back then. Also, you can investigate, but once you find out that it's his mother and twin brother, you can't do anything to them. If I find out that something happened to them, if anything happens to one of them, I'll kill a god emperor from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Well, it might not be a lesser god emperor," Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ren Tietio's expression changed drastically, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. "Yi Chenfeng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness?" "You can think of it that way." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "If you're not convinced, you and I can spar after the 7-mansion feast." Yi Chenfeng's words immediately calmed Ren Tietio down. Thinking of Yi Chenfeng's current strength, Ren Tietio's face turned pale, but he did not show any signs of weakness. "Yi Chenfeng, if they do anything to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't sit still and do nothing. That includes Yi Yingkai from the hidden sword lineage. If he dares to touch anyone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't let him go. If you really want to protect him, you'd better be prepared for Chunying School to completely fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. No matter how strong you are, can you protect everyone in Chunying School all the time?" Hearing Ren Tietio's words, Yi Chenfeng was not angry. He said calmly, "The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter, and neither will Chunying School. Otherwise, if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill 3 god emperors." Chapter 40-21. Killing 3 god emperors. Yi Chenfeng's words made Ren Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Chenfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for a grand disciple. However, Yi Chenfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Chenfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Chenfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Chenfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price. However, Yi Chenfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Chenfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. "I hope you remember what you said today." After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Chenfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Chenfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Yingkai killed the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Yingkai and the people from Chunying School. If we meet the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well. A disciple from Chunying's school mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Yingkai with resentment. If Yi Yingkai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Yingkai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Yingkai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunying School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Their Chunying School was not inferior to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As a disciple of Chunying School, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Yingkai and the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunying School fought against the prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunying School's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry, there's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunying School. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunying School. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yi Yingkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they still understood the principle of picking the weakest among them. As for the people from Chunying School, apart from a few weaker prodigies who hoped that they would not meet the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the rest of the people who were confident in their strength were not afraid at all. When the sun set, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was suspended. The people from the various forces dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also returned to his place. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhenping Fan came looking for him as soon as he returned to his courtyard. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Let's talk inside. Zhenping Fan greeted Duan Lingtian. Then, he walked into Duan Lingtian's wooden house as if he was the owner. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him? Why did he come looking for him personally? After all, ever since the 7 prefectures feast began, Zhenping Fan had never taken the initiative to look for him. This was the first time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian followed Zhenping Fan into the wooden house. Then, he saw Zhenping Fan casually toss out a formation plate. An isolation formation isolated the two of them inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly serious. Elder Zhen was most likely doing this because he had something important to say. Otherwise, he would not have set up a formation. There was only one possibility for Elder Zhen to set up a formation. That was, what he was going to say next was extremely important. He was even worried that an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would eavesdrop. After all, with Zhenping Fan's cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to eavesdrop on him. Only an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would be able to eavesdrop on him without him noticing. Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhenping Fan in confusion. However, the serious expression on his face did not disappear. Duan Lingtian. Zhenping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, Marshal Uncle Yi asked me to look for you. Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Elder Yi, why couldn't he just look for him if there was anything? Why did he ask Zhenping Fan to do it for him? He could not understand. He did not seem to be so distant with Elder Yi, did he? When Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why Yi Chenfeng did not look for him personally. He was worried that it would affect Duan Lingtian's subjective decision. Ultimate Divine Palace? Yang Qinya's strength has undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. It's most likely because of the Ultimate Divine Palace? His master, Yuan Hanjin, seems to know the location of the Ultimate Divine Palace. In the past, those disciples of his who went missing and perished, most likely perished in there. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of the Ultimate Divine Palace. It was only when Zhen Pingfan explained it to him did he realize what kind of existence it was. It was a special spatial artifact used by the Ultimate Divine Palace to nurture their disciples or descendants. Ultimate Divine Palaces were not given away by the Ultimate Divine Palace. However, the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the fallen Ultimate Divine Palaces would be scattered all over the realm of gods. Most likely, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the realm of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces who killed the Ultimate Divine Palaces. For example, the Xiangang land he was in now was actually the little world of Ultimate Divine Palaces. The Ultimate Divine Palaces that appeared in the Xiangang land could only have been casually thrown in by the Ultimate Divine Palaces by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Due to the restrictions, the Ultimate Divine Palaces had no use for them. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the little world of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Of course, whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could be obtained depended on whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. There was no problem with the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Even if there was a problem, the Ultimate Divine Palaces would not use them to nurture their descendants. However, it was precisely because they considered that if they died, the Ultimate Divine Palaces that they spent a great deal of effort to refine would benefit other Ultimate Divine Palaces. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were usually tampered with during the process of refining. They were not extreme measures. As long as one could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces, they could still enjoy everything inside. It was not that there were no people who could do that, but there were very, very few of them. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a young person who had a Ultimate Divine Palaces as their backer to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Because of this, even if another Ultimate Divine Palaces were to obtain the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the Ultimate Divine Palaces they had killed, they would usually directly abandon them. Based on the principle of keeping the goodies within the family, they would not casually throw them away. Instead, they would throw them into the little world of gods within their own little world. This is the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Yi asked you to come here because he wanted to ask me if I was interested in the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Or rather, do you have the confidence to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces? Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Senior Uncle Yi did not come to find you personally mainly because he was afraid that you would feel a certain amount of pressure because of him coming to find you personally, and thus make a rash decision. He asked me to come find you so that you can be mentally prepared. You can't act recklessly in this matter. If you can withstand it, you will naturally have a fortuitous encounter. However, if you can't withstand it, being crippled is a small matter. There is an 80 to 90% chance that you will die in there. Moreover, it will be the kind of death that will not even leave behind a corpse. Zhen Pingfan said. After his voice fell, he continued, of course, according to Senior Uncle Yi, he has not yet gone to find Senior Uncle Pingsheng, so he does not know if the Ultimate Divine Palaces found by Yuan Hanjin can allow a medium Divine Emperor to enter. After all, when Yang Qinya went in, he was only a lower Divine Emperor. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. The Ultimate Divine Palaces have a restriction on the cultivation of those who enter? Normally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for a mid-level Divine Emperor to enter. But no one knows how much energy has been consumed in that Divine Palace. Once too much energy has been consumed, perhaps only a low-level Divine Emperor can enter. As for Senior Uncle Yi, he has spoken to Yi Yingkai. He said that as long as he can enter, he will definitely enter. He wants to avenge his father and family. He is very determined. If he enters the ultimate divine palaces, there is a high chance that he will come out alive. As for you, I don't really recommend you to go. Zhen Pingfan's expression became more serious as he spoke. With your talent and comprehension, as well as the achievements you have shown at your current age, there is no need for you to take such a big risk. There is no hurry to improve your strength. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, if he were Duan Lingtian, he would definitely choose to cultivate steadily for a period of time rather than risk entering the incomplete ultimate divine palaces. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a smart person. He felt that Duan Lingtian would make the same choice. However, just in case, he still reminded Duan Lingtian. Chapter 40-22. At this moment, Zhen Fan did not notice the longing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he described the supreme divine dwellings. Will impact. He also carried a blood feud with him. Some of his friends had died because of Yun Qinyan from the Yun family in the divine offering land. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Yun Qinyan. Besides, reuniting with his wife, Ker, had always been his motivation to move forward. His will was so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine it. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling isn't difficult for me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in himself. For this reason, when Zhen Fan thought Duan Lingtian would decline, Duan Lingtian immediately agreed. Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm interested in the supreme divine dwellings. If there's a chance to enter it, I won't miss it. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled bitterly and said, Duan Lingtian, didn't I persuade you earlier? There's no need to rush. Given your talent and comprehension, even if you can walk out of the ultimate divine dwelling alive, you'll only improve a little in a short period of time. As long as you spend more time, you can achieve the same improvement. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling is more dangerous than you think. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many of his disciples. It wasn't until Yang Qinya entered the ultimate divine dwelling that Yuan Hanjin had a disciple who came out alive. Zhen Pingfan still wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. So far, the ultimate divine dwelling is just Elder Ye's guess, isn't it? How confident is he that Elder Yuan Hanjin from Pingxing's faction has mastered the ultimate divine dwelling? More than 90%. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. It's hard to think of a reasonable way to get to know him. Understood. While Duan Lingtian nodded, a light flashed in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of the death of Yang Qinya's father, Lan Qing, and his face suddenly froze. In the next instant, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, tell me, is there anyone who is willing to kill the father of a disciple for the sake of their own obsession? In the past, Duan Lingtian had heard that some people would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries, or in order to keep the disciple in the sect and not let the disciple go back to revitalize the family, they would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. The latter happened more often, and he had heard of it a few times. Although he had not heard of the former, it was not impossible. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was stunned at first. Then, he looked at him deeply and said, Duan Lingtian, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences of saying it out loud. I'll pretend that I didn't hear you. In the end, I can only say that it is not impossible. When he heard the first part of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's face was still a little dignified, but when Zhen Pingfan's last sentence came out, his dignified face suddenly collapsed. This elder Zhen was simply more fickle than a woman. In the time it took to say a few words, he had completely changed. The sect doesn't care? Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. If things were as he guessed, then shouldn't the Chunying school take care of this matter? Otherwise, as a teacher, in order to let a disciple become a talent and satisfy his own obsession, could he harm the family of his disciple? Evidence. Zhen Pingfan said lightly, if you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void Elder of such a crime. Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunying school, his status was second only to Elder Jing Su, a Jade Void Elder. Moreover, don't forget, the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly. He naturally knew Yuan Pingsheng. Not only was he the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Ping Sheng's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunying school, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter, but you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunying school, slandering a Jade Void Elder is a serious crime. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qinya and knew Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qinya's father. Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qinya wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qinya the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion. We've strayed from the topic. Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, just now, we were talking about you entering the divine abode. I don't recommend you enter it. Zhen Pingfan said. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves. But, how many of them can come out alive? Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Don't be too naive. Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it. But you. There's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Zhen Pingfan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world. Elder Zhen, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, so, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it. When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Zhen Pingfan shake his head and sigh. I understand. I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Zhen, I know you don't want me to take the risk and you're worried that I'll die in there, but what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward. If I have two choices. One is to enter the ultimate God realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Even now, his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate God realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yin clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on. Zhen Pingfan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian. Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward and even risk entering the supreme divine abode, moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed. Everyone has their own story. It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension. Zhen Pingfan sighed to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast this time. That way, his future path will be easier. Entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect. The sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained? He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it. Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Zhen Pingfan was thinking after he left. As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it. He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Yang Qinya has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years. However, he managed to break through in just a few decades. The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Elder Zhen also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher. If only lower divine emperors can enter, Yi Yingkai and I will not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down. Unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten. Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it. Let's see, Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. Chapter 40-23. Early in the morning, everything came to life, and the scenery was picturesque. Duan Lingtian, as if nothing had happened, followed the Chunying school group to the 7 prefectures feast. When he saw Zhen Pingfan, he was calm, not at all like someone who had just learned about the existence of the ultimate divine abode and had a chance to enter it. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the figure in front of him. This person was none other than Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, the only son of Yuan Pingsheng, the ancestor of the Chunying school's Pingsheng branch. He was also a Jade Void elder in the Chunying school. Even before this, Duan Lingtian had heard of him and knew that he was the most promising high-level divine emperor in the Chunying school to become a god emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qinya and was surprised to find that Yang Qinya was also staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. There was no respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of suspicion. This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Yang Qinya was also suspecting his master? Last time, because of the request of Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he had personally gone to find Yang Qinya and passed on Long Qingchong's words. Long Qingchong's words would definitely dispel much of Yang Qinya's hatred and hostility towards him. However, if it wasn't Long Qingchong, then it must be someone else. Moreover, the other party was deliberately framing Long Qingchong. If Yang Qinya thinks deeper, it's not difficult to suspect his master, Yuan Hanjin. But even if he really knows the truth, so what? He's no match for Yuan Hanjin. Unless one day his strength surpasses Yuan Hanjin's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were turning, the group had already arrived at the 7 prefectures feast, and there were already many people present. At the same time, there were also many forces who arrived at the Chunying school. As for the people from the Machi family next door to Chunying school, they had already arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced at the members of the Machi clan and noticed that a gaze was still locked onto him. Moreover, that gaze was filled with ill intent. However, he was already used to this. It was still that Machi Hong. Machi Hong clearly viewed him as a mortal enemy. Perhaps he really did blame the death of his profound ancestor, Ma Qiju, on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And the reason why he had such a thought was entirely because the hostility of the other party towards him felt even stronger than the hostility towards Yi Qinfeng. After all, Yi Qinfeng was the one who killed his ancestor. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is too obvious. However, it seems that he is indeed very confident now. I want to see what kind of strength he has now to give him such confidence. Even though Ma Qihong had already made a move so far. However, the strength that Ma Qihong had displayed earlier was even inferior to the strength that he had displayed when he had fought Mo Wuji all those years ago. That was because the strength of the opponents he had encountered were ordinary, and they were far from being able to force him to reveal his true strength. Soon after, the people from the various sects arrived one after another. As the host of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also revealed himself when the people from the various sects arrived. It was the same every day. Duan Lingtian even suspected that Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect had arrived a long time ago and was merely hiding at the side. He only revealed himself to host the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet when everyone had arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? Naturally, he did not rule out the possibility that someone had sent him a message to inform him that everyone had arrived. The battle for the elite group will continue. Next, the prodigies who have the words I've announced, please come up and fight. Lin Donglai announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he announced the word miserable, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. There's such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion a little too messy? Soon after, the two prodigies who received the word miserable entered the arena. One of them was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary face, while the other was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The former was casually holding a long rod in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he infused his divine energy into it, the long rod emitted a strong oppressive force. As for the young man dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked suave and elegant, causing many female prodigies to raise their eyebrows. However, after the two prodigies made their moves, his performance greatly disappointed the female prodigies present. The ordinary-looking young man had defeated the young man dressed in luxurious clothes with just a casual swing of his rod. The entire process was so effortless that it seemed as though it did not take much effort at all. This person is not weak. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with the rod who had been pushed down. He could see that the young man had returned to the side where the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect were seated. Previously, when he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to him. That was until he displayed his shocking strength. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than Yi Yingkai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, no wonder the Flame Howl sect's elder, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, looked at him so kindly when he entered the arena. So he's an outstanding prodigy from the Flame Howl sect. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had this thought, the young disciples from the Chunying school began to discuss among themselves. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Flame Howl sect? I've heard of all the famous prodigies in the Flame Howl sect, and I've seen all of them at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, I don't think there's such a person among them, right? His opponent's strength is not considered weak. Even the few famous and powerful people from the Flame Howling sect may not be able to defeat this person in one blow, right? Could this person be the hidden trump card of the Flame Howl sect? That could be it. When the unknown disciple from the Flame Howl sect made his move, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people from the other forces in the profound Jade Mansion were no exception. The Flame Howl sect is hiding such a person? At this moment, it was not just the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion who were shocked. Even the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion were shocked. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier. Until just now, when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect side, Elder Ding Jianchu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yunfan, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Ling Xiyu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, you can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us. Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the Seven Mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the Seven Mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word. In the next instant, two young geniuses entered the arena. The Seven Mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunying school. At first, he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunying school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunying school. However, even so, he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunying school left the arena, Jinping Fan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunying school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunying school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Yingkai. In their opinion, if Yi Yingkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Lingtian could see that Yi Yingkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Lingtian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Yingkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunying school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the Seven Mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. It could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the Seven Mansions feast. The host of the Seven Mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the Seven Mansions feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunying school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the two prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now, the word coquettish that came out of nowhere stunned everyone. Chapter 40-24. Haha, Jinping Fan could not help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian who was not far away and said, Duan Lingtian, this coquettish word is even better than the ugly word you obtained last time. I wonder which two unlucky kids obtained this coquettish word. The person who prepared this coquettish word from mysterious Jade Mansion is definitely a genius. Jinping Fan smiled brightly as though he was waiting to watch a good show. The others were also looking around, wondering who obtained this coquettish word. Coquettish. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a somewhat bashful young man walked out from one of the factions in Netherworld Mansion. At this time, he was being watched by the crowd, and his face was flushed. He had obtained that coquettish word. Moreover, when he obtained that coquettish word and showed it to his fellow disciples, he had already been laughed at many times. However, previously, he was only being watched by his fellow disciples. Now, he was being watched by everyone present. "You're in luck." Lin Donglai looked at the young man and said with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Elder Lin." The young man smiled shyly, obviously a little reserved. In the face of the young man's gratitude, the corner of Lin Donglai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if he knew that he was the one who added that coquettish word. "Where's the other person?" At the same time, Lin Donglai looked around again and said loudly, "If no one comes up after 7 minutes, the person who obtained the other coquettish word will be considered as having forfeited." For a moment, many people in the crowd looked around, curious to know who the other person who obtained that coquettish word was. At this time, a figure stepped out of the air. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the field and was facing the bashful young man. At this time, the crowd stared at the figure who suddenly entered the field, but they were momentarily silent. "It's him? It's him again." The person who entered the field was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the field from Chunyang School. That was right. The other token with the coquettish word was in his hand. In fact, he had already found out about this when he went back yesterday. At that time, when he saw the words on the token, he even suspected that someone from the profound Jade Mansion was out to get him. However, when he recalled that he was the one who chose this command token, he dispelled this thought. However, this luck really left him speechless. First, it was ugly. Then, there was the word flirtatious. In the competition for the rookie group, the word ugly was present throughout. In terms of uniqueness, there was no other word that could compare. And now, in the competition for the elite group, there was only one word that could be used. If there were no accidents, there would be no other word that could compare to this. "It's fake, right?" Over at Chunyang School, after a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Zhenping Fan immediately stood up. At the same time, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. "I didn't see the Duan Lingtian take out the token and infuse his divine power into it to manifest the words on it. Obviously, he read it after he went back yesterday. However, this fellow, is his luck that good? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious." At this thought, Zhenping Fan could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from Chunying School were shocked and could not help but burst into an uproar. "Oh my God! Duan Lingtian's luck is really bad, isn't it? When it comes to choosing tokens, I'm impressed by Duan Lingtian. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. There are so many people and so many tokens, but Duan Lingtian chose the more unique and eye-catching token one after another. Actually, this is not good news for Duan Lingtian. But why do I feel like laughing? Me too." Many people from Chunying School could not help but want to laugh. However, due to the occasion, they restrained themselves. The corners of their mouths were twitching violently. They were not Zhenping Fan or Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen could laugh like that, but they could not. Not only was it inappropriate, but if Duan Lingtian saw it, he might even hold a grudge against them. It was fine if they only laughed once. If they laughed again and again, it would be a little too much. However, while the people from Chunying School were trying to hold back their laughter, the people from the other forces did not have so many concerns. Many of them could not help but laugh. "Duan Lingtian from Chunying School is too unlucky, isn't he? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. I'm impressed. Could it be that he's being targeted? He chose the token himself. How could he be targeted? Unless the strongest person intervened. But do you think the strongest person would do something like this just to mess with him?" Most people laughed. When the laughter gathered together, it was an uproar. It was also clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared, he did not mind the laughter of the crowd. He looked at the shy young man standing opposite him and saw that the other party was looking at him gratefully. For a moment, he could not help but complain to himself, is this guy thanking me for attracting the attention of the others for him? At this moment, the young man spoke, Senior Duan, I am Xue Tingtao from the Source sect of the Netherworld Mansion. I admit that I am no match for you. I admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to react. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian was left in the field. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian originally wanted to vent his anger by attacking, but he did not expect his opponent to admit defeat directly. For a moment, he was speechless. However, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had nothing to say. He turned around and went back. After returning to Chunying School, Duan Lingtian glanced at Jinping Fan, who seemed to want to say something to him. Then, he took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. He did not give Jinping Fan a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Jinping Fan and the people from Chunying School stopped laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Their attention was shifted to the next two people who entered the field. Even the people from the other forces shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian when the two people who had just entered the field began to fight. There were some things that could be laughed at and then passed. It was not a big deal. Just like earlier, when Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly, people laughed at first. Later on, when he fought with his opponent, no one talked about it anymore. Later on, they almost forgot about it. Until now, when Duan Lingtian obtained the token with the word seductive. Only then did everyone remember the previous incident. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, all this was just seasoning for the feast of the 7 prefectures. As for now, he felt that one of the heavenly veins in his body was about to transform. Every time the heavenly veins transformed, his cultivation level would increase. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation level as a middle-level divine emperor. If he wanted to break through to the high-level divine emperor realm, he would have to start transforming the heavenly veins in his body. Only when 99 of them had transformed could he enter the high-level divine emperor realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian's divine power would be stronger than that of an ordinary high-level divine emperor. This was because he had many heavenly veins. I really didn't expect that the advantage of the heavenly veins, in addition to the speed of circulating divine power, would be reflected in the high-level divine emperor realm. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, this is a good thing for me. It was indeed a good thing. This meant that even if he did not comprehend the profundities of the laws, his divine power would be stronger than most people of the same cultivation level. In the square, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast continued. On the same day, another disciple from Chunying School encountered a disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Once again, he was severely injured and lost the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice after being eliminated. This time, the people of the Pure Yang sect were naturally enraged. However, they could only feel helpless. Tomorrow, the first stage of the competition for the elite group will end. In the next stage, those who lose can challenge anyone in the elite group. A disciple from Chunying School said coldly, I haven't gone up yet. I'll definitely go up tomorrow. If my opponent tomorrow is not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll admit defeat. When the time comes, I'll challenge the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. This disciple from Chunying School was called Yunye. He was one of the most outstanding people in Chunying School under the age of 10,000. He was as famous as Yi Yingkai. He was from the Langji branch of Chunying School. He was the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Langji branch, Yun Langji. As soon as Yunye said this, someone smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother Yun, if you do this, I'm afraid that the people you challenge will admit defeat. They all know you. If they admit defeat, we can't do anything to them. Let's just take one step at a time. I don't believe that the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are so lucky that they can meet people who are weaker than us from Chunying School every time. We still have a few strong people on our side who haven't gone up yet. The conflict between Chunying School and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was further aggravated when the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked again. When Duan Lingtian heard what the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did, he frowned slightly. The hatred between Yi Yingkai and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was their own business. Now, it even involved the people from Chunying School. Of course, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could not be blamed completely. Perhaps the other party did not know anything. They only saw that Yi Yingkai was ruthless, so they did not give in. However, how could the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice not know the truth? Especially the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tiechou. He would not believe that he did not know about Yi Yingkai. It was impossible. However, he did not advise the disciples of the Alliance not to be ruthless. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice tacitly agreed with the prodigies of the Alliance. Are they really not worried that their people will die in the arena? Of course, although Duan Lingtian was a little angry now, the competition for the elite group had nothing to do with him. With his strength, no one would challenge him. The night passed. The next day was also the last day of the competition for the elite group. The first few rounds were all from the outer sect. In the fifth round, a person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice appeared. The next person to enter the arena was someone from the Pure Sun sect. Yang Xianxia. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Chapter 40-25. Yang Xianxia. In the eyes of the Chunying School's disciples, although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Xianxia was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Yingkai, Yin Yue, and the other young disciples of the Chunying School, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. By Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure and was somewhat famous in Tungleng province. Now, such a person had encountered Yang Xianxia, a disciple of the Chunying School. Although they had heard from their elders that Yang Xianxia had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Yang Xianxia's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for Yang Xianxia to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the Seven Prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tungleng Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at Yang Xianxia and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunying School, but I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunying School. If you're afraid, just go down. That way, you won't get hurt later. The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on Yang Xianxia. As his voice fell, Yang Xianxia glanced at him indifferently. Are you done? When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? Let's begin. At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the Seven Mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these two youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on Yang Qinya like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, Yang Qinya quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Seeing this, Lin Donglai stared at Lin Donglai, afraid that he would kill the disciple from Chunying school with his axe. Since a few days ago, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not shown mercy to the people from Chunying school. Previously, they had even crippled two of their disciples, making it impossible for them to continue in the seven-mansion banquet. Even if they had the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they were not qualified to do so. It would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries in a short time. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared, and a powerful attack swept out. The light from the axe grew brighter, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It fell on Yang Qinya with a loud bang. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. It was as if the axe was the only thing left between heaven and earth. Watch out! Many people instinctively cried out to warn Yang Qinya. Even Lin Donglai, the host of the banquet, stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene if Bai Mingzhong killed Yang Qinya. Is that all you've got? While many people were worried about Yang Qinya, under everyone's gaze, Yang Qinya did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and faced Bai Mingzhong. At the same time, he was speaking indifferently. Lin Donglai was stunned by this scene. Did I misjudge him? This disciple from Chunying school is not afraid of the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Almost at the same time, Lin Donglai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. Stop! At the same time, Ren Tietio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, suddenly roared. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy swept out like a raging wave, clearly intending to intervene. Leader Ren, you've gone too far. The moment Ren Tietio made his move, a sword ray whizzed out from the ninth heaven and easily defeated Ren Tietio's energy. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and major forces all looked toward the Chunying school. Their gazes fell on the man in a light golden robe. It was the patriarch of the hidden sword faction of Chunying school, Yi Chenfeng. A patriarch who was not even 20,000 years old. In terms of age, Yi Chenfeng was the youngest intermediate god emperor present. However, in terms of strength, no one dared to say that they were stronger than Yi Chenfeng. This time, the leaders of the various prefectures and major forces were all intermediate god emperors. Although some forces had advanced god emperors, they did not come this time. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone looked away from Yi Chenfeng. When they returned to the battlefield, they saw that Bai Mingzhong, the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was riddled with holes. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Lin Donglai stood to the side, his face pale. Trash. Yang Qinya glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then, he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Ren, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. I'm partly responsible. These two Supreme Emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him. In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ren Tietio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him. Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the Alliance. Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ren Tietio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man. Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago. Without him, no one will care. Ren Tietio said. Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this. First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious. Even with the 2 ultimate emperor divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate emperor divine pills. It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much. Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone. Even Lin Donglai had guessed something. However, he only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the most responsible. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunying School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Yingkai, the prodigy of Chunying School, who first targeted the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the Alliance to attack the Chunying School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had only themselves to blame. But, how can this Chunying School's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunying School, including Yi Yingkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunying School. Who is he? Does Chunying School have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duan Ling Tian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunying School. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment, he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured Bai Mingzhong. Yeah. If Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Yang Qinya's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunying School, including Duan Ling Tian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Qinya, his heart throbbing. Was the supreme spiritual abode really so amazing? How long had it been? Yang Qinya had grown to such a level. Even if he became a middle-level divine emperor earlier than me, it was not much earlier than me. Judging from his attack just now, it is obvious that he has almost consolidated his cultivation. Maybe, he will have a chance to completely consolidate his cultivation before the end of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with passion. He yearned for the supreme spiritual abode even more. Chapter 40-26. Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to consolidate one's cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. If it weren't for the help of the divine elements, he wouldn't have been able to consolidate his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Yang Qinya, on the other hand, was close to consolidating his cultivation as well. No one would believe that he didn't have an opportunity. Is Yang Qinya that powerful? Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone from Chunying School was shocked as well. Of course, Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, was an exception. However, Yuan Hanjin was smiling brightly when people around him congratulated him for having a good disciple. It was obvious that he was proud of Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya, you're amazing. Yang Xianxia, you've helped Chunyang's school get back at us. Yang Xianxia, you almost killed him. You're amazing. Yeah, that's a middle-level divine emperor. You almost killed that guy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice even though he was watching you. You're amazing. The group of Chunyang School's disciples, who had been depressed, were all excited after Yang Xianxia made his move. It was as if they were the ones who had crippled the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, not Yang Xianxia. Even the famous geniuses from Chunyang School, such as Yi Yingkai and Yin Yue, looked at Yang Xianxia with surprise in their eyes. Of course, they were more concerned about Yang Xianxia. Yang Xianxia, who had been ignored by them, had unknowingly become as powerful as them. Judging from Yang Xianxia's move, even they weren't confident that they could defeat Yang Xianxia. Yang Xianxia wasn't just the focus of Chunyang School's disciples. Even the people from various prefectures and forces were focused on him. His name is Yang Xianxia. Pingxing's branch of the Pure Sun sect has also produced a genius. He's the grand disciple of Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of Chunyang School's Pingxing branch. This time, it could be said that Yang Xianxia had made a name for himself in a single battle. He had completely entered the vision of all the major forces of the various prefectures. One had to know that before this, not many people knew about him, let alone remembered him. Yang Xianxia, who was in the center of the storm, had a cold and calm expression on his face this time. He didn't show any complacency because of the praises of the people around him. He was still calm. Of course, if one were to observe his eyes more closely, one would be able to discover that he had a lot of worries hidden in the depths of his eyes. After Yang Xianxia's fight, the next round of the elite group competition. Even if it was Yun Yue, he would easily defeat his opponent in a few moves. Moreover, because the other party was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he knew when to stop. When the first segment of the first phase of the competition for the elite group ended, more and more people appeared before the eyes of the people from the various manors. Among them, there were some who were already famous, but there were also many who were previously unknown, SSS2s to be. Was to. Of course, Lin Yuan was considered external help. However, since he had joined the Flame Howl sect and was not more than 10,000 years old, he met the requirements to participate in the 7 prefectures banquet. Therefore, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. It was within the rules. There was nothing they could do. If they had the ability, they could also look for external help. It wasn't easy to find external help. After the first round of the elite group competition ended, it was time for the second round of the second round. However, it would only begin on the second day. Based on the experience of the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition might not be as exciting as the first round. This was because those who had displayed their strength in the first round would not be challenged in the second round. Even if they forfeited, they wouldn't be asking for a snub. You know you're no match for them, yet you still want to be injured? That's not courage, it's looking for a beating. Since there were far fewer people compared to the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition ended in just a few days. Many people successfully entered the elite group. It was the same as the rookie competition. There were quite a few people with decent strength who could smoothly enter the elite group if they were lucky. Because the second stage of the elite group competition was the last stage, they could only issue challenges. Moreover, the weaker people had already been challenged, so they couldn't issue any challenges. Therefore, they couldn't enter the elite group in the end. Therefore, although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This situation was similar to the rookie group competition. No one made a fuss because they knew it was meaningless. Moreover, after the second round of the elite group competition ended, the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, said that those who were confident of entering the top 30 would be given an extra slot to enter the elite ranking. However, once they didn't enter the top 30, they would have to pay a price. In the end, no one asked for an extra slot. Because, even those who felt that they were unlucky felt that if they were lucky, they could enter the elite group. As for the elimination battle, they didn't have any confidence. Not to mention entering the top 30. It was still the same sentence. Those who were strong didn't need to rely on luck. Those who weren't strong needed to rely on luck. In the 7 prefectures banquet, luck was also a part of strength. If you were unhappy, as long as you met the requirements, you could be given an extra slot. However, if you didn't meet the requirements, you would have to pay a price. Otherwise, if everyone was given an extra slot, wouldn't it be a mess? Then, what was the point of the previous battles? After the elite group competition, it's the Lingyun group competition. The first round of the Lingyun group competition is similar to the elite group and rookie group. However, in the second round, those who entered the Lingyun group in the first round can only be challenged 3 times at most. Those who were eliminated in the first round can also challenge 3 times at most. Lin Donglai stood in the air as his voice spread. The Lingyun group was also the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet. After the elite group competition, the remaining people were reduced in half again. There were only slightly more than 400 people left. Moreover, there was one person who could directly enter the Lingyun group. Lin Donglai directly designated the person who had the Bai Chunying school, Yang Xianxia. However, no one paid any attention to his decision. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Xianxia made a move like before, they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Of course, those who had such thoughts were those who were not confident in their strength. Those who were strong did not care about the slot. They could give it to whoever they wanted. After all, they would definitely obtain a slot with their own strength in the end. For the elite group competition, 400 will survive from 800. For the Lingyun group competition, 200 will survive from 400. After this round of the Lingyun group competition, it'll be the competition for the aspirations group, 200 will survive from 100. After the aspirations group competition, it'll be the competition for the ranking of the top 100 people. Of course, the top 100 people will receive corresponding rewards. The top 30 people will receive even better rewards. As for the top 10, I won't say much. I'm sure you all know. As soon as Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, finished speaking, the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet, the competition for the Lingyun group, began. This time, they still drew tokens with engraved words to determine their opponents. When Duan Lingtian received the token, he noticed that a group of people from Chunying School, including Jinping Fan, were all looking at him. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did these guys think that he was as unlucky as them this time? Before Jinping Fan could say anything, Duan Lingtian pointed the token at him and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word entered Jinping Fan's eyes before Duan Lingtian could see it. When Duan Lingtian saw the disappointment on Jinping Fan's face, he knew that the words on the token he received this time were definitely more normal. This was also what Duan Lingtian had guessed earlier. The first time, he was unlucky. The second time, he was unlucky. If the third time was still the same strange word, then someone was really deliberately targeting him. Of course, the possibility of this was very small, almost zero. Zhou. This time, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was Zhou, the word for the universe. Seeing this, not only was Jinping Fan disappointed, but the other people from Chunying School who were watching the show also withdrew their gazes. At the same time, as Lin Donglai spoke, the battle of the Lingyun group officially began. At first, there was nothing to see. Until Ma Qihong from the Machi family of Tungleng province entered the arena. His opponent was the host this time, the people from Mysterious Jade Mansion, and he was not an ordinary person. He was the genius of Mysterious Jade Mansion's Rui sect, Jia Mulan. Jia Mulan was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Rui sect under 10,000 years old. This time, his opponent was Ma Qihong. Looking at his solemn face after entering the arena, it was enough to see how much pressure he was under now. Jia Mulan, you're quite famous. I've heard of you. Ma Qihong looked at Jia Mulan and said indifferently, are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to send you off the arena? Jia Mulan took a deep breath when he heard this. Then, he cupped his hands together and said, I've long heard of your great name, Ma Qihong. If you were the strongest person among the younger generation in Tungleng province, I would have made way for you this time. However, you're not now. That's why I still want to try. As he spoke, Jia Mulan revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth and grinned. In Ma Qihong's eyes, this grin was no different from mockery. He flew into a rage and his eyes turned cold. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Ma Qihong pounced on Jia Mulan like an enraged tiger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Jia Mulan, who had retreated in time, and thought to himself, this prodigy from Rui's sect must have provoked Ma Qihong on purpose. However, unless he's strong enough, he won't be able to win even if he angers Ma Qihong and makes him lose his composure. When the gap in strength was large enough, all schemes and tricks were useless. Chapter 40-27. Jia Mulan's intention was to anger Ma Qihong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Ma Qihong. However, he was certain Ma Qihong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Ma Qihong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Ma Qihong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jia Mulan, who barely managed to block Ma Qihong's attack with his celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tungleng province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jia Mulan faced Ma Qihong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Ma Qihong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. Stop. I admit defeat. Lin Donglai and Jia Mulan's voices sounded at the same time. Although Ma Qihong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the 7 prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Ma Qihong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Chenfeng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore, he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Ma Qihong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now. Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a peak Emperor grade divine pellet. That peak Emperor grade divine pellet is one of the best amongst the peak Emperor grade divine pellets. Its function is to help a high-level God Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Chenfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade Emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an Emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a peak Emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong. So strong. After Ma Qihong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jia Mulan was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's Good Fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jia Mulan. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jia Mulan to a draw. But such a powerful Jia Mulan was defeated by Ma Qihong in 2 moves. Ma Qihong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time, their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just so. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian? Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Ma Qihong's strength. When they recalled that Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, they were even more shocked. However, after hearing those people's discussions, Ma Qihong, who had yet to return to the Machi clan's side, suddenly stopped his footsteps and frowned slightly. In the next instant, he said in a clear voice, "When I was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I was still a long way from consolidating my cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. However, I've completely consolidated my cultivation base now. If I fight with Duan Lingtian again, I'll definitely win." Ma Qihong could not stand how the crowd was using Duan Lingtian to trample on him. He spoke confidently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian defeated him, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him this time. Perhaps, if they fight again, Duan Lingtian might be defeated by him. When Ma Qihong spoke, not many people doubted his words. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, if he lied, he would end up slapping himself in the face and be ridiculed. They did not think Ma Qihong would do such a stupid thing. "You're quite confident." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stood among the people from the Chunying school. Then, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, do you think Ma Qihong will be angered to death if I admit defeat on purpose and challenge him to eliminate him?" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, "If you do that, not only will he be angered to death, but the other people from the Machi clan will be angered to death as well. Machi Yuning, especially, will definitely not let you off." Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, "Of course, it's meaningless even if you do that. Even if you defeat him and replace him, he still has 3 chances to challenge others. He can easily challenge others to advance to the next round. Unless you cripple him." Cough cough. "I'm just joking." Zhen Pingfan corrected his words. He was worried Duan Lingtian would have the intention to cripple Zhen Pingfan after hearing his words. If that happened, the Machi clan would go crazy. Machi Yuning, especially, might become a mad dog. Although Machi Yuning looked kind and loving, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that this old fellow was a ruthless person when he was young. He had once annihilated several small clans because of a small matter. Moreover, he had personally made a move. If Duan Lingtian crippled Ma Qihong, the Machi clan would lose the 2 chances that were already set in stone. It was no different from cutting off Machi Yuning's path to becoming a higher god emperor. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Machi Yuning going crazy was very high. Naturally, it was impossible for Machi Yuning to succeed in this place since his junior uncle Yi was there to protect Duan Lingtian. However, what if it was a different place and time? It was impossible for his junior uncle Yi to always keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian. Then cripple him? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Elder Zhen, I think your suggestion is feasible." "Bah." Zhen Pingfan spat in annoyance. "I already said that it was a joke. I was really joking. If you really do that, the Machi clan will treat you as a sworn enemy. Even Machi Yuning won't let you off. If this old fellow doesn't break through soon, he won't have many years left to live. If you make him lose the chance to enter the secret realm in the Saint Land, it'll be equivalent to breaking his last hope. Even if you stay in the Chunying school, he might still sneak into the Chunying school and kill you when he knows he'll die in the next heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it's fine if you want to defeat or cripple Ma Qihong. However, you have to wait until Ma Qihong has entered the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Feast." Zhen Pingfan said. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. Moreover, this was a person who was about to die. If a person who was about to die broke his last straw and was given a chance, even if the chance was slim, he would most likely take revenge on Duan Lingtian. I understand. After Zhen Pingfan's reminder, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea. This kind of thing was harming others without benefiting oneself. He was just unhappy with Ma Qihong. There was no need to anger a medium god emperor who did not have much time left. The competition in the Lingyun group was naturally more exciting than the competition in the elite group. This was especially true for the Resurrection Challenge. Everyone had 3 chances to challenge someone in the Lingyun group. Everyone who entered the Lingyun group could be challenged 3 times. After they were successfully challenged and left the Lingyun group, they would also have 3 chances to challenge someone. However, in the end, the competition in the Lingyun group was similar to the competition in the elite group and the competition in the rookie group. The strong would eliminate the weak first. The weak would only have 3 chances to challenge someone they thought they had a chance of defeating. For example, Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya, and Yi Yingkai were not challenged by anyone. After the competition in the Lingyun group ended, they entered the Lingyun group. And during this process, more and more people started to display their true strength in front of the public. There were only 204 people in the Lingyun group. The competition in the Lofty Aspirations group will begin in 3 days. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the 7 mansions feast ended and the crowd dispersed. 3 days later, the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group began. This time, there were only 102 people left out of the 204 people. The 102 people in the Lofty Aspirations group would enter the ranking battle. 10 days later, the ranking battle for the top 100 will begin. Of course, 30 of the slots are for the seeded contestants. Those who are strong can recommend themselves to be seeded contestants. However, there may be people who challenge you. You can only enter the top 30 if you hold on until the end. To be more precise, the rankings from the 31st to the 100th will be decided first. After the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group ended, Lin Donglai announced again. This time, everyone's spirits were shaken. The highlight of the 7 mansions feast was finally coming. The ranking battle. I've been waiting for a long time. On the Chunying school side, a prodigy who was as famous as Yi Yingkai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with anticipation. At this moment, he was not the only one who had anticipation in his eyes. There were also many prodigies from various mansions. These people were not only in the Lofty Aspirations group but also those who did not. They were looking forward to the ranking battle because it would be exciting. Chapter 40-28. Recommend yourself as a seeded contestant? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course, according to Lin Donglai's words, the seeded contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seeded contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now, let's disperse. Everyone, see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunying school who were as famous as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Yang Qinya is from Ping Xing's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Yang Qinya. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Yang Qinya. That's possible. Yang Qinya's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Yingkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Yang Qinya had also become extremely complicated. Yang Qinya. This small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past actually had a strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunying school under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you. Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qinya through voice transmission, however, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you. Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, Master. Yang Qinya replied indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. Why? Could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case. Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunying school was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think, if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Yang Qinya, the last spot will fall into Yi Yingcai's hands? After all, Yi Yingkai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi. Yi Chenfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Fenggu in Chunying school. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Fenggu. Now, Yi Chenfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple Yi Yingkai take one of the spots, Lu Fenggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chenfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Jinping Fan that Yi Chenfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunying school set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Yingkai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the mystic Jade Mansion, Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the crowd, 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Yang Qinya. The last spot belongs to Yun Yue. As soon as Yi Chenfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yun Yue himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Yingkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other 2 people who were as famous as him, Yi Yingkai, and the person from the Hidden Sword faction were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yun Yue was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yun Yue was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seated contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Yang Qinya, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yin Yue was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Jinping Fan the reason why Yin Yue was given a spot but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seeded contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seeded contestant, one could still enter the top 30. Not long after everyone arrived at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, it was almost time for everyone to arrive. As the host, Lin Donglai was late again. After a few days of research, we've selected 30 seeded contestants from the recommendation spots from the various mansions and sects. Lin Donglai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Then, he began to recite the names of the 30 seeded contestants. One by one, the names entered everyone's ears. The 30 seeded contestants were from various mansions and sects. However, not every sect had a seeded contestant. For example, the Profound Jade Mansion and the Rui sect did not have a single seeded contestant. Naturally, the Rui sect was not the only one. However, it was precisely because of this that the Rui sect did not have a spot in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Since the Rui sect, as the host of the Profound Jade Mansion's banquet, did not say anything, what else could they say? Moreover, a seeded contestant did not mean anything. In the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, there were those who did not manage to enter the top 10. I remember. During the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, even Elder Yi from Chunying School did not manage to obtain a seeded contestant. However, he still managed to enter the top 30 in the end. When the news spread, many people's eyes fell on the Chunying School. Their gazes fell on Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunying School. He was the strongest person in Tungleng province. Most importantly, he was not only a junior. He was not even 20,000 years old. During the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet 10,000 years ago, he was supposed to represent Chunying School in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, he did not manage to enter the top 20, let alone the top 10. The world has changed in 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there were many who were stronger than this Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect among the younger generation of the Seven Prefectures, but now, there's no one who can compare to him. That's why it's said that temporary gains and losses are not permanent. Elder Yi from Chunying School has taught us a good lesson. I think so too. Even if I can't enter the top 30 now, even if I'm not a seeded contestant, it doesn't mean I'll be weaker than them 10,000 years later. Who knows, maybe I'll be stronger than Duan Lingtian from Chunying School and Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan. They might not be as strong as me 10,000 years later. As expected, Duan Lingtian obtained one of the 30 seeded contestants. If he did not obtain a spot, there might be people who would question him. Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan had also obtained a spot. However, Ma Qihong was the only one from the Ma Qi clan who obtained a spot. On the other hand, apart from Duan Lingtian, Yang Xianxia from Chunying School had also obtained a spot. This was beyond many people's expectations. They did not expect Yang Xianxia to obtain a spot. Yang Xianxia from Chunying School has never shown his strength before. I didn't expect him to shock everyone with his skills. Now, he's even obtained a spot as a seeded contestant. Previously, I had a feeling that he's not weaker than those from Chunying School. Now, it seems like that's true. Otherwise, the Mystic Jade Mansion wouldn't have given him a spot as a seeded contestant. There are a total of 30 spots. Among the 28 forces here, Chunying School has obtained 2 spots. How amazing! It's not just Chunying School. Even the Flame Howl sect has obtained 2 spots. Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo, the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. He might not be weaker than Ma Qihong. He might be comparable to Duan Lingtian. This was the first time Duan Lingtian heard the name Mo Luo Duo. The prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old? Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunying School and Blazing Howl's sect were not the only two seeded contestants. A few other forces also had two seeded contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunying School and Blazing Howl's sect was because of Duan Lingtian from Chunying School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl's sect, as one of the hosts of the Mystic Jade Mansion's banquet and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai, it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunying School or Blazing Howl's sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seeded contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the two prodigies from the other two forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seeded contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. 2 disciples from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seeded contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seeded contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seeded contestant. Like the other person from Tianshan Mansion, this person was not famous and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre, so how did they obtain seeded contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these two names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianshan Mansion. Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Jinping Fan that there would be 2 unknown prodigies from Tianshan Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These 2 people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that Elder Zhen, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seeded contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, also, if it's really them. Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But, it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seeded candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, a bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin. Our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seeded candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. He stared at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he questioned in a deep voice. Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuoba Xiao as well. As soon as the curly-bearded old man from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect finished speaking, a skinny old man from the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion spoke as well. His tone was also filled with questions. As soon as the words left their mouths, an uproar broke out among the crowd. As it turned out, these 2 prodigies whom no one had heard of before were not recommended by their respective sects. If that was the case, why were they seeded candidates? For a time, all eyes were on Lin Donglai, waiting for him to answer the question of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious as to what the profound Jade Mansion was doing. Why would they let two people who were not recommended become seated candidates? If it was only one person, it could be said that the profound Jade Mansion had made a mistake. However, there were two people. Could it be a mistake? Most people felt that it was definitely not a mistake, but at the same time, they were also curious as to why the profound Jade Mansion would do this. Now, they were all waiting to hear what Lin Donglai had to say. So they didn't recommend them. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan had recommended the two prodigies. Now that he heard the words of the two sects, it was obvious that they did not recommend them. If that was the case, then these two people were the seated candidates that the profound Jade Mansion had decided on. However, didn't they say that the seated candidates would be selected from the recommendations of the various sects? Wasn't the profound Jade Mansion contradicting themselves by doing this? At this moment, Lin Donglai did not show any signs of fear in the face of everyone's gazes. He smiled faintly and said, although the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has heard that they're prodigies that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion have nurtured over the past 10,000 years. For this reason, although the Autumn Leaf sect and the Yuan clan did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has unanimously decided to make an exception and let them become seated candidates based on the principle of respecting prodigies. The reason the two elders are questioning them like this is because you're worried that they'll be targeted. I'd like to remind all of you. Although these two prodigies did not reveal much of their strength is extraordinary. At the very least, all of you should treat them as if they're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Chunyang school. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Lingtian. Of course, if the two of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land's secret zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by three major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful. To be able to be nurtured by all three of them, he must have been chosen by all three of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of three major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao would have such a background? That's right. If Elder Lin Donglai from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. Therefore, they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 mansions' banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end, they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 mansions banquets, they had never targeted the profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter, and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the two of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Lingtian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Ling Tian and Ma Chi Hong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal Sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal Sect, the 2 of them, Duan Ling Tian, Ma Chi Hong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl Sect, Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl Sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, the appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30 seeded contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. Chapter 40-30. The 30 seeded contestants were pushed out in the first round of the ranking battle to accept challenges from the remaining 72 contestants. Under such circumstances, the remaining 72 contestants would naturally challenge those who they were confident of winning. As for those who were strong and knew they were no match for their opponents, it was meaningless to challenge them. Moreover, they might be injured and affect their next challenge. 3 challenges in a row. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat in advance to preserve your strength. Otherwise, if you insist on fighting at the beginning, you might not be able to defeat your opponents later on because you're injured. As long as you admit defeat, I'll intervene as soon as you finish your sentence so that your opponent won't hurt you. Lin Donglai's voice rang out clearly. Next, the 72 contestants will receive their numbered tokens. Then, you'll enter the arena according to your number. The 30 seeded contestants will now take a few steps forward and stand in the void in front of the people from your respective forces so that you can choose your opponents. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the 30 seeded contestants, including Duan Ling Tian, stepped into the void. On the Chunyang School's side, only Duan Ling Tian stepped into the void with Yang Qinya. This was because they were the only seeded contestants on the Chunyang School's side. As for the Machi clan's side, there was only one seeded contestant, and that was Ma Chi Hong. At this moment, Ma Chi Hong stood in the void and looked straight ahead with a cold smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to see who would dare to challenge him. When Duan Ling Tian and the other 30 contestants stepped forward, Lin Donglai began to distribute the numbered tokens. Each of the 72 contestants received their own numbered tokens. Now, the prodigy who has received the number 1 token, please enter the arena and choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace your opponent and become a seeded contestant. After becoming a seeded contestant, you'll have to accept 3 challenges to enter the top 30. Of course, as a new seeded contestant, you can choose not to accept any more challenges on the day you become a seeded contestant. Lin Donglai said loudly. In fact, Duan Ling Tian and the others had already heard about the rules from the high-ranking officials of their respective sections. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Soon, the person who had obtained the number 1 token entered the arena. He was a genius from one of the clans in the Consonance Manor, and his strength was not bad. The last time he fought, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. He had some reputation in the Consonance Manor. However, in the other manors, because there were even more talented existences, many people had never heard of him. I challenge, in the end, the Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion chose a seeded contestant from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion. And the other party was only famous in the Heavenly Stellar Manor. In the beginning, the 2 of them were evenly matched, but in the end, it was the Heavenly Stellar Manor's seeded contestant who won after 50 moves. Moreover, looking at his calm and collected appearance, it was obvious that he had held back before. This person is quite smart. He could have defeated his opponent in a short period of time, but in order to preserve his strength, he delayed the battle for a while. It seems like he didn't end the battle quickly, but he only consumed a little more divine power. He can recover quickly after consuming a divine pill, and it won't affect him when he's challenged again. Many people saw through Heavenly Stellar Manor's plan. Of course, rather than calling it a plan, it was more accurate to call it experience. The Sky Pride from the Consonant's mansion, who had failed the challenge, did not look too good. At first, he thought that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and he had a high chance of winning. He did not expect that his opponent had hidden his strength. Now, he had lost at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not exert his full strength. Choose your opponent in 15 minutes. Lin Donglai glanced at the Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride and said. His opponent's expression turned even worse when he heard this. He had been challenged consecutively, but he did not have his peak strength. This was a great disadvantage for him. Elder Lin. Finally, he looked at Lin Donglai and asked, as far as I know, if I give up the second challenge, I will have 15 minutes to recover? Yes. Lin Donglai looked at him deeply. You want to give up the second challenge and use the third challenge after 15 minutes of rest? Yes. The Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride nodded. Without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak, he sat cross-legged in the void and consumed a divine pill to recover. Seeing this, Lin Donglai was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. The others also waited with him. This Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride is smart. Many people exclaimed. Now, anyone could see that the Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride was far from his peak strength. If he rushed to challenge after 15 minutes, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once he failed the second challenge, he would not have much strength left. The chances of winning the third challenge would be even slimmer. Under such circumstances, giving up the second challenge and taking the third challenge after 15 minutes to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, I'm not number one. Now, this Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride has taught us a good lesson. It's better to test the waters for the first challenge. Unless you are confident in winning, it's not worth using your full strength. A Sky Pride from a famous mansion sighed. The person beside him immediately smiled bitterly. That may be so, but who knows if the opponent you challenge is also thinking of conserving his strength. For example, the Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride's opponent did not use his full strength in the beginning. It felt like they were evenly matched. Perhaps, that's why the Consonant's mansion's Sky Pride slowly used his full strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would give him a thunderous blow in the end and defeat him directly? It's impossible to guard against it. It all depends on one's eyesight and luck. That's right. Although there are 3 challenges, I think it's better to treat it as one challenge. You must be careful when choosing your opponent. That's right. For example, the person who was challenged just now has basically revealed his strength. If you're confident in defeating him, you can choose to challenge him. If you want to challenge him, you must do it as soon as possible. After all, he only has 2 chances to be challenged now. Can he deliberately find someone to waste his chances of being challenged? That seems to be a loophole, right? It's almost impossible. If someone deliberately wastes his chances of being challenged, once he shows more strength later on, he'll be disqualified from entering the top 100. This has never happened in the history of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. Unless that person is willing to give up on being ranked in the top 100. I don't think so as well. Now that he's been challenged by number 1, number 2 to number 10 won't be able to challenge him anymore. Once he's challenged by number 11 to number 20, number 21 to number 30 won't be able to challenge him as well. If you want to help him waste his chances of being challenged, you must be able to match up with the number. Unless you find someone at the last minute, but that's not realistic. Who would be willing to give up one of their chances of being challenged so easily? Moreover, if you give it up and show more strength later on, you'll be in trouble. There are so many intermediate god emperors present, do you think you can fool them? Although there was a loophole in the rules of the first segment of the ranking battle, everyone knew about it. It was fine to exploit the loophole, but there was a price to pay. Basically, no one was willing to pay such a price. Therefore, in the history of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, such a situation had never happened before. 15 minutes later, the Consonance Mansion Sky Pride stood up and fixed his gaze on one person. It was a Sky Pride from the famous mansion. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion had not displayed much strength when he fought earlier. However, he could be considered a celebrity in the famous mansion, and even outside the famous mansion, he had some fame. In the end, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride lost. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion was stronger than the previous opponent of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. Not to mention that he had not fully recovered his strength. Even if he was at his peak, he would still lose without a doubt. Therefore, when he left the arena, he was not discouraged at all because he felt that it was only natural for him to lose. I have even less confidence in the remaining 28 people. The 2 people who have the most confidence are stronger than me. It seems that the Profound Jade Mansion didn't randomly select the 30 people they challenged. I'm curious. Will there be anyone who will challenge the 2 Sky Prides from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and Netherworld Mansion? You should know that before they were exposed, I had planned to challenge them. These were the thoughts of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. In truth, the others had the same thoughts as well. Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaf School and Tuoba Xiu from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan were geniuses that had been nurtured by their respective mansions. However, when they learned about their background, most of them retreated. This was because the host of the Seven Mansions banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, had compared them to the Sky Pride of the Chunying School, Duan Lingtian. They knew that they were far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Next, it was number 2's turn to challenge Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. However, number 2's challenge still ended in failure. Similar to number 1, he gave up on his second challenge. On his third challenge, he had regained his peak strength. However, he was still defeated. After number 2 was done, it was number 3's turn. Number 3's challenge was still unsuccessful. Before number 7, no one had succeeded. When it was number 7's turn, he surprisingly chose Tuoba Xiu from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. He was also the prodigy whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Ling Tian and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Xiu, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number 7 was a Sky Pride from the Great Mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Xiu who had just entered the arena. Chapter 40-31. Tuoba Xiu's name did not sound like a man. At this moment, Tuoba Xiu was indeed not a man. She was a young lady dressed in a loose black robe. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her hair was tied up behind her back. She was dressed like a man. But even so, the current her could still be called a beauty. If she were to change into a woman's outfit, she would definitely be stunning. Make your move. Tuoba Xiu's beautiful face was cold. Facing number 7, who had challenged her, her gentle voice sounded indifferent. It gave off a feeling that she was unapproachable. All right. Number 7 was the prodigy from the famous mansion who had challenged Tuoba Xiu. After responding, he charged out with a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He circulated the divine energy in his body and charged at Tuoba Xiu with all his might. Tuoba Xiu was compared to Duan Lingtian by Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was hosting the Seven Mansion banquet this time. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuoba Xiu did not make any moves in the face of the Sky Pride from the famous mansion. However, her black robe fluttered slightly. In the next instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the Sky Pride from the famous mansion approached, Tuoba Xiu's surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the air around her had turned into ice and was rapidly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles ice seal. In the blink of an eye, the famous mansion's genius was sealed in ice by a glacier that appeared out of thin air. He could be seen charging forward with all his might. However, he was only able to cross a short distance before he was completely stopped. Not only that, but his body was also frozen at this moment. The spectators could see the eyes of the Sky Pride from the famous mansion who was frozen in ice. At the same time, they could see the fear in the depths of his eyes through her gaze. He sent me a voice transmission saying that he's admitted defeat. Just when everyone was shocked by Tuoba Xiu's technique, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Then, he waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow in the void dissipated, returning it to its original state. As for Tuoba Xiu, she also took the opportunity to withdraw her divine power. Then, without saying anything, she turned around and left. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, after he was rescued, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was trembling. Do you want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at the famous manner's Sky Pride and asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, however, I can see that your injuries are not light. I advise you not to continue with the challenge, lest it affects the ranking battles later. I give up. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Lin. The famous mansion's Sky Prides took a deep breath and thanked Lin Donglai. Even now, he still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If Tuoba Xiu hadn't held back, he might have died the moment he was sealed in ice. The embryonic form of the Tao of Control? Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Perhaps the others present did not have any special feelings towards the embryonic form of the Way of Control. After all, the Way of Control and the Way of Weapons were very different. Once the Way of Control merged with the profundities of the laws, it could even become invisible. On the other hand, the Way of Weapons could not be concealed, not even in its embryonic form. That was right. Duan Lingtian could see it. Tuoba Xiu, a disciple of the Yuan clan from the underworld mansion, had comprehended the embryonic form of the Way of Control. Unless one had come into contact with the Way of Control or studied it, even a god emperor might not be able to see through the clues just now. However, as someone who had comprehended the Way of Control, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with it. This is the Sky Pride that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Although Tuoba Xiu did not use her divine weapon earlier, when she activated the embryonic form of the Way of Control, she also displayed her attainments in the Law of Ice. At the very least, Duan Lingtian felt that Tuoba Xiu was definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, whom he had defeated in the 7 Kills Valley back then. In fact, Ma Qihong might even be slightly weaker than her back then. While Duan Lingtian was feeling emotional, the people from the Chunying school and the various mansions around him were also discussing Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu is too terrifying. The Law of Ice that she has comprehended has obviously reached an extremely powerful level. That Sky Pride from the famous mansions did not even have a chance to get close to her before he was blocked by her ice. As expected of the prodigy that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Although the underworld mansion has contributed greatly to her success today, her innate talent and comprehension ability are more important. If it were us, even with the underworld mansion's unreserved help, we would not be able to compare to her. That's true. Although everyone knew that Tuoba Xiu was a prodigy that the underworld mansion had nurtured with all its resources and that she was treated with envy, no one could deny her innate talent and comprehension ability. If she was mediocre, the underworld mansion would not have been able to nurture her. After all, mud would not be able to support a wall. If Tuoba Xiu is like this, Luo Yuan from the Tianshan mansion and the Autumn Leaf School should be similar as well. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Lingtian. That Sky Pride from the famous mansions probably did not even dream that Tuoba Xiu would be so powerful. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. That's right. Obviously, he challenged Tuoba Xiu out of curiosity. By doing so, he has forfeited 3 chances to challenge Tuoba Xiu. I'm afraid no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu or Luo Yuan after this. I'm sure no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu anymore. As for Luo Yuan, with that Sky Pride from the famous mansions as an example, no one will challenge him as well. In the arena, the young prodigy who had obtained the number 8 token entered the arena. This time, the person who entered the arena was a disciple of the Chunying school. He was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Jingming, the patriarch of the righteous mansions. Lan Shilin was one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation of the Chunying school. Of course, compared to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue, he was still slightly inferior. He was second only to Yi Yingkai and the others. I challenge. Lan Shilin scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on one person. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunying school, there were several people who were stronger than him but did not become seeded contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards, but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token, enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Yingkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was the prodigy of the Chunying school's younger generation. He was famous and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunying school, Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue were the top prodigies of the Chunying school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunying school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now. When people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingcai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Wuxia of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingkai who he was going to challenge, Yi Yingcai's gaze remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Wuxia. Wuxia was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yi Yingkai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Wuxia glanced at Yi Yingkai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yi Yingkai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Wuxia, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person. Chapter 40-32. Wuxia was one of the seated contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seated contestant. At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. However, compared to Wuxia, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Wuxia was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Wuxia fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Wuxia still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yi Inkai dares to challenge Brother Hu. He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Wuxia's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Wuxia's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Wuxia was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunying school where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunying school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Wuxia to Duan Lingtian. As for Yi Inkai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Wuxia. Earlier, Yi Inkai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunying school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope Brother Hu can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword faction in Chunying school. With Yi Chenfeng around, even if Elder Lin of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect does not do anything, Brother Hu will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yi Inkai finally made his move. After a while, he and Wuxia of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Wuxia gained the upper hand. Then, he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yi Inkai. Within 20 moves, Yi Inkai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yi Inkai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Wuxia, who thought that he could attack Yi Inkai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunying school. When Wuxia heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tonglang Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big. No matter what, since Yi Chenfeng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Inkai, Wuxia could not continue attacking. Even if there was no rule in the 7 prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors. He really could not afford to offend Yi Chenfeng. Right now, he could only suppress the urge to continue attacking. Grandmaster, Yi Inkai's expression was bitter. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. The blood that was stuck in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face was incomparably pale. Do you still want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Inkai and asked. Yes, just as Yi Inkai was about to say, continue, Yi Chenfeng's voice sounded again. Give up the second challenge. The third challenge will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill bottle flew through the air and landed in Yi Yingcai's hand. It was Yi Qianfeng who had thrown it to him. At this moment, Yi Yingcai looked at Yi Qianfeng's calm gaze and felt a sense of guilt. He felt like crying. Too impulsive. Right now, it was not only the others who thought this way. Even Duan Lingtian thought the same. He felt that Yi Qianfeng was too impulsive. At first, I thought that Xunying school was counting on me to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast because they thought that no one in the sect could enter the top 10. Now, it seems that these people from Xunying school, with the exception of Yang Qinya, may not be able to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures' feast. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that it was already very good for Jinping Fan and Yi Qianfeng to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures' feast 10,000 years ago. At least, they were not weaker than Yi Qianfeng and Yin Yue back then. Elder Yi, thank you for letting me win. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio, sent a voice transmission to Jinping Fan. Ren Tietio's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that he did not want to let go of this opportunity to ridicule Yi Qianfeng. After the 7 prefectures feast, shall we spar? Faced with Ren Tietio's smug tone, Yi Qianfeng only replied indifferently. This sentence was like a trump card. As soon as it reached Ren Tietio's ears, Ren Tietio no longer continued to communicate with Yi Qianfeng through voice transmission. And at this moment, Yi Qianfeng's ears were also completely quiet. At the same time, the people from the various major forces who were watching from the sidelines thought of Yi Qianfeng's earlier attack and vaguely understood what was going on. Why does it feel like Yi Yingcai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Does he have a grudge against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? I'm not sure about that. However, they're both from Tungleng province. Maybe they've had a conflict before. Yi Yingcai is too impulsive. The fact that this person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was selected as a seated contestant is enough to show that he's not ordinary. If he recklessly challenges him, he's destined to be at a disadvantage. While the crowd was discussing and whispering, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. Yi Yingcai gave up on his second chance to challenge. However, he did not give up on his third chance to challenge. In just 15 minutes, Yi Yingcai, who was originally severely injured in the eyes of the crowd, seemed to have been reborn. At the very least, he did not seem to be injured at all. The divine pill that Elder Yi from Chuning School gave him earlier is most likely not an ordinary divine pill. Otherwise, how could it have such a good effect? This scene caused many people's imaginations to run wild. It's obviously not an ordinary divine pill. I wonder what kind of healing divine pill it is. Even a Supreme Emperor grade divine pill doesn't have such an effect. Could it be an Imperial grade divine pill? It's possible. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary healing Imperial grade divine pill. As far as I know, there are a few types of Imperial grade divine pills that have such an effect. A Supreme Emperor grade divine pill? What are you thinking about? I've never heard of anyone being able to refine a Supreme Emperor grade divine pill. Perhaps, there are people in a more distant and vast world who can refine it, but the news hasn't reached here yet. I've actually seen records in some ancient books that someone had once refined a peak Emperor level divine pellet. However, this kind of person, even in his era, in the entire profound Handle land, was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yi Yingcai's quick recovery made people think of the divine pill that Yi Qianfeng had specially given him earlier. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. It's at least an Imperial grade divine pill. There's no Emperor grade divine pill that can help him recover so quickly. Even a Supreme Emperor grade divine pill won't work. Although Duan Lingtian could also refine Supreme Emperor grade divine pills now, he was still unable to refine Supreme Emperor grade divine pills that were more difficult to refine. As for Supreme Emperor grade divine pills, until now, he had not been able to refine one. He had tried a few times, but without exception, he had failed and wasted a lot of precious materials. The materials needed to refine a Supreme Emperor grade divine pill were extremely precious. Even a supplementary ingredient might be the main ingredient of a Supreme Emperor grade divine pill. I challenge. Soon, Yi Yingcai chose another opponent. It was a prodigy from the famous prefecture. This prodigy of the famous prefecture was the prodigy of the Cold Mountain residence, one of the four major powers of the famous prefecture. He was the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Cold Mountain residence, and was also the only one selected as a seated participant. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was full of stubble, and his clothes were shabby. He looked a little sloppy and unkempt. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand at all times. Even after entering the arena, he still drank a few mouthfuls of wine. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at this middle-aged man again. Although it was his first time seeing him, his intuition told him that this kind of strange person was either mediocre or powerful. And this person did not look mediocre at all. Mediocre people would not be chosen as a seated contestant. Let's begin. Yi Yingkai could not help but frown when he saw that the other party was still drinking. You go first. The middle-aged man put down the wine gourd in his hand and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He grinned and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." When the middle-aged man said this, not only did Yi Yingkai's face fall, but the others also burst into an uproar. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence is really arrogant. His previous performance was just so, right? The strength he displayed is not even comparable to Yi Yingkai's. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yi Yingkai, who had an ugly expression, finally made his move. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, his originally ugly expression turned serious. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand as he unreservedly circulated the divine energy in his body and sensed the surrounding law energy. This was because the moment he made his move, his Grandmaster Yi Qinfeng's voice rang in his ears. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not inferior to Hu Chai's. This sentence completely woke Yi Yingkai up. Duan Lingtian also noticed the sudden change in Yi Yingkai's attitude. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was on a small floating island not far away. Yi Yingkai's change in attitude was most likely related to Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 40-33. All of a sudden, Yi Yingkai turned serious. His casual attitude from before made the onlookers feel the tension in the air. At the same time, they could sense a strong smell of gunpowder spreading out. In the next instant, they saw Yi Yingkai charging toward the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence with his sword in hand. I don't think I've heard of this prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence before. The fact that he's chosen as a seated participant shows his strength. Previously, I thought it was strange that some unknown prodigies were chosen as seated participants. However, it seems like the profound Jade Mansion has some information we don't know about. First, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Netherworld Mansion each sent a hidden prodigy. Now, the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence isn't one of the prodigies we're familiar with. Now that you mention it, I realize none of the famous prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were chosen as seated participants. Only this person was chosen as a seated participant. If I remember correctly, this person is called Wang Xiong. While the onlookers were discussing among themselves, Yi Yingkai had already approached Wang Xiong. He cast his profundities from the law of profundities and merged them with the divine sword in his hand before they turned into dazzling sword rays that shot out. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays shot out like a net, completely sealing off the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence, Wang Xiong. However, while many people were breaking out in cold sweat for Wang Xiong's expression did not change. However, the originally lazy expression in his eyes became somewhat sharp at this moment. Then, Wang Xiong slapped the wine gourd in his hand. The wine gourd expanded in the wind and turned into a gigantic gourd that shrouded him. Around the gourd's gourd, rolling gray energy transformed into a yellowish light that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the sword rays descended. Clang! 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 When the sword rays landed on the gourd's gourd, it was as though they had hit a steel plate. However, there was no sign of the gourd's gourd breaking. Humph! Seeing this, Yi Inkai continued to exert his full strength. However, his expression soon changed because he realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break the other party's tortoise shell. At this moment, the solid gorge shadow paused on the spot, and then whistled out. Moreover, its speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the sword rays that filled the sky. Then, he rushed towards Yi Inkai. Seeing this, Yi Inkai attacked while retreating. However, his attacks were simply unable to breach his opponent's defense. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to breach his opponent's defense. Fortunately, although his opponent's speed was not slow, at least among those who were skilled in the law of earth, he was still slightly slower than him. The change in the field happened in just a moment. Just a moment ago, everyone was still watching Yi Inkai charge at Wang Xiong, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Chenfeng could only run. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng's attacks could not do anything to Wang Xiong at all. This Wang Xiong, what a terrifying defense. He's an expert in the laws of earth. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's an expert in the laws of earth that specializes in defense. This is too terrifying. Yi Chenfeng uses the sword, and in terms of offense, he can be considered strong, but he can't break through his defense. Right now, Wang Xiong only has a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, Yi Chenfeng would be defeated right now. The spectators were in an uproar at this moment. Clearly, the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The defense displayed by Wang Xiong not only shocked the group of young heaven prides present, but even the upper echelons of the various major powers present had solemn expressions at this moment. Elder Qi. There was even a power near the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence. Looking at the leader of the people who came from the Cold Mountain residence this time, he sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that your Cold Mountain residence was hiding such a character. This shouldn't be the external aid that you found, right?" As this person opened his mouth to ask this question, numerous gazes swept towards the Cold Mountain residence. On the other hand, the leader of the people from the Cold Mountain residence was an old man in a light green robe. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. When faced with the question from the people around him, he smiled faintly and said, "Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence since he was young. However, he rarely appears in public and has always been training outside. He recently returned from the Seven Mansions banquet. Speaking of which, all of you should have an impression of his father. His father is called Wang Anchong." Wang Anchong. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Cold Mountain residence, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Qi, is this Wang Anchong the person who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago?" During the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there was a person named Wang Anchong who made it to the top 10 in the Cold Mountain residence of the famous mansion. "Yes, it's him." The old man nodded. For a time, the people from the various mansions and major powers discussed animatedly. "He's Wang Anchong's son." At this moment, on the side of the Chunying school, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they knew who Wang Anchong was. In fact, they had even been defeated by Wang Anchong 10,000 years ago. The most important thing was, Wang Anchong had a very good temper. Although it was the first time they met back then, they could chat because they liked each other. He could be considered their friend. However, what was unexpected was that not long after the Seven Mansions banquet ended, Wang Anchong died outside the famous mansion due to an accident. At that time, because of Wang Anchong's death, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng had gathered together and lamented. As the saying went, heaven is jealous of geniuses. I didn't expect this. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chenfeng could not help but sigh. His father defeated both Elder Yi and Elder Zhen 10,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but be a little surprised when he learned from Zhen Pingfan that the sloppy middle-aged man's father had defeated him and Yi Chenfeng 10,000 years ago. Moreover, he was one of the prodigies who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. However, he died prematurely. This Wang Xiong is going to win. In the field, although Yi Inkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Lingtian knew that Wang Xiong was going to win when he saw his current movements. Wang Xiong seemed to be unleashing his endless power to launch attacks, but Duan Lingtian could tell that Wang Xiong was not launching attacks mindlessly. Otherwise, why would he launch attacks repeatedly when Yi Yingkai could easily dodge them? Amazing! Yi Chenfeng's exclamation sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack had not been launched. Not only did Wang Xiong's attack, which had missed, not disperse, it instead turned into solid yellow pillars that gathered together as it whistled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage and kept shrinking. Most importantly, Yi Yingkai was still inside. He has been preparing for this moment all along. At this moment, Yi Yingkai finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape from the cage immediately, but he realized that unless he broke the cage, he could not escape. Wang Xiong had been planning this for a long time. Now that he had retracted the net, it was obvious that he had the confidence to trap him. Since I can't escape, I will attack my way out. Yi Yingkai made up his mind and started attacking the cage. Although the cage was sturdy, under his attacks, it showed signs of cracking. Seeing that the cage was cracking, Yi Yingkai was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed completely. This was because he realized that while he was attacking the cage, Wang Xiong had already caught up with him. He had no choice but to escape again and could not attack the place he had attacked previously. Yi Yingkai continued to escape and Wang Xiong continued to chase. However, under the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the enormous cage continued to shrink, and the space that Yi Yingkai could escape to was becoming narrower and smaller. In the end, Yi Yingkai could not escape and could only face Wang Xiong head-on. However, he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense. Wang Xiong only casually attacked him and injured him, crippling his strength by more than half. I admit defeat. At this moment, the powerless Yi Yingkai could only admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he felt aggrieved, he knew that he could not continue. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen and it would affect his ranking later. Although there was no hope for the top 30. However, if he could get into the top 50, or even top 40, it would not be a disgrace to Chunying School. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xiong grinned and looked at Yi Yingkai. Your strength is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that you still held back and did not show your full speed. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Yingkai smiled bitterly. In the last round, he faced Hutsai from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Because Hutsai's speed was not slower than his, he did not think of pulling away or even dodging. He had been fighting Hutsai head-on. Because of this, he did not show his true speed. Perhaps, when Wang Xiong said that if he did not make the first move, he would not have the chance to attack, he thought that his speed was only that. If he only had that kind of speed, once Wang Xiong made the first move, he might not have the chance to attack. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Yi Yingkai said seriously. Yi Yingkai lost and did not have the chance to get into the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. However, when he left the stage, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were shining as if his heart was rejuvenated. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Seeing this, Yi Chenfeng smiled. After Yi Yingkai returned, he looked at him and said, "You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. In today's 7 prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later, they might not be as strong as you." When Yi Chenfeng said this, Yi Yingkai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20, but now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. Chapter 40-34. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunying School's side, although Yi Chizai was the only strong contestant, Yun Yue, and a few others who were as famous as Yi Qizai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duan Lingtian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure, not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Tuoba Xiao, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hanshan Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up. The next day, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunying School's team to the 7 prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly, he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianshan Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice, he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young Heaven's Pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known Heaven's Prides from the Cold Mountain residence. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan. Although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuoba Xiu, who is as famous as him, is already so strong, Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hanshan residence really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Yingkai yesterday and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianshan residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe, had a cold expression, and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. "If there are no problems, let's begin." Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hanshan residence made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiu, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, he did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hanshan residents who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an emperor god expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Han residence was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the heavens prides of the cold mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Han residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength. Worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 residences banquet. The genius of the Han residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges. He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuoba Xiu make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuoba Xiu had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuoba Xiu's. Tuoba Xiu had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuoba Xiu's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the 2 of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuoba Xiu was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the 2 of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Ma Qihong, who had been defeated by him back in the 7 Kills Valley. When he thought of Ma Qihong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Ma Qi clan. He saw that Ma Qihong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Chenfeng and Jinping Fan, Lu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star residence has put in a lot of effort for this 7 mansions banquet. The Netherworld residence is not bad either. Jinping Fan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this 7 prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps, in the next 7 prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Lu Fenggu asked. Yes. Jinping Fan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spots. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the 7 mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Lu Fengge shook his head and said, "This method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. One less power won't be a big deal." Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tongleng province for example. If someone suggests this and our Chuning school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill the suggestion? Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chuning school did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chuning school were to participate and use all its power to nurture one or two geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chuning school after the Seven Mansions banquet. Perhaps it would not be long before he left. On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30 seated contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 40-35. The final stage of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seated contestants. The 30 seated contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30 seated contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The 2 weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him, Ma Qihong, Yang Qinya, and the other seated contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Yang Qinya, Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qinya a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang school. He had to admit that Yang Qinya's performance was beyond his expectations. As expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Yang Qinya had been challenged by 2 contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Yingkai and the other young prodigies of the Chuning school were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Yang Qinya's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chuning school elders next to Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right, Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And you, for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chuning school elders, who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Yang Qinya had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang school. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Yang Qinya could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Ling Tian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Ling Tian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Yunfeng, the ancestor of the Yunfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunying school. Zhen Yunfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was from Zhen Yunfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Zhen Yunfeng got a spot, no one would say anything, and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunying school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Yang Qinya could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Qinya could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Xing's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received Yi Chenfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianshan Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Howl sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are 2 more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Mo Yu from the Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Ling Tian to be careful, Yi Chenfeng also told Duan Ling Tian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Chenfeng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Duan Ling Tian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Chenfeng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seated contestants in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion. Yuan Mo Yu from the Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province. Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan. Although Ma Qihong had taunted him through voice transmission before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Ma Qihong could only be considered to be relatively weak. even if Ma Qihong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Qianfeng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Qianfeng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the 7 mansions grand banquet. It was only after you defeated Ma Qihong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Qianfeng paused for a moment before he continued. This time, many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning, I thought so as well. However, ever since I obtained the complete soul high-grade divine sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher god emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher god emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Qianfeng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Jin Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yunpeak while Duan Lingtian was from Yunpeak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Qianfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Qianfeng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher god emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher god emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle god emperor to see the path to becoming a higher god emperor. This was partly because of one's talent in comprehension and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent in comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Qianfeng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he repeatedly congratulated Yi Qianfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Jin Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Qianfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Zhen. These few days, rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Qianfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. Chapter 40-36. That's naturally for the best. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Qianfeng's eyes couldn't help but flash with admiration. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a fluke to have such strength at such a young age. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts were usually proud and arrogant. They felt that those weaker than them wouldn't be of any help to them, nor would they admit that they could help them. But Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Not only did he not think so, but he also openly said that he might be able to find some inspiration from those weaker than him. In fact, being strong didn't mean that you were strong in every aspect. Those weaker than you weren't weaker than you in every aspect. It could only be said that their overall strength wasn't as good as yours. Some aspects of them were still worth learning. Duan Lingtian. Shortly after ending the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian, the group returned to the temporary residence arranged by Profound Jade Manor. Zhen Pingfan, however, didn't rush to go back. Instead, he followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's residence. Elder Zhen, is there something you need? Seeing Zhen Pingfan following them, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But in fact, he had already guessed why Zhen Pingfan followed them. He most likely wanted to say what Yi Qianfeng told him before. And Zhen Pingfan's next words also confirmed his guess. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan wasn't as unruly as he usually was, and his expression was solemn. Based on his words, he was advising Duan Ling Tian not to feel too much pressure and not necessarily aim for the top 3. If not, it would be good to keep a top 10. Elder Zhen, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, all in all, I won't be reckless. At least, I'll bring back a top 10 for Chunyang School. Yeah. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhen Pingfan was relieved. With his understanding of Duan Ling Tian, since Duan Ling Tian said so, he definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Previously, he was indeed worried that Duan Ling Tian would fight to the death for the top 3 because of the pressure. If he was injured because of this, it was very likely that it would affect Duan Ling Tian's fight for the top 10. In the last 7 prefectures banquet, there was a person who was stronger than him and had a chance to enter the top 10. But because he was obsessed with fighting for the top 3, he was seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short time. In the end, not only he was kicked out of the top 10, he was also defeated by him because of a moment's carelessness. He was ranked behind him. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat him within 10 moves. But that time, he was defeated by him. He didn't want Duan Ling Tian to follow in that person's footsteps. It was precisely because of this that Zhen Pingfan didn't forget to tell Duan Ling Tian about the pass-through voice transmission before he left, reminding Duan Ling Tian not to be careless and not to act rashly. Duan Ling Tian was somewhat helpless about this. Am I that unreliable? I already told you that I won't act rashly, and you nodded to show that you believe me. But why did you bring this up when you were leaving? Are you afraid that I'll lose my mind? After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about the moves of the few outstanding geniuses in the past few days. Although they showed their strength, if that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. But, who can be sure that they don't have any hidden strength that they haven't revealed yet? That Ma Qihong seemed crazy when he attacked, but did he really lose his mind? He also didn't show his full strength. As for the others, Duan Ling Tian wasn't too sure, nor did he understand them. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Ma Qihong. In the past, when Ma Qihong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Ma Qihong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke. He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps, there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had one, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The 7 prefectures feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Ling Tian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Ling Tian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the 7 prefectures feast this time. If he was given a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of the sword Dao, but the true sword Dao. The sword Dao that Yi Qinfeng had mastered. The sword Dao combined with a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. They're quite cautious. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level god emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak, however, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. If there's a chance, it's best to defeat them in the shortest time possible. Completely defeat them before they gather their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The second segment of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast, the ranking battle, had also arrived. In this segment, Duan Lingtian and the other 30 seeded contestants were all acting as spectators. However, after a few Chunying school disciples beside him opened their mouths, Duan Lingtian discovered that some of the seeded contestants were not present. Of the 30 seeded contestants in Duan Lingtian's eyes, 3 of the strongest 6 were not present. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf School of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howling School of the Profound Jade Mansion, and Ma Qihong from the Machi family of the Tonglang province were not present. It was obvious that they were preparing for the final segment of the ranking battle that would be held a month later, the battle for the top 30. That's right. This time, the second segment of the ranking battle would last for an entire half a month. Moreover, this was only an estimate, the actual time spent might be even longer. This was because the 72 contestants would have to fight against each other. Only in this way would everyone be convinced when the final ranking was announced. In the end, the second segment of the ranking battle between the 31st to 100th place of the 72 contestants of the 7 Prefectures Feast, lasted for an entire 19 days. It was 4 days longer than the estimated time. The 19 days were completely over. Among the various prefectures and major forces, there were those who were disappointed and those who were happy. On the side of Chunying School, the rankings of Yi Yingkai, Yin Yue, and the others had also been released. Yi Yingkai, 36th place. Yin Yue, 42nd place. Lan Shilin, ranked last, but at least he had made it into the top 100. He was ranked 98th. Lan Shilin was not the only one who was happy about this. Even his great-grandfather, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Jingming, was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, in Lan Jingming's expectations, Lan Shilin would not be able to make it into the top 100. He would not even be able to make it into the ambitious group. It was Lan Shilin's good luck that he was able to make it into the ambitious group. And now, it was also Lan Shilin's good luck that he made it into the top 100. This was because a few of them were more seriously injured. If they were at their peak, they might be stronger than Lan Shilin, but now they were somewhat inferior. Of course, Lan Shilin was not the only one who was lucky. There were a few others as well. Again, luck was also a part of one's strength. Therefore, although the fact that Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 100 made many people's jaws drop, no one questioned them. No matter what, they were only at the bottom of the top 100. Although they could receive some rewards, the lower the ranking, the worse the rewards would be. Of course, if Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 30, there would definitely be a group of people who would question them. But now, no one said anything. Everyone. Right now, it was still noon. The second segment of the ranking tournament had finally come to an end after nearly 20 days. Flame Howl Sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, announced loudly, in 11 days, it will be the final segment of the ranking tournament, the battle for the top 30. And that will also be the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. In these 11 days, I hope that everyone will not wander around. If not for some unpleasant things happening, don't blame us, the mysterious Jade Mansion, for disqualifying some people from the ranking. When Lin Donglai said this, his eyes were filled with a few people's fierceness. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they were a little puzzled. It was only when an elder from Chunying School spoke up and cleared their doubts that they understood the reason. It turned out that in the past 7 Prefectures Feast, there had been some powerhouses from one of the prefectures who had attacked the prodigies of other prefectures before the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast began. Although they did not attack directly, they used their powerful divine consciousness to deliberately injure the other party's soul and affect their performance later on. The reason they did this was naturally to injure the prodigies of other forces who were stronger than the young prodigies of the forces behind them, paving the way for the prodigies of their own sects or clans. So, for the next period of time, all of you should behave yourselves and not go out. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at Yang Qinya as he warned them with a serious expression. Chapter 40-37. So ruthless? Even Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the Seven Prefectures banquet. This was the place where the Seven Prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the Seven Prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, they would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qinya also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Duan Lingtian, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunying school group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Lingtian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Lingtian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the Seven Prefectures Feast ranking tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the Seven Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, there was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Lingtian entered the venue with the people from Chunying School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunying School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30 seated contestants, and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the sacred land mystic realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhen, Elder Yi only received Chunying School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Lingtian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Lingtian and the people from Chunying School arrived, all the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Whoosh! Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Su stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone. After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seated contestants did not disappoint the Profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seated contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the Seven Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the Profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the numbered token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20, but he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. the top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Lingtian, what number token are you going to get? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. The others from Chuning School also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, this segment was indeed unimportant, so what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least, you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Zhen Pingfan reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan responded, the last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhen Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhen Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chuning School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm, Chuning School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yichen Feng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking on to Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Howl sect. The two seated contestants from the Flame Howl sect, Maruto and Lin Yuan, were also the only seated contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the two from the Flame Howl sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Maruto to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Maruto were very cautious. They only glanced at the two directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those two directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other two directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those two directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those two directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duan Lingtian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duan Lingtian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30-seated contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duan Lingtian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because, at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chitian sect, Yuan Mayu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Ma Qihong from the Machi clan in Tonglang province, followed Lin Yuan and Maruto's divine power. Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan followed Maruto's divine power. The other 3 followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duan Lingtian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even Yang Qinya was now following Maruto's divine power. As a result, Duan Lingtian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duan Lingtian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duan Lingtian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duan Lingtian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the flame-howling sects Lin Yuan and Maruto and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Maruto were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. Smack! At that moment, Duan Lingtian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then, he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhen Pingfan's gaze, Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. My luck is not bad, luck? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chuning School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, 2 people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the 2 most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Lingtian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Lingtian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine, but those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Lingtian heard the words of the group of Chuning school disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Maruto? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Lingtian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The two of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was one step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heavens Equals sect, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heavens Roar sect, and Ma Qihong, the prodigy of the Machi clan of the Tungleng province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then, he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Ma Qihong were left in a deadlock. The three of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Ma Qihong and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, the number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Ma Qihong, Yuan Moyu from the Heavens Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Ma Qihong from the Machi family of Tungleng province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu, and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity. Yuan Moyu from the Heavens Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. Damn it. As for Ma Qihong from the Machi family of Tungleng province, his expression was ugly. It took him a long time to recover from his shock and take the last token in his hand. When he saw the number 29 on the token in his hand, his expression became even more gloomy. At this point, all 30 tokens were obtained by the 30 seeded contestants. Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu actually obtained the last 2 tokens. Doesn't this mean that Yuan Moyu, who obtained the number 30 token, will be the one to initiate the first round of the battle? It's said that Yuan Moyu is the descendant of the powerhouse who became an upper god emperor in the Flame Howl sect 10,000 years ago. In the past, he was very mysterious. It was only recently that he revealed his shocking strength and participated in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Given Yuan Moyu's strength, he'll definitely challenge the person who obtained the number 21 token. That's only natural. What I'm curious about is, after Yuan Moyu defeated the person who obtained the number 21 token and replaced him, will Ma Qihong challenge him in the future? After all, if he doesn't occupy the number 21 token, he won't be able to challenge the person who obtained the number 20 token. I wouldn't have thought of this if you didn't mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. If they fight in the beginning, the 7 prefectures' grand banquet will be interesting. I don't think that's likely to happen. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Dong Lai, an elder of the Profound Nether Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures' grand banquet announced, "Now, the 30 prodigies who obtained the number tokens, please take a few steps forward and display your tokens in front of them." As soon as Lin Dong Lai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other 8 prodigies took a few steps forward and displayed their tokens. The first token was Han Di, a prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. The second token was Duan Lingtian. The third token was a prodigy from the famous mansion. He was also one of the two most outstanding prodigies in the famous mansion. However, judging from the strength that he had displayed earlier and the reputation that he possessed, it would appear that he was much weaker than Han Di and the others. The fourth token was Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. The fifth token was a prodigy from the Qing province mansions by An Villa. The sixth token was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. The seventh token was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Number 8, like number 3, was also a Heaven's Pride of the Great Ming Prefecture. They both belonged to different factions, and in the Great Ming Prefecture, they were equally famous as number 3, becoming the two peerless prides of the younger generation in the Great Ming Prefecture. The ninth token, Duan Lingtian, glanced at Yang Qinya, who was standing nearby. He had seen Yang Qinya obtain the ninth token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tungleng province and Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued, then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the two tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now, let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Mayu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Mayu was a young man in a grayish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now, choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Mayu and said, there are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Mayu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Mo Yu when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Moyu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Yuan Moyu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Moyu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. "I'm Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture." Yuan Moyu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. "I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion." Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other two prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Mo Luo Duo, and the other two prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Moyu of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect. At the same time, his divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Moyu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Moyu off guard at the beginning and injure him so that Yuan Moyu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Moyu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Lingtian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Moyu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Moyu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Moyu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Moyu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Moyu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, he made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Moyu's feet. Then, Yuan Moyu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Moyu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Moyu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Moyu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Moyu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Moyu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had an upper divine Lord Xian ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Roar sect, the people in the Heaven's Roar sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Roar sect. Whoosh! Crash! Yuan Moyu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Moyu's attack. The injury was not serious. However, after Yuan Moyu's second attack landed, Wang Zhubai's expression changed completely when he felt the power contained, and it was even more terrifying than before. The next moment, blood qi filled the sky from all over his body, and he directly displayed the bloodline power that he had not used before. The bloodline power was majestic, forming blood-red shields around him. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of shields, floating around him and protecting him. Boom! Rumble! The storm-like power hit the shields, causing the shields to burst with medicinal liquid. At this time, the crowd could see that Wang Zhubai was vomiting blood in the shields. It was obvious that the burden was heavy. The defense formed by the bloodline power seems to be much stronger than a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the scene before him. Although he knew that the bloodline power of the natives of the Plains of Gods included all creations, he could not help but be surprised every time he saw a different bloodline power. One more attack. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Moyu in the sky. He could clearly feel that Yuan Moyu's power had not decreased but increased. In fact, the power of the previous two attacks had only been reduced by half. Moreover, he had heard from Jinping Fan that the upper god emperor of the Heavens Roar sect in the state of Qing had created a way to use the laws. It was not the Heaven and Earth Tao, but it was close to the Heaven and Earth Tao. Its power was even stronger than the embryonic form of the Heaven and Earth Tao. Triple Tempest. This was the name that the upper god emperor of the Heavens Roar sect had given to his self-created technique. This should be the technique that Yuan Moyu is using now. Others might not be able to learn this technique, but Yuan Moyu is his great-great-grandson and the most outstanding descendant. He definitely won't be stingy with it. Self-created techniques belong to the individual and not the sect. Moreover, given the upper god emperor's status in the Heavens Roar sect, as long as he did not want to pass down his self-created technique, no one could force him to do so. It's the Triple Tempest. One more attack. If Wang Zhubai doesn't admit defeat, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Perhaps it will affect the subsequent challenges. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had seen through Yuan Moyu's trick. Many others had seen through it as well. When Yuan Moyu was about to attack for the third time, Wang Zhubai finally opened his mouth. I admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Zhubai's voice was slightly dispirited. It was only after he had consumed a few divine pills that his expression softened slightly. During the Battle of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, no one was allowed to consume any divine pills. Only after the battle was over could they consume divine pills to heal their injuries. This was done to ensure fairness. The Triple Tempest deserves its reputation. I, Wang Zhubai, am sincerely convinced. After admitting defeat, Wang Zhubai cupped his hands slightly at Yuan Moyu before leaving the arena. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he seemed to be relieved. Not fighting was a disgrace to him. If he had fought and lost, not only would it not be a disgrace, but it would also be an inspiration to him. It was worth mentioning that before leaving the arena, Wang Zhubai took out his serial token and exchanged it with Yuan Moyu's. From this moment on, Yuan Moyu was no longer Wang Zhubai, who was number 21. Yuan Moyu was no longer number 30, but Wang Zhubai. If Wang Zhubai doesn't die prematurely or get into an accident, his future achievements will definitely not be low. On the side of the Chunying school, even Yi Chenfeng, who rarely spoke, commented on Wang Zhubai at this time. It should be noted that before this, only the 6 relatively strong geniuses other than Duan Lingtian at the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet had received such treatment. He's not discouraged by defeat, and he seems to have used it as motivation. He's also very tenacious. He's indeed a good seedling. At this moment, even Lu Fenggu nodded in agreement. Let's see if the Rui sect is willing to invest resources in him. Zhen Pingfan nodded as well. Yi Chenfeng and the other two did not talk about Wang Zhubai through voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian and the others heard it clearly. The group of Chunying school disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect that Wang Zhubai, who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu, would receive the unanimous approval of the three god emperors of Chunying school after his defeat. However, some people did not express their opinion. However, people like Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Yun Yewei, and Yang Qinya, who stood at a higher position, were further ahead than the others. They could see why Yi Chenfeng and the other two favored Wang Zhubai. The group of geniuses on the side of Chunying school quickly turned their attention to Ma Qihong, who had obtained the number 29 token. It's Ma Qihong's turn soon. Ma Qihong is Duan Lingtian's defeated opponent. He must have been crazy to fight for the number 1 token. If he knew he would get the number 29 token, he probably wouldn't have competed. How can there be so many new in this world? As the Chunying school disciples discussed among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Next, let's invite number 29 to enter the arena. Theoretically, number 29 can challenge numbers 21 to 28, Lin Donglai said. He looked at Ma Qihong, who had just entered the arena, and said, however, number 21 has just gone through a battle, so he has the right to refuse if you challenge him. Ma Qihong nodded when he heard this. Elder Lin, I know these basic rules, so you won't repeat them. I challenge number 22. Number 22 was a genius from Tianshan Mansion. After entering the arena, he was defeated by Ma Qihong, who had been holding back his anger in just 2 moves. Moreover, he was severely injured. Ma Qihong had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. In the end, he only managed to obtain number 29. He was already depressed. Moreover, many people from Chunying school had mocked him. This made him even angrier. Now, the number 22 genius from Heavenly Stellar Mansion, as his first opponent, had become the target of his anger. After Ma Qihong defeated his opponent, he became the new number 22. As for the genius from Tianshan Mansion who was defeated by him, he became the new number 29. Number 28. After Ma Qihong left the arena, it was number 28's turn to enter the arena. Number 28 was a genius from a famous mansion. Although he was strong, he knew he was no match for Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu. Therefore, he chose number 23 as his opponent. Chapter 40-41. In fact, in the last stage of the 7 prefectures feast, everyone present knew that unless someone had hidden their strength, the top 10 would be decided from the dozen or so people who had shown their strength earlier. Number 28 challenged number 23. He didn't succeed, but he wasn't defeated either. They ended in a draw. After number 28 and number 23 left the stage, it was number 27's turn. He challenged number 23, but he was rejected. His opponent also had the right to reject him because he had just fought a battle. In the end, he could only challenge number 24. Although number 21 and number 22 were still ahead of him, those 2 people could basically make it to the top 10. If he rashly challenged them, not only would he be defeated, but he might also be injured. It wasn't worth it. In the end, he succeeded in challenging number 24 and successfully replaced him. The challengers kept moving forward. When it was number 24's turn, he was directly skipped because he had already advanced in this round, because he had no more chances to challenge. Number 23 had a chance to challenge, but after looking at the 2 people in front of him, Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong, he finally chose to give up. Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu were automatically skipped. Both of them had challenged from the back, and according to the rules, they also had no chance to challenge in this round. Number 20, please come on. Lin Donglai's voice came at the right time, and then an elegant figure entered the arena. It was a genius from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged number 13, but he failed and was defeated. This was also the first person who had been defeated in a challenge so far. After number 20, it was number 19's turn. Number 19 was an acquaintance of the Chunying school. He was Hu Tsai, a seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who had defeated Yi Yingkai. In the round where Yi Yingkai challenged the seated contestants, he accepted Yi Yingcai's challenge and defeated him. Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Yi Yingkai, who was not far behind him, and saw that Yi Yingcai's face instantly darkened after seeing Hutsai's appearance. Obviously, Yi Yingkai found it hard to accept his previous failure. I challenge number 12. Hutsai went on stage and challenged number 12. In the end, they were in a stalemate and tied. At this time, the atmosphere of the 7 prefectures feast had cooled down. Apart from Yuan Mo Yu and Ma Qihong, who defeated their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood in the beginning and forcefully replacing their opponents, after they entered the top 20, 2 people had lost consecutively. Actually, the people who were able to obtain the numbered tokens earlier were all quite strong. This time, other than Yuan Mo Yu and Ma Qihong, who missed the opportunity to obtain the tokens because they were fighting for the number 1 token, the others used their true abilities to obtain the numbered tokens that belonged to them. Indeed. I'm afraid there won't be much to see from the challenges of those ranked 20 to 12. However, I'm still very curious to see if there will be 1 or 2 successful challenges. There are 9 people from the 20th to 12th place. There should be at least 1 or 2 people who will succeed, right? Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses from various prefectures, number 18 entered the arena. He was challenging number 13, the same genius that number 20 had challenged earlier. If one were to challenge number 12, he would be able to reject the challenge because number 19, Hutsai, had already challenged him. However, number 13 couldn't refuse. However, when he entered the arena, he still defeated number 18 in a domineering manner, causing number 18 to return in defeat. After this battle, he, who had not fully recovered, suffered heavy injuries because number 18 had fought too hard. Without enough time, it would be difficult for him to recover. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous 2 challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Hutsai earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the 7 Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11. He's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Han residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingkai when he challenged the seated contestants but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Han residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the consonant's residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. At the very least, he should have the ability to defeat Yang Qinya from the Chunying school. Yes. Among the top 10, Yang Qinya from the Chunying school is the weakest. I saw that he got the 9th token earlier. There was a certain element of luck involved. In my opinion, if Wang Xiong does not advance further in this round and make it to number 10, Yang Qinya will probably be eliminated to number 10 and then be defeated by Wang Xiong in the next round. The whispers of the crowd also spread to the Chunying school. For a moment, many people from the Chunying school subconsciously looked at the figure standing in the distance with Duan Lingtian. The young man stood tall and proud. His expression was indifferent and cold from beginning to end, as if he was not affected by the gossip at all. The challenges continued. After Wang Xiong defended his ranking, the people who were challenged after him also defended their rankings. Soon, it was Wang Xiong's turn. Number 11. Wang Xiong was number 11. After he entered the arena, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he could only challenge number 10, the famous prodigy from the consonant's residence. Number 11, do you choose to challenge number 10 or give up? Unlike the others who asked to choose an opponent, Lin Donglai asked Wang Xiong this question. This was because Wang Xiong had no other choice. I choose to challenge. Wang Xiong grinned. Then, he picked up his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. I've heard of the famous Hiyushi from the consonant's residence's Haoshan sect. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. Number 10 was Hiyushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. Before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the consonant's residence appeared, he was widely acknowledged as the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence. However, Han Di's appearance overshadowed him in one fell swoop. Some said that Han Di had once challenged him and defeated him. There were also some who said that after exchanging a few blows with Han Di, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, he had admitted defeat. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved knew. However, no matter what, the news of Han Di being stronger than him had spread like wildfire. Moreover, the honor of being the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence had been transferred from him to Han Di. As soon as Wang Xiong finished speaking, a figure flew out from the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. I'd like to see the strength of the hidden prodigy of the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence as well. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to challenge the peerless prodigy of the famous mansion in the next round. If you can defeat them as well, you'll be the top prodigy of the famous mansion. This was a young man dressed in a long turquoise robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It was not because of his emotions. It was because of the coldness in his voice. He was none other than Hiyushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. That's not important to me. This time, if I can make it into the top 10, I'll consider myself as having completed the task given to me by the old fellow. Wang Xiong smiled faintly before he put away the wine gourd in his hand. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at Hiyushi. It was completely different from the calm and unruly attitude he had when he was challenged earlier. It was obvious that Hiyushi had given him a certain amount of pressure. After all, he was the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence. This Hiyushi is not simple as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he felt Wang Xiong was still concealing his strength, Hiyushi's strength was not simple as well. Earlier, he had seen how Hiyushi had obtained the number 10 token. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 40-42. Although there were fierce battles in the final stage of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, it was still acceptable to the onlookers. Now, Wang Xiong, a prodigy from the cold mountain residence of the spirit rhinoceros mansion, had shown amazing strength again and again. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Everyone present could tell that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength, so they were curious about his strength. Wang Xiong's current opponent, He Yushi, was a prodigy from the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion's Haoshan sect. Everyone knew that he was very strong. At the very least, if Wang Xiong showed his strength earlier, it would be difficult for him to tie with He Yushi, let alone win. They're making their moves. As Wang Xiong and He Yushi made their moves almost at the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the field without blinking. Obviously, they did not want to miss anything. In the beginning, Wang Xiong and He Yushi were obviously holding back. It was more like they were testing each other. After 30 moves, the battle gradually became more intense. However, the two of them were evenly matched. After another 10 moves, He Yushi seemed to realize that if this continued, his strength would be exhausted and he would not be able to challenge the person in front of him. After all, his target was the Chunying School's Yang Qinya. His goal for this round was to drag Yang Qinya down from 9th place. Before that, he had to fend off Wang Xiong's challenge and be in an invincible position before he could challenge Yang Qinya. If he lost, he would not have a chance to challenge Yang Qinya in the next round. If he lost this round, he would become the new number 11. Wang Xiong took a step forward. In the next round, Wang Xiong was still 10th. If he lost to Wang Xiong in this round, there would be no need to challenge him in the next round. He could only wait for Wang Xiong to move forward and a new number 10 would appear. Wang Xiong, this is my full strength. If you can defeat me, show me your strength. If you can't, let's stop. There's no need to continue wasting our strength. We'll consider this a draw. After dozens of moves, Wang Xiong's strength was recognized by He Yushi. Because they didn't want to get hurt, neither he nor Wang Xiong were overly aggressive. Awesome. As for Wang Xiong, after hearing He Yushi's words, he laughed out loud. Then, the power of the bloodline in his body erupted, displaying an even stronger strength. Since that's the case, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiong attacked again. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an arrogant aura, as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, his sloppy figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. Bang! Wang Xiong's attack forced He Yushi back. Wang Xiong stood where he was, his body trembling slightly. Pooh! He Yushi did not try to hide her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If he tried to hide it, he would suffer even more severe injuries. I admit defeat. As for He Yushi, she was straightforward. After Wang Xiong further displayed his strength, even if she still had the strength to fight with Wang Xiong, she didn't continue. If he continued to fight, he would most likely still lose in the end. Furthermore, he might even be injured further, which would affect his performance later on. There was no need to do so. His goal was to get into the top 10, not to defeat anyone. If he lost his chance of getting into the top 10 because of a moment of anger, it would be difficult for him to answer to the sect behind him. Whoosh! When Wang Xiong injured He Yushi with one attack and she took the initiative to admit defeat, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Wang Xiong is so strong. The Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence has really hidden an expert this time. I feel like Wang Xiong's strength is not any weaker than the two unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion who have obtained the tokens to get into the top 10. In the past, the unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion represented the strongest among the younger generation in the Great Mansion. However, now that Wang Xiong had made his move, it seemed like the unparalleled prides would be renamed as the three unparalleled prides. Or perhaps, Wang Xiong would suppress them and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Mansion, causing the unparalleled prides to become history. How powerful! At this moment, not only were the people from the various major forces in the Great Mansion stunned, but even the group of prodigies from the Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence. The strength that Wang Xiong had displayed earlier had already shocked them. Now, even He Yushi, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion, had been defeated a few times. Unlike the prodigies from the Han Mountain residence, the high-ranking officials from the Han Mountain residence only had a joyful expression on their faces. They were not shocked at all. It was obvious they had long known Wang Xiong had such strength. Now that they saw Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10, they were overjoyed. At the very least, there was hope for them to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. After defeating Hiyushi, Wang Xiong became the new number 10 while Hiyushi became the new number 11. Both of them had exchanged tokens. Then, it should have been number 10's turn to issue a challenge. However, since Wang Xiong had already used his only chance to issue a challenge, it was now number 9's turn. Number 9, please enter the arena. As Lin Donglai's voice resonated in the air, many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian from all directions and landed on the cold figure standing not far away from him. Yang Qinya was the person who had obtained the number 9 token. Yang Qinya, although many of the prodigies from the Chunying school were not familiar with Yang Qinya, they still hoped that Yang Qinya could bring glory to the Chunying school, even though they felt that the chances were slim. Some of them comforted Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya, just do your best. Let Duan Lingtian fight for the top 10. Yes, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Under the gaze of the crowd and the persuasion of many disciples from the Chunying school, Yang Qinya flew into the arena with an indifferent look on his face. Then, without looking at anyone, he said indifferently, number 5. In an instant, everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Yang Qinya, shifted to the young man standing at the front of the Puppet Mountain Villa in the Qingzhou State Prefecture. Number 5 was the prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa. Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Shimen, and most of them guessed that his surname was Shimen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shimen flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Shimen entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qinya, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qinya from the Chunying school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villa's group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual Jade Elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun sect's side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qinya and Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qinya and Shimen to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qinya did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa, and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qinya and Shimen at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qinya was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa, as number 5, might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9 Yang Qinya and number 5 Shimen left the stage, the prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunying school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Xianxia, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Xianxia was so strong. He did not even use his full strength in the previous round. In their opinion, based on the strength that Xianxia had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Xianxia, you're amazing. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunying school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunying school were in high spirits. He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at Xianxia from the Chunying school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that Xianxia was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon. This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the 7 prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Howl sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone. And according to the rules of the 7 prefectures grand banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most, and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed, but there were also some people who had an expression of, as expected. Like Duan Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the third place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6, enter the arena. After Lin Yuan left the arena, Lin Donglai spoke, and a beautiful figure flew over like a fairy and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It was the Yuan clan's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu. She was also one of the only 2 females in the top 30 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Will Tuoba Xiu challenge number 4 or 5? As Tuoba Xiu entered the arena, many people could not help but whisper among themselves. I don't think so. Number 4 is Luo Yuan, and he is definitely not weaker than her. As for number 5, he is the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Villa's prodigy. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win if Tuoba Xiu fights with him. If I were Tuoba Xiu, I would choose to abstain. Once the first few spots have been confirmed, the final ranking battle will be held to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. I also think she will abstain, due to Lin Yuan's abstention. Even if Tuoba Xiu were to enter the arena now, the crowd was not in high spirits. In fact, they felt that Tuoba Xiu would most likely abstain. In the end, Tuoba Xiu did not disappoint them and chose to abstain. After Tuoba Xiu's abstention, it was number 5's turn. Shiman, the Qing State Prefecture's puppet villa's prodigy, who had previously been challenged by number 9 Yang Qinya, chose to abstain as well. 3 people have abstained in a row. Number 4, Luo Yuan, is finally going to enter the arena. Luo Yuan previously told Lin Yuan that he would enter the 3rd place in this round. Therefore, he won't abstain. There is no need for him to abstain. As expected, when it was Luo Yuan's turn, he did not abstain. Instead, he chose to challenge number 3, one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Earlier, number 8, the other of the peerless twins, had chosen to abstain. Now, one of his peers was being challenged by Luo Yuan. Although the crowd was confident in Luo Yuan's abilities, they also felt that Luo Yuan's opponent was one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Even if the peerless twins were no match for Luo Yuan, there would still be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan would be able to injure the peerless twins' opponent within 3 moves? As for the peerless twins' opponent, he had admitted defeat in a timely manner. Clearly, he did not wish to aggravate his injuries. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan had not done anything at all. Even if he had expended some of his divine power, he would be able to recover very quickly. Luo Yuan had won and replaced the famous prefecture's prodigy as number 3. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, he had been demoted to number 4. In the next round, the famous prefecture's prodigy might be demoted to number 10. The current number 10, Wang Xiong of the Cold Mountain residence, will most likely challenge him. It's normal for Wang Xiong to challenge him. Earlier, Wang Xiong had displayed an extremely powerful strength, overshadowing the famous prefecture's peerless twins. If Wang Xiong defeats Wang Xiong in the next round, he will become the number 1 prodigy of the famous prefecture's younger generation. I don't think so. They are all from the same prefecture and will see each other frequently. If Wang Xiong does this, won't it be somewhat embarrassing? Wang Xiong's challenge might cause him to miss out on the top 10. You are thinking too much. Even if they are from the same prefecture and are not from the same faction, they won't concede in such a situation. The moment they concede, they will miss out on the top 10. After Luo Yuan became the new number 3, everyone's gazes shifted to the Tonglang province's Chunyang school before landing on Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. He will most likely forfeit to preserve his strength. I also think he will forfeit. Before Duan Lingtian even entered the arena, the group of people present on the scene already thought he would choose to forfeit like the few people behind him. After that, they would wait for the top 10 to be confirmed before the final ranking battle. Duan Lingtian, forfeit this round. There is no need to exhaust too much of your godly power. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to forfeit this round. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, this was the best choice. This is also Marshal Uncle Ye's intention. Zhen Pingfan added. Evidently, Yi Chenfeng also felt that Duan Lingtian should forfeit this round. Duan Lingtian, forfeit. Lu Fenggu had not spoken much to Duan Lingtian all this time. However, this time, he reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Forfeiting won't affect anything. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the current number 1 later. Faced with Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and replied, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures grand banquet, announced, Number 2, enter the arena. Number 2. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air, the gazes that were trained on him began to burn with passion. Although they thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had soared to the top in one go. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. Although the others, such as Luo Yuan and Han Di, were also very strong, they were all at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half as old as Luo Yuan and the others. If he could achieve this at such a young age, by the time he reached Luo Yuan and the others' age, he might already be a god emperor. Moreover, he might not even be a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. If he were to participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet 5,000 years later at the age of 8,000, I'm afraid no one would be his match. Given the talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian has displayed, he will definitely become a god emperor in 5,000 years. Even if Duan Lingtian becomes a god emperor, as long as he is younger than 10,000 years old, he can still participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Currently, a lot of people were feeling sorry for Duan Lingtian. The 7 prefectures grand banquet was held once every 10,000 years. The age of the participants depended heavily on luck. If one was born not long after the previous 7 prefectures grand banquet, one would undoubtedly have an advantage in this 7 prefectures grand banquet. The later one was born, the less advantage one would have. For example, those of Duan Lingtian's age would only be at a disadvantage. In our sect, there are no disciples of Duan Lingtian's age who have entered the God Emperor realm. In our clan, no matter how high one's talent or comprehension ability is, one will not be able to participate in this 7 prefectures grand banquet. Amidst the lamentation of many people, almost everyone believed that Duan Lingtian would forfeit. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Number 1, enter. Chapter 40-44. Number 1, enter the arena. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as soon as he said it, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian did not give up. He allowed number 1 to enter the arena. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the people from Chuning School were stunned at this moment. Obviously, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to do this. Duan Lingtian challenged number 1 directly. Isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength too early and being at a disadvantage later? Isn't this a little irrational? The people from Chuning School could not understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Even the leaders of Chuning School this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, looked at each other speechlessly. Zhen Pingfan could not help but smile bitterly. This kid still wants to challenge his opponent in the end. You didn't persuade him? Yi Chenfeng asked. I did. Zhen Pingfan nodded. I also said that's what you meant. But now, do you think it'll work? This kid is a person with his own opinions. Maybe he has his own ideas. I also tried to persuade him. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple figure in the distance and murmured, maybe it's just as Junior Pingfan said. He has his own ideas. Now that Duan Lingtian had spoken, it was too late to take back the spilled water. They also knew that even if they wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian now, it was too late. I hope he can surprise us. Zhen Pingfan stared at the figure in the distance and murmured, however, his opponent this time is not simple. Han Di is the trump card of the Heavens Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. Han Di was the genius of the Heavens Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. He was not famous in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the other geniuses of the Consonance Mansion. Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong stood in the void in front of the Ma Qi clan and stared at the purple figure with a mocking smile. He's really strong. In this sort of situation, you're still unwilling to give up. From Ma Qihong's point of view, Duan Lingtian's behavior was arrogant to put it nicely, but it was stupid to put it bluntly. The others had all given up. Obviously, they did not want to let the people behind them take advantage of them. But you, Duan Lingtian, are different. Are you trying to show that you're different? Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment defeating you when you're injured. Ma Qihong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His tone was somewhat cold. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ma Qihong's voice transmission. He instinctively glanced at Ma Qihong and saw Ma Qihong looking at him as though he was an idiot. Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently, I hope you still have the courage to challenge me after this battle. As for Ma Qihong's gaze, he directly ignored it. How could a sparrow or a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Whoosh! Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the person who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, the genius of the Heavens Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion, Han Di, entered the arena. Han Di was a young man dressed in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. In particular, there was always a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. After he entered the arena, he cupped his hands politely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your name. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to do so at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. I can't compare to Brother Han. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Han, you've endured for thousands of years. Once you've awakened, you're like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. Everyone looks up to you. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Han Di shook his head with a smile. I've always lived in seclusion. That's why not many people know of my existence. As for the thousands of years of enduring, they're just rumors. They can't be taken seriously. Duan Lingtian and Han Di chatted merrily. The crowd of onlookers stared at them without blinking. To them, the battle that was about to begin was definitely the most exciting battle since the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet began. Initially, they thought they would only be able to see such a battle at the end of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, they did not expect to see it in advance because Duan Lingtian did not forfeit. At this moment, everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian and Han Di with anticipation. They were curious to see who was stronger. One of them was a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Tungleng province. Once he rose to prominence, he was extremely powerful. He had even defeated Ma Qihong, the former #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tungleng province. The other person was a hidden prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heavens Equal sect. He was unknown in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the prodigies from the Heavens Equal sect. Both of them were top-notch prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Both of them had a chance to fight for the top 3 spots in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Now, however, they had to fight in advance. Although I don't know why Duan Lingtian didn't forfeit, this is a good thing for us. We can enjoy watching the battle this time. You're right. Now, we can finally focus and watch the battle between the top prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Perhaps, we can learn something from it. Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space, and Han Di is skilled in the law of destruction. The battle between the two of them will definitely be a fierce battle. The crowd was already looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di. At the same time, Han Di's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He gave a suggestion and asked, "What do you think? This will be good for both of us. This way, both of us won't have to expend much energy. It won't affect the later stages of the competition, and we won't be taken advantage of." After hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I have no objections. I don't think he'll refuse," Han Di said. Then, Han Di looked at Lin Donglai and said a few words through voice transmission. When Lin Donglai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Han Di deeply before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian and asked loudly, "Duan Lingtian, Han Di said that you agree to his suggestion? I wonder what Elder Lin's suggestion is." Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Although Han Di would not go so far as to trick him, he would not agree to Lin Donglai's suggestion without knowing the reason. One must always be wary of others. He said that I'll set up a concealment formation so that the two of you can display your strength without being seen by the crowd. After that, the weaker one will admit defeat, Lin Donglai said. Lin Donglai's words caused an uproar among the crowd. How can that be? That's right. If that's the case, what's the point of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet? I refuse. I object as well. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the crowd began to protest as well. They felt that this was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If everyone behaved this way, wouldn't it be easy to determine the winner in the concealment formation? It was entirely possible for one of them to tempt the other to admit defeat, right? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have to say anything. Lin Donglai could feel the pressure from the crowd. He quickly looked at Han Di and said, "Number one, as you can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's that the others don't agree. Moreover, what they said makes sense as well. Once you do this, everything will become opaque. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you can stop here and quickly end the battle. The others might not know the details of the battle, but don't tell me you don't know." Due to the pressure from the people from the various mansions, Lin Donglai rejected Han Di's suggestion. Previously, Han Di had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian about this. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian knew it was unrealistic. However, Han Di had always been polite to him, and it was difficult for him to dislike him. Therefore, he did not reject Han Di directly. Instead, he asked Han Di to ask Lin Donglai. Everything that happened next was just as he had expected. Han Di was too naive after all. Perhaps, this was the result of cultivating in closed-door cultivation and rarely appearing in front of others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not sure if Han Di lacked social interaction. After all, Han Di had never appeared in front of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He might not have been cultivating in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was cultivating in some other place. In the end, Han Di could only give up on concealing his strength and secretly fight with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was too rash." After Han Di regained his senses, he realized the matter was not as simple as it seemed. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "It's no big deal." Duan Lingtian smiled. "However, if Brother Han wants to sense our strength at the smallest cost, it's actually not difficult. Just as Elder Lin said, we can use our short-lived strength to sense each other's strength in the shortest time possible. If either of us feels inferior to the other, we can just admit defeat." Duan Lingtian was the one who said the first sentence. However, the second sentence was said through voice transmission. "That's the only thing we can do now." Han Di agreed. At the same time, his expression gradually calmed down, and his gaze became serious. Lin Donglai said at the right time, both of you, when you're ready, let's fight. At Duan Lingtian and Han Di's level, both of them had been waiting since the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for them to make the first move. If one of them made a move, the other person would be able to react immediately. While Han Di's expression was calm and his gaze was serious, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with indifference. At the same time, his divine energy had already surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. He was ready to cooperate with him at any time. Brother Duan, I'll make my move now. When I'm close to you, I'll unleash my strongest strength. Of course, I'll pull back in time. You should do the same on your side. Han Di said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Chapter 40-45. Faced with Han Di's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally felt a little helpless. Han Di was clearly a man and did not look like a wishy-washy person. However, when it came to this matter, why was he so wishy-washy? However, Han Di's suggestion was actually a good thing for him. Moreover, he did not have to worry about Han Di scheming against him because both of them were using their full strength. If either of them were to use their full strength, the other party would definitely be able to immediately close the gap and fight head-on. Under such circumstances, both of them would most likely suffer great losses. He did not think that Han Di would do that. All right. Duan Lingtian responded. Then, when Han Di moved, he moved as well. A raging spatial storm pervaded the surface of his body and a high-grade divine sword flashed in his hand. Divine power and law profundity were integrated into it. The moment he got close to Han Di, he also displayed his sword principle. As for Han Di, when he got close to him, Duan Lingtian could also see the blood aura around his body. Combined with his divine power, divine weapon, and law profundity, he displayed an extremely powerful force. Their bodies almost brushed past each other. At the same time, the force of their attacks was carried away by inertia and was promptly withdrawn by them. They unleashed their full strength in the blink of an eye. After a moment, after the two of them passed each other, they changed positions and stood in the air, looking directly at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Di with a calm expression. Han Di, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faint bitterness. At the same time, before anyone could react, Han Di had already laughed bitterly. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As soon as Han Di's voice fell, the entire place fell into dead silence again. On the other hand, some of the high-ranking officials at the Divine Emperor's stage stared at Duan Lingtian with a thoughtful expression on their faces. Earlier, when the two of them attacked, it was a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was towards the air. Even they had to watch carefully before they realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, when they saw Han Di admit defeat, they would also be confused and unable to understand. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Many old people shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian, when did you? Over on the Pure Sun sect side, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with shock. Beside him, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu's faces were also filled with shock. At this moment, they looked at the purple figure in the field and felt that the other party was completely different from what they knew. The Duan Lingtian they knew did not possess such strength. Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity that he met the even stronger Duan Lingtian. Many Emperor God experts from various prefectures were sighing. At this very moment, the geniuses from the various prefectures and forces, as well as the higher-ups who had yet to enter the Emperor God realm, regained their senses and were still in a daze. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat? They didn't seem to be fighting just now, right? These people were originally very confused. However, when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces spoke, they understood what had happened behind Han Di's admission of defeat. As soon as Han Di and Duan Lingtian passed by each other, they unleashed a short-lived, all-out attack at the same time. After that, Han Di felt that he was not as good as Duan Lingtian and chose to admit defeat. Neither of them was injured. Although they had consumed some of their strength, they would have recovered to their peak by the time it was their turn. Han Di admitted that he is not as good as Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, if they really fight, will Han Di lose? Not lose. It's just that there's a high chance that he will lose. The situation is constantly changing. This small difference in strength might be able to turn the situation around. If that's the case, why did he admit defeat? Han Di didn't want to expend too much strength and was afraid that it would affect the fight for the top 3. Is that why he would rather give up the first place? Han Di is not confident enough. I think he thinks that his chances of winning against Duan Lingtian are not high, so he chose to conserve his strength and admit defeat. I think so too. Han Di is a smart person. When the people from the various mansions and forces learned from the god emperors of their forces that Duan Lingtian and Han Di's full power attack had been short-lived and that Duan Lingtian had won, their reactions were different. Some thought Han Di was smart. Some thought Han Di did not dare to fight. If he fought, he might be able to keep the first place. Moreover, he might not be injured or exhausted. At that time, he might be able to win the first place in the 7 Mansions banquet. No matter what the crowd said, the result of the battle was clear. Han Di admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian won. The two of them exchanged their serial tokens. Duan Lingtian became the new number 1. Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. After the exchange of tokens, Han Di sighed emotionally. It's hard to imagine that you're not even 3,000 years old. I'm really curious to see how much you'll grow if you have a few thousand more years. In Han Di's opinion, Duan Lingtian's battle prowess was already at the level of a middle-level divine emperor at such a young age. He was even stronger than a high-level divine emperor like him. If Duan Lingtian was given a few thousand more years, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Brother Han, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly and nodded at Han Di. Then, he turned around and returned to the Chunying school's camp. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian and Han Di returned, 99% of the people present had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although most of them did not understand what had just happened, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion when they looked at Duan Lingtian after they understood the sequence of events. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He lives up to his reputation as the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. In the past, I thought it was because there was no one else in Tungleng province that made him famous. But now, it seems like I underestimated him. I think he just became a middle-level divine emperor not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, he had completely consolidated his cultivation. How did he do it? It's unimaginable, unbelievable. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation in such a short time. Not to mention the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, even in those godly venerable level forces, no matter how outstanding a young genius is, under normal circumstances, even with the full support of a godly venerable level force, it's impossible to consolidate the cultivation base of a newly advanced middle divine emperor in such a short time. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was once again the center of attention. Previously, most of the people had only paid attention to him because they had heard of him before. Now that they had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, although most of them were at a loss, they believed it when the emperor god experts from their respective forces explained it to them. Damn it! Unlike the others who were shocked, Machi Hong's expression was extremely ugly after he confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength from the Machi clan's golden seed elder, Machi Yuning. Duan Lingtian had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian and even wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian in the 7 Prefectures feast was because he had consolidated his cultivation with the help of the Machi clan. He was not surprised that he had consolidated his cultivation. After all, it had been more than 100 years. It was only natural for him to consolidate his cultivation with the help of the Supreme Emperor Divine Pill. However, how many years had it been since Duan Lingtian became a middle-level divine emperor? How could he have consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? When Duan Lingtian defeated him in the past, both he and Duan Lingtian had not consolidated their cultivation. This time, he felt that consolidating his cultivation was an advantage. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian had consolidated his cultivation, the confidence he had built up crumbled. In the past, when he had not consolidated his cultivation, he had lost to Duan Lingtian. Now, he had consolidated his cultivation. Could he really defeat Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ma Qihong began to doubt himself in the depths of his heart. His face turned green and pale. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Ma Qihong's expression. After returning to the Chunying school, he was busy dealing with Zhen Pingfan's questions. Duan Lingtian, when did you consolidate your cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? How did you consolidate it? How is this possible? How long has it been since you broke through? Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, your fortuitous encounter might not be suitable for others. They might not have any thoughts about it. Now, Zhen Pingfan's heart was filled with all kinds of questions because Duan Lingtian's attack had really shocked him. It could be said that it had stunned him. Now, when he recalled how he had comforted Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian not to feel pressured and that it would be fine for him to get into the top 10, he felt somewhat ashamed. With such strength, it would be a waste if he only fought for the top 10. This time, you'll definitely be in the top 3. You might even get first place. Now, Zhen Pingfan's confidence was extremely inflated. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I remember that you told me not to feel too pressured. The target you set for me was only the top 10, right? That was not set by me. It was Junior Uncle Yi who set the target for you. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze for a moment before he pushed the responsibility to Yi Chenfeng. Above the void, in a place where no one could see, a jade pavilion hung in the sky. It was surrounded by a faint fog, and it was faintly discernible behind the clouds. Brother, he's so strong. A pretty girl looked down. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the jade pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants. Chapter 40-46. Since the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di had ended in a way that many people could not accept, the first round of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet came to an end as well. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sunset was faintly discernible in the horizon. The first round of the ranking battle has come to an end. The second round of challenges will begin tomorrow. As soon as Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect who supported the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, spoke, the people present on the scene began to disperse. Even when the crowd dispersed, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. It was only when Duan Lingtian left with the people from Chunying School that the people who were staring at him regained their senses. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from Chunying School and Tungleng Province to be so monstrous. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. The old ancestor gave him a high evaluation earlier. He said that with his current strength, very few high-level divine emperors are a match for him. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a peerless monster. While the people from the various prefectures and major forces were sighing, the people from the Machi clan had also left. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Machi clan were unsightly. Many of them knew the strongest person among the younger generation in the Machi clan, Ma Qihong, was here for Duan Lingtian. As long as he defeated Duan Lingtian, not only would he be able to avenge himself, but he would also be able to avenge the Machi clan. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had completely destroyed the confidence they had in Ma Qihong. This was especially true when they saw the unsightly expression on Ma Qihong's face. At this moment, Ma Qihong's expression was still gloomy. It was obvious the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had dealt a huge blow to him. You don't have to think about Duan Lingtian anymore. At this moment, Ma Qiyuning sent a voice transmission to Ma Qihong. Even if you're not a match for him now, so what? Sooner or later, you'll have a chance to avenge him. A day and a night doesn't mean a lifetime. Let's not talk about others. Take Yi Chenfeng from the hidden sword progeny from Chunying School for example. He didn't even make it into the top 20 in the 7 prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he's someone who's not a match for anyone who participated in the 7 prefectures banquet? If you're talking about age, there were quite a few people younger than Yi Chenfeng back then. Duan Lingtian's a match, Ma Qiyuning. Without exchanging blows, no one can know the exact difference between us. Don't Duan Lingtian's Duan sect SS. Duan Dutian's S. Duan Ling Tian's clan, S10 Dutian's. Previously, I was confident that you would make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet. But now, I only hope that you can maintain your position in the top 10. As for the top 3, if there's hope, we'll fight for it. If there's no hope, we won't force it. Ma Qiyuning's attitude was only good in front of Ma Qihong. In fact, deep in her heart, she was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the Ma Qi clan had spent a lot of resources on Ma Qihong over the years. From the very beginning, they were aiming for Ma Qihong to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. But who would have thought that so many monsters would appear at the feast of the 7 prefectures? The top 3 had also become very, very uncertain. Do you think that Duan Lingtian can enter the top 3? Ma Qiyuning did not expect that Ma Qihong's first sound transmission to him would be to ask about this. Hearing this, Ma Qiyuning also said truthfully, with the strength he displayed today, he should have a very high chance of being in the top 3. Unless the others are still hiding a lot of their strength. Ma Qihong fell silent when he heard Ma Qiyuning's words. However, with Ma Qiyuning's earlier persuasion, Ma Qihong's condition had also changed imperceptibly. At the very least, he had now become much more normal. The people from the heavenly stellar mansion's Qi Tian sect also left the feast of the 7 prefectures. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good. On the other hand, Han Di's expression was calm. His gaze was also calm, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. The reason why the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good was because they had high expectations of Han Di from the beginning. They felt that Han Di would most likely obtain first place in the feast of the 7 prefectures. In fact, when Han Di obtained the number 1 token, they felt that Han Di had a greater advantage. It was only a matter of time before he stabilized his position in the first place. However, they did not expect that Han Di would be defeated in the first round of the 7 prefectures feast ranking battle. He was defeated in the first position. The person who defeated him was number 2, the prodigy from the Tungleng province's Chunying School who had recently become very famous. Forget it. There's no hope of obtaining first place. It's not bad to obtain the top 3. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect gradually returned to normal as time passed. At the same time, their expectations of Han Di decreased as they comforted themselves in their hearts. Senior brother Han Di, is that Duan Lingtian really that strong? A disciple from the Qi Tian sect, who was more familiar with Han Di, approached him and asked. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him clearly. They all looked at Han Di at the same time, wanting to see how he would respond. When Han Di heard the question from the person in front of him, he replied calmly, "He is indeed very strong. If I were to really fight him, I wouldn't have the confidence to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, that would be under the circumstances where I would defend with all my might." As soon as Han Di said that, everyone's eyes narrowed and they looked shocked. The prodigy from the Qi Tian sect actually said that he would not be able to last more than 10 moves against the Duan Lingtian if he were to really fight the Duan Lingtian? Was that Duan Lingtian really that strong? There's nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, the old man leading the Qi Tian sect spoke up. He said calmly, "In a battle between powerhouses, even if there is only a slight difference in strength, the outcome can be decided within 10 or even 3 moves. Although Han Di said that, it doesn't mean that his strength is much weaker than the Duanling Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Han Di and said, "Today, you made the right choice. It's important to preserve your strength. If you were to fight the Duanling Tian with all your might today, you would definitely be injured. That would affect your performance later on and even affect your chances of getting into the top 3. Although we have high hopes for you in the 7 prefectures banquet this time, with the appearance of a variable like the Duanling Tian, you can just get 2nd or 3rd place. Of course, it would be best if you could get 2nd place," the old man said. Naturally, Han Di hurriedly responded to him. That day's battle was considered a true display of strength for the Duanling Tian. Of course, there were still some techniques that he did not display. For example, the Law Clone. If he were to really fight with Han Di, with the help of the Law Clone, he was confident that he could severely injure and defeat Han Di within 3 or even 2 moves. It was not that he wanted to injure Han Di intentionally. Rather, if he wanted to defeat Han Di in such a short period of 10 years, he could not afford to be overly cautious. He would have to focus fully on his attacks. Tomorrow will be the 2nd round. I wonder if Luo Yuan will choose to challenge me or Han Di. Or perhaps, he will choose to forfeit. Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. When he thought about the 2nd round of the 7 prefectures banquet tomorrow, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. The current number 3 was no longer the genius from the famous prefecture. Instead, it was Luo Yuan. Now, the numbers 1 to 10 were Tungleng Province Chunying School, Duanling Tian. Consonants Prefectures Heavens Equal School, Han Di. Heavenly Stellar Prefectures Autumn Leaf School, Luo Yuan. One of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Qing Province Prefectures Taowu Mountain Villa, West Gate. Netherworld Prefectures Yuan Clan, Tuoba Xiu. Profound Jade Prefectures Flame Howl Sect, Lin Yuan. The other of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Tungleng Province Chunying School, Yang Qinya. Han residents of the famous prefecture, Wang Xiong. Other than Ma Qihong from the Machi clan of Tungleng Province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture, the rest of the young geniuses who had outstanding performances in the 7 prefectures banquet this time were in the top 10. Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu were the only ones who had missed out on the other tokens because they had been so focused on competing for the number 1 token that they had only managed to obtain the last 2 tokens. Numbers 29 and 30. However, after the first round of challenges, Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong had obtained the number 21 and 22 tokens respectively. Yuan Moyu will definitely enter the top 20 in tomorrow's challenge. That is, if Ma Qihong does not challenge him or fails to challenge him. Yuan Moyu will enter the top 20 tomorrow. Ma Qihong will have to wait until the 3rd round to enter the top 20. In any case, the famous prefecture and Tungleng province had stolen the limelight in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. After the first round of challenges, 3 of the top 10 geniuses were from the famous prefecture. 2 of them were from Tungleng province. Everyone knew that if Ma Qihong from the Machi clan of Tungleng province had not been too greedy in the beginning and wanted to compete for the number 1 token, he would definitely have been one of the top 10 geniuses by now. Moreover, if he had entered the top 10, one of the 3 geniuses from the famous prefecture might have had to give up a spot for him. Not long after the people from the various prefectures and major forces had left, the glow of the sunset had completely descended, followed by the arrival of night. A night was usually just the blink of an eye for the people from the various prefectures and major forces. In fact, if they were cultivating, the night would have passed in a blink of an eye. However, on this night, many people were waiting for the 7 prefectures banquet to begin the next day. The 7 prefectures banquet had entered its final stage and would undoubtedly become more exciting as it progressed. This made many people excited, of course. These people were basically the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces. As the group of people waited, the night finally passed. At dawn the next day, the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces went out to wait for their elders to come out. Then, they would head to the 7 prefectures banquet together. Even the people from Chunying School were no exception. These little fellows are all very excited. I don't usually see them this early. A Chunying School elder could not help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young disciples who had already gathered together. Not long after, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan also came out. Then, Duan Lingtian came late. On the other hand, Yang Qinya had come with his master, Yuan Hanjin, before Yi Chenfeng and the other two arrived. Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunying School team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time. Usually, we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, they were not surprised by this. Zhen Pingfan said to Yi Chenfeng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guessed that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Zhen Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunying School team arrived, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 Prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30, please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Moyu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20, but he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked onto number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded, while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Ma Qihong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Ma Qihong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mou on the 21st, or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Mou, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 Prefectures Feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21, and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Ma Qihong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Machi clan, Machi Yuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, he knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mou would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Ma Qihong forfeited, it was Yuan Mou's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mou would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mou. Yuan Mou's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mou had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect side, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Zhen Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Zhen Pingfan nodded and then said, however, if there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. He racked his brains but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Zhen Pingfan said. What rule? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, and the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3. If they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, in other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors. Unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. While Duan Ling Tian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another 2 people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Haoshan sect. He Yushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment, he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was He Yushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10, please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Yang Qinya. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the two most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose. If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, Yang Qinya will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heaven's chosen of the Great Manor, one of the twin prides of the Great Manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the cold mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, the group of prodigies from the cold mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the cold mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their cold mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the cold mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the cold mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly. As one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, he was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me, senior brother Leng. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this, then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of law flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. Especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom! Rumble! Wang Xiong and one of the two peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only a so-so. Now, it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the two of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. "See that? It's not that I'm too weak. It's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the two of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong." The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th said with a sigh, "Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Yang Qinya is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Mayu and Ma Qihong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Yang Qinya, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heavens Equals sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still He Yushi, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat He Yushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10. This is going to be troublesome." When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. "I admit defeat." When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's cold mountain residence was in an uproar. Their cold mountain residence had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the number one genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their cold mountain residence. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Lingtian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Yang Qinya forfeit? Although Yang Qinya had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Yang Qinya was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Yang Qinya would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunying school, Yang Qinya opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Yang Qinya hasn't used his full strength yet? Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Yang Qinya, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Qinya had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Yang Qinya's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Yang Qinya is also from the Chunying school in Tungleng province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunying school in Tungleng province. Duan Lingtian is still fine since he's mentally prepared. But where did Yang Qinya come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duan Lingtian who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Yang Qinya's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tungleng province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Yang Qinya. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Yang Qinya. No one had expected Yang Qinya to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Yang Qinya. According to him, although Yang Qinya's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Machi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Yang Qinya to grow to such a level in such a short time. Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The divine abode. He would have a chance to enter the divine abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Yang Qinya had improved so much after entering the divine abode, who knew if he would improve even more?